Chapter 1 Be My Grandson. Haiwan calendar year 1508. Kokozia village. Strong winds gathered dark clouds, and a wave washed a boy who looked about 13 or 14 years old onto the shore. Why is there someone here? Yes. I don't know whose child it is. Everyone couldn't help but wonder and talk. Just then, the young man lying on the beach slowly opened his eyes and was looking at all the scenes in front of him blankly. Are you guys? A slim woman in front of him took a step forward, took a closer look at the boy's injuries, and then breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was okay. I am Belmeyer from Kokozia village. Young man, can you tell me your name? Belmeyer showed a gentle smile and raised his hand to help the young man on the ground. My name is Shen Yuan. Wait a moment, I'll turn on the phone. The young man is Shen Yuan. His soul has penetrated into this body shell, and he is receiving a large amount of information pouring into his mind at this moment. Shen Yuan froze on the spot, frantically searching for the original memory in his mind. After receiving it with all his strength, Shen Yuan got an important message. Damn it, he is actually an orphan. As we all know, the protagonist. At this point, Shen Yuan said firmly, I am an orphan. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Shen Yuan stopped talking, closed his eyes and painfully accepted this fact. Everyone present also understood and accepted this fact. Where are you from? Shen Yuan didn't answer, but felt a rustling sound coming from behind, and couldn't help but frown. No, something's wrong. Why do I always feel like someone is peeping on me? Roar. Sure enough. Suddenly there was a huge roar from the distant sea. Immediately afterwards, a bloody mouth revealed white fangs and went straight to bite Shen Yuan. This offshore king is quite big, with a huge mouth that can hold 10 Shen Yuans. Just when everyone was stunned, someone in the crowd shouted, Run! What are you doing standing still? Looking at the behemoth in front of them, the two of them had goosebumps all over their bodies. Roar! Another loud roar, as if he wanted to scare the weak humans in front of him. Now! Shen Yuan exploded with unprecedented power. Let's go! Pushed Belmeyer beside him out. He raised his fist and stared hard at the Poseidon in front of him, preparing to die generously. Go back to where you came from. Anyway, he is an orphan, so if he dies, he will die. I was thinking this, but I didn't expect that the bloody mouth of the Poseidon had already fallen. Ouch! Swallow it in one gulp. Just one gulp. The boy in front of me just disappeared? Belmeyer, who was pushed away, staggered and took 2 steps on the ground. Before he could react, the Poseidon-like giant teeth were approaching his body. Belmeyer looked panicked and punched him hard. At this extremely critical moment, the hero come on stage. Bang! A violent impact instantly exploded from behind the Poseidon. The Poseidon's moving body suddenly stiffened. Poseidon class, I seem to have lost control. Then he fell straight to the ground. It spit out from the mouth together with Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan looked dull and looked around blankly. Boom! An old man with white hair wearing a marine cloak. At this moment, he is walking towards Shen Yuan step by step with heavy steps. 1 step at a time. Really? 1 step at a time. At the same time, an ethereal broadcasting voice also sounded in Shen Yuan's mind. It has been detected that the host has experienced a life and death crisis and has awakened the skill tree system, which is being bound to the host's identity information. Skill tree. Shen Yuan was stunned, completely ignoring the old man beside him. Instead, he looked at the system called skill tree with great interest. Boy, your courage is commendable. This is very valuable. What is your name? Shen Yuan prevaricated. Shen Yuan. Garp nodded and looked at Shen Yuan. Just as he was about to make the next inquiry, his attention was attracted by Belmeyer on the side. Who are you? Garp became interested and looked at Belmire, who was performing a military salute in front of him, and became curious. Reporting to Lieutenant General Garp, subordinate Belmire, formerly a member of the Marine Corps, now retired. Belmire is very guilty. If his identity as a deserter is exposed, what will his 2 children do? Garp scratched his head, seemingly not thinking of this person at all. Chi waved his hand. I don't think about it anymore. Then, Garp looked at Shen Yuan again, who was looking blank. Shen Yuan also figured it out at this time. This system is no better than other systems that are turned on and off. In short, this system currently has 3 functions. One is to check where you are now. The second is to check your own attributes and identity information. The third is the role of the skill tree. You can use various means to upgrade, such as defeating and killing opponents, or complete the task after becoming a profession. You can obtain a skill point after each upgrade, and the maximum level of a skill is level 20. Shen Yuan looked at the skills in the skill tree carefully. Low-level ones such as physical enhancement, speed enhancement, etc. Advanced ones such as Marine 6 style and 3-color domineering. He is even more cunning and even has some fruit abilities, which is simply heaven-defying. Boy, where are you from? Garp asked again. I'm from Windmill Village. Shen Yuan stared at Garp blankly, looking very serious on the surface. In fact, he was looking at this weird skill tree. Good boy, from Windmill Village. Then do you know my grandson? Garp is a little surprised and a little surprised. This scene turned into a tangle in the eyes of others. That boy Luffy? I know him, but have never been in contact with him. Good boy, would you like to join Marine with me? Shen Yuan thought for a while. Admittedly. If you join Marine as Garp said, there is indeed no danger. Under Garp's protection, I can indeed survive until Luffy goes to sea. Then follow Luffy out to sea and witness the myriad things in this world, but my system does not allow him to live in a greenhouse. Grandpa Marine. Before Shen Yuan finished speaking, Garp interrupted. My name is Garp, and from today on, you are my grandson. Shen Yuan's face darkened. What the hell? Why is this old boy so different from that old man with white beard? A man who recognizes his son everywhere. One recognizes his grandson everywhere. Grandpa Garp, I feel that I am still young now and I want to live by myself for a while. Garp, you don't want to be a pirate, do you? Shen Yuan's face darkened again and again. Why is this old boy so discriminatory? No, no, no. Even if I don't join Marine, I won't be a pirate like that. Garp breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a fire of faith suddenly emerged from his heart. The idea of developing the Marine King sprang from his mind. My good grandson, just stay here for now and don't run around. I will come back to you when I have time. Shen Yuan, why do I feel like I'm being held captive? Garp suddenly said seriously, you come and raise my grandson temporarily, and I will give you some subsidies regularly. Belmire pointed at himself and said. Me? Let me support you. Say it. Garp waved. Bogart very wisely held a bag full of Bailey's money. He handed it to Garp, who handed it to Belmire. I'll leave it to you during this time, let's go. Then, the two turned around and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Shen Yuan was stupid. What the hell? Experienced a life and death crisis inexplicably? Inexplicably, I got an extra grandpa? Belmire also reacted and patted Shen Yuan hard on the shoulder. Come home with me. Have a good meal today. Hello, my name is Nami, and we will live together from now on. Nakajayo timidly hid behind Belmire with a weak expression on his face. Hello Nami, my name is Shen Yuan. We will live together from now on. Please take good care of me. Belmire is also very satisfied with this child. Judging from his behavior just now, he has a kind heart. What's more, it was a blessing in disguise and I got a lot of money. Yet, Nami's happy little hands kept shaking. In this regard, the group of people went to Belmir's home in this way. Get ready to welcome this new family member. Chapter 2 First Encounter. Close combat. Kokozia village also became more lively due to the arrival of Garp. The whole village was discussing the conversation between Garp and Shen Yuan just now. It's not just the villagers of Kokozia village who are lively. And the Belmir family. At this moment, Shen Yuan was carrying a stone in the courtyard and constantly exercising his body. Brother Shen Yuan, aren't you tired? Nami asked innocently. Tired? How can I not be tired? Then you are still training so hard? Why? Shen Yuan was about to say it was for skills, but as soon as his mind twitched, he casually mentioned a reason. How can I protect you if you don't get stronger? This sentence made him tremble all over. For a child who has had no father's love since childhood, the lethality of this sentence is very huge. Oh, is that so? Shen Yuan didn't notice anything strange about Nami, as his attributes were slowly increasing in his mind. Physique plus 0.01. Physique plus 0.01. Physique plus 0.01. Due to physical fitness training, the experience value gained is plus 0.1. Children, it's time to eat. Belmir brought a plate of orange pie to the table. There is also a roasted and oily roast chicken on the table, exuding an alluring aroma. After finishing the exercise, Shen Yuan did not rush to eat, but took a shower first. And take this opportunity to check out your system. Name, Shen Yuan. Age, 12 years old. Identity, villager of Kokozia village. Physique, 0.3/100. Agility, 0/100. Speed 0/100. Power 0.28/100. Will I have meat to eat on the first day I come here? Shen Yuan wiped his wet hair, looked at the delicious food on the table and started teasing. Isn't this thanks to you? Belmir said with a smile. Brother Shen Yuan, you are so handsome. Shen Yuan washed off the dirt on his body, and his exquisite facial features even made Belmir a little moved. Belmir shook his head to get rid of these evil thoughts, and then called Shen Yuan to come forward to eat. Nami happily ate the orange pie in her hand, staring at her brother who suddenly appeared in front of her from time to time. Especially what Shen Yuan said just now deeply touched Nami's heart. Brother Shen Yuan, you are from Windmill Village, so you have drifted all the way here. You must have seen the outside world, right? There is an amazing light in Nami's eyes. Nyokijo also raised her head, revealing a look of intense longing. Well. Shen Yuan racked his brains and began to talk to a few people using the vast world he had seen in his previous life. When Nami talked about the highlights, she grabbed Shen Yuan's arm and had little stars in her eyes. Well, that's about it. Eat quickly. After that, Nami-chan, you can exercise with me. Okay, okay. Nami cheered happily and finished the orange pie in his hand in 2 or 3 bites. Shen Yuan was not to be outdone. He ate at least half of the roast chicken in front of him. Most of the orange pie was gone. Afterwards, Shen Yuan took Nami out of the house in a hurry. After hearing the story told by Shen Yuan, Belmir still had something to say. Although I joined the army, I can see that I am not as knowledgeable as Shen Yuan Guangda in front of me. What about the 3 Gorges Dam? What about the towering Buddhas? What kind of landscapes are unparalleled in the world? Belmir smiled. This young man was extremely steady and kind. And he became more and more looking forward to this young man's achievements. Time passed like this day by day. At first, Nami and Shen Yuan were exercising outdoors, and gradually Nakajo also participated. At this point, the 3 little guys were completely integrated. After a while, Shen Yuan was successfully upgraded. Without hesitation, he clicked on a low-level skill, Physique Enhancement LV1, and the effect was to enhance one's own physique by 25%. Feeling the power he possessed, Shen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's barely enough to deal with some low-level pirates. Run! The pirates are coming! The pirates are coming! I don't know who shouted at the entrance of the village, which made some villagers who were working look stunned. Then he spread his legs and ran away suddenly. You untouchables, hand over all your valuables to Laozi, or I will kill you. A group of pirates looked fierce and laughed slightly at the fleeing villagers. After hearing this, Shen Yuan hurried to the entrance of the village. He looked at the pirate in front of him, and then at the pirate ship in the distance. A pirate flag fluttered in the wind, the pattern on it was two long knives crossed with a strange horn in the middle. I am the second in command of the double-sword pirates. If you are wise, hand over all the valuable things to Laozi. Shen Yuan stopped talking nonsense, took 2 steps quickly, grabbed a pirate who was raising a sword with one hand, and punched the pirate in the face. The pirate fell to the ground, covering his face and wailing in pain. Shen Yuan picked up the short sword on the ground and hesitated whether to kill the pirate in front of him. This is a gap that must be crossed. This world is the best embodiment of the law of the forest. If you don't eat the small fish, many big fish will eat you without hesitation. After hesitating for a few seconds, suddenly, a pirate showed a ferocious look on his face and raised his sword to kill Shen Yuan. Bang! There was a gunshot and the pirate fell to the ground. Belmar breathed a sigh of relief, and the muzzle of the gun in his hand was still steaming. Don't be brave, little brat. Shen Yuan reacted immediately. The short sword in his hand stabbed the pirate's artery hard. Pfft! Congratulations to host for killing an ordinary pirate, the experience value is increased by 20. The pirate's blood splashed all over Shen Yuan's face. He was not sluggish, he raised his sword again to resist the attack of another pirate, raised his right foot and kicked him 3 times. Bang! Before the pirate could scream, the short sword had already been inserted into his chest. Pfft! The pirates who died one after another watched a child rampage on the battlefield. I was dumbfounded for a moment. After the reaction, I was extremely angry. In an instant, the pirates all rushed towards Shen Yuan. Kid, just stand there and don't move, Laozi will destroy one of your arms. Shen Yuan's face turned dark. I still felt a little uncomfortable after killing someone. But at this moment, he was instantly broken by this heaven-defying speech. What the hell, how can you become a pirate if you don't have any brains? The group will be destroyed as soon as they set sail. Shen Yuan methodically dodged one attack after another. He dodged to avoid the fatal blow, but his body still couldn't avoid being scratched by the sharp weapon. He raised his short sword and stabbed one of the pirates in the waist. Pfft! The pirate screamed and fell to the ground. Belmar also assisted Shen Yuan in the rear to kill the enemy. She knew everything about Shen Yuan's skills. Puff! Another pirate fell to the ground. The other pirates did not dare to step forward for a while, looking at Shen Yuan who was covered in blood with shock in their eyes. What's wrong? You guys? Did you meet Marine? I saw the man wearing a high hat and a red windbreaker, holding 2 machetes. The look he is looking at Shen Yuan at this moment is extremely dangerous. From time to time, he stuck out his long tongue, which was extremely fierce and fierce. Brother, this kid killed many of our brothers. The man with the long tongue frowned, just call him after he's dead. I'm going to let this kid die here today. Shen Yuan killed a pirate again and threw it aside. What a piece of garbage. The low-quality short sword in my hand has already been cut into a curling blade, and it is almost turning into a saw. He picked up a short sword again and intertwined with the long-tongued man's eyes. A big war is about to happen. Chapter 3. Wait a moment, I'll level up. Eat me with a knife. The man with the long tongue struck out angrily, and the long blade struck out quickly, even making a sound of air explosion. Belmere also picked up a long knife and rushed to Shen Yuan to block his attack in an instant. Wait a minute. The long-tongued man was stunned, and his body that was originally moving at high speed suddenly stayed in place. I'll level up. The man with the long tongue was stupid. Experience is full. Level increased to level 3. Obtain bonus skill point *1. After allocating the skill points, he once again looked at the attribute panel expectantly. Physique enhancement level 2, enhance your physique by 30%. Shen Yuan was dumbfounded. Both of them were dumbfounded. Long tongue, how can the life and death battle be stopped? Do you think you can practice taekwondo here? Shen Yuan, is this level 2 physical bonus so shabby? A little skill adds up to 5%? If I had known earlier, I would have added it to other skills. But now, Shen Yuan had no choice but to accept his fate. Bring it on. Shen Yuan took a step forward, and the short sword was as sharp as the ghostly lion majesty, and it quickly stabbed towards the throat with its long tongue. Long tongue also reacted very quickly. Although the long-handled weapon was a bit cumbersome, it still effectively resisted. One attack failed, Shen Yuan dodged around and changed positions again, aiming a punch at Long Tongue's chin. A standard uppercut executed perfectly. With stars in his eyes, Long Tongue hurriedly waved his weapon, but the cumbersome long knife posed no threat to Shen Yuan at all. Short sword struck again, and the blade slashed along Long Tongue's chest, leaving a long scar. The wound immediately bled, staining Long Tongue's relatively gorgeous clothes red. Shen Yuan did not hold back, taking advantage of Chong Tiaoyu's daze, he swung the knife towards Chong Tongue's neck again. Long Tongue covered his injured neck and looked at the boy in front of him in disbelief. The two long knives fell to the ground with a clang. Before he could react, he was hit in the abdomen with a short sword again. The short sword entered his abdomen, and under the influence of pain and blood, his consciousness gradually became blurred. Plop! Long Tongue fell to the ground without leaving a last word. The rest of the pirates were dumbfounded, and no one acted rashly. Kill the captain of the East Daxia Sea Pirates. Level increased to level 5. Congratulations to host for reaching level 5. The right to use some skills has been released. Shen Yuan upgraded 2 levels in a row, and after checking, he learned the Marine 6 styles Lanjiao and Shaving respectively. Pull out the short sword inserted in the belly of the Long Tongue and bring up a handful of blood. Looking at the pirate's eyes was like looking at a bunch of leeks. After a bloody storm, many pirates fell under Shen Yuan's butcher's knife. Throwing away short sword, Garp was late and ran over in a hurry. Looking at the many pirates lying on the ground in extremely miserable death conditions, and then looking at Shen Yuan who was standing on the ground covered in blood, he couldn't help but take a breath. Are you okay, Daesun? Shen Yuan nodded as if nothing had happened. After a baptism, Shen Yuan had lost his childishness and had completely changed. Clean up the scene. Garp casually ordered. Grandpa Garp, give me these swords. I will study the forging when I have time. Garp was stunned. Are you interested in knife skills? Shen Yuan nodded and said nothing. Garp glanced at Shen Yuan, and without saying anything, he directed the sailors to deliver the weapons to the backyard of Belmere's house. Shen Yuan, how did you do it? Garp stepped forward and carefully checked Shen Yuan's body, and found that there was nothing serious, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Yuan didn't know what to say, so he just found an excuse and excused himself. Okay, your courage is very commendable. How about I personally teach you how to practice during this period? Shen Yuan was stunned. If he could learn armament haki in advance, he could save a skill point. Okay. Shen Yuan's eyes burst out with golden light, looking at Garp like a leek. Garp instantly got goosebumps all over his body, feeling like he was being stared at as prey. At home in Belmere, a group of people sat around a table. At this moment, Belmere, who was originally careless, became as obedient as a kitten. Jian stood aside seriously, looking at Garp, who was eating orange pie in front of him. Garp said loudly, "Little Gitu, it seems that your practice during this period has not fallen behind." Shen Yuan smiled and nodded, just about to speak. But he was interrupted by Nami on the side. "Of course, I can see Brother Shen Yuan's training day and night." Garp looked at the three children in front of him with a smile. In a daze, he thought of his three children again. "Come back to Windmill Village with me during this time. How about it, kid?" Garp smiled and touched Shen Yuan's head, his eyes showing gentleness. Aegean was hesitant to speak, but Bellmeyer spoke first. "Lieutenant General Garp, can you let Mr. Shen Yuan stay with us for a while longer?" The former fell into deep thought and seemed to be thinking about this issue. "Grandpa Garp, is there a place for me in Windmill Village?" The former nodded, "Finding a place to live is indeed not difficult. That's no problem. Just let our whole family go to Windmill Village and settle down." Garp's eyes lit up. "Yes, why don't you all just go? Just treat it as a trip." Garp patted his chest and assured, "Of course." Belmere was a little hesitant when he heard this, but his heart softened when he saw the expectant eyes of Nami and Noki. "Just agreed." A group of people boarded the warship. The most miserable ones are those marine soldiers. The weapons originally captured close at hand were moved to the corner of the village, and the weapons were moved to the warship. The faces of all the sailors were not pretty. Also moved away was the barbell used by Shen Yuan for training, which was a gift given to him by Nami and Nakajao, who saved money together. The marines' faces turned dark. 2 or 3 people lifting a barbell. Walking towards the warship step by step, I was very angry when I saw Shen Yuan's arrogant expression on the way. Shen Yuan said with an air of dignity, "I'm telling you. Give Laozi a good move." All the marines had dark faces. Shen Yuan stood on the deck. Looking at the endless sea, there was already a storm in his heart. Nami sat on Shen Yuan's neck, imitating Shen Yuan and looking at the sea. Garp was sitting on a lounge chair, chewing senbei in his mouth. Only Najiko and Melber stood behind Garp uneasily. "It's like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden." Shen Yuan fiddled with the system again and checked out the new functions recently launched by the system. Destiny selection function: select the camp you want to join, and tasks will be released accordingly to obtain rewards. Choice 1, Marine. Choice 2, Pirates. Choice 3, Adventurer. Shen Yuan did not hesitate and immediately chose the identity of Adventurer. Successful selection. Task during the launch phase: own a ship of your own. This mission? On purpose? There was a ship right in front of me just now. But I didn't cherish it. If God gave me another chance, I must. Shen Yuan's face darkened. Garp looked at Shen Yuan, whose face turned red and white in confusion, and was also confused. What the hell? I didn't say the second half of the sentence, maybe because I was afraid of embarrassment. Chapter 4: Punch Luffy and Kick Ace. East Daxia Sea. Windmill Village. The hilltop of Dodon's family. At this moment Dodon was sitting helplessly next to Ace and Luffy. No matter how noisy the two children are, there is nothing they can do. Dodon. When Dodon heard this call, he was immediately frightened. Dodon, damn it! Here we go again. He stood up hastily. He looked at Garp, who was slowly walking in the distance, and showed a flattering smile. "Mr. Garp, you..." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a kid following Garp. "Dodon, look! 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 Here comes another one! Does this old man treat my place as a kindergarten?" Garp laughed heartily and said slowly, "I'll let them meet. He will live here for a long time from now on." Dodon responded listlessly. There are not many emotional changes. Garp didn't care and turned around to look at the two little ones. "Luffy. Ace. This is Shen Yuan. Is your new accomplice, partner. At this time, Ace was thin and thin, wearing a half-sleeved shirt with the word power printed on it. Ace smiled. He showed a meaningful smile towards Shen Yuan. Luffy at this moment looks very similar to adult Luffy. Dumb-headed and not very smart. Luffy stared blankly at Shen Yuan in front of him, saying nothing. Then you guys get along for a while, and I'll go back and help Shen Yuan tidy up the house. Say it. Garp turned and left without saying another word. Garp just left. The unruly Ace has made some changes. He took a step forward. I want to challenge you. Shen Yuan smiled. He clenched his fists. He waved his hand. The war between the two is about to break out. Dodden did not stop it. It's nothing more than children's play. Whoosh! Shen Yuan took the lead and moved in front of Ace at high speed with Shat. Punch out! Bang! This punch immediately hit his abdomen. Ace felt the huge power. He couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of acidic water, and hit a big tree. Boom! The big tree was broken by Ace. He spit out a mouthful of blood and kept trying to stand up. What? Do you want to fight again? Shen Yuan stood with his hands folded, looking very cold. The former staggered up. He can no longer hold the water pipe in his hand. Bang! Repeat the old tricks. It moved in front of Ace at high speed again. Another sudden kick. Ace reacted instantly and raised the water pipe to block. But he couldn't resist the power of this explosion. He was kicked away by Shen Yuan again. He fell into the bushes. Defeat the plot character Ace, young, level up to LV6. Shen Yuan curled his lips. If Ace is killed, that old man Garp will have to cut himself alive? Ace couldn't get up this time. The pain continued to erode the body, and the kick just now felt like being hit by a shotgun. Just then, a childish fist strikes. You are not allowed to bully Ace. Shen Yuan looked at Luffy and smiled lightly. I was just here to beat him, now I'm going to beat you. This blow was easily caught by Shen Yuan. He simply kicked Luffy away. It instantly flew backwards 2 to 3 meters. Defeat the plot character Luffy, young, level up to LV8. Shen Yuan was excited after being promoted to 3 levels in a row. Along with the remaining skill points, he immediately learned the other Marine 6 iron blocks, moonwalk, finger gun, and paper painting. Another point is focused on the swordsmanship Grandmaster. Completely mastered the 6 marine forms. Feeling how to use each move appeared in my mind, I couldn't help but be amazed. Dodden was dumbfounded when he saw what was happening in front of him. This brat's kung fu is probably not even strong enough for 2 moves. But if I don't go up, I'll get beaten if Garp finds out. In a sudden change of mind. He has already made up his mind. Holding a stick in hand, he ran directly towards Shen Yuan to attack. Why do you have to do it yourself? Shen Yuan's paper painting dodged to avoid Dodden's attack. Raise your hands sideways. Use a finger gun. The huge force penetrates Dodden's chest. Dodden was so surprised that the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Feeling the pain spreading all over my body, I couldn't help but kneel down. Defeat the plot character Dodden and raise the level to LV9. Upgraded again, this time Shen Yuan focused on agility. Shen Yuan looked coldly at the 3 people who fell on the ground in front of him, and looked at the other bandits with an unkind look. What? Do you still want to fight? The other bandits were stunned. They want revenge but they don't dare to step forward. Everyone looks extremely nervous. Shen Yuan sighed, and his attitude made a 180-degree turn. Pull up Dodden who fell on the ground. He turned around and pulled Ace Luffy up again. Started to explain to everyone. The old man told me about you. He said you were naughty and asked me to discipline you. The blood at the corner of Ace's mouth has never dried up. Although the look in Shen Yuan's eyes was a little angry, it was more helpless. Luffy was not seriously injured. He carelessly hugged Shen Yuan's thigh and began to request. "Brother Shen Yuan, can you teach me that ability to move quickly? It's so handsome." Dodin relaxed a lot and looked blankly at the scene happening in front of him. Only then did I realize that it was Garp's handiwork. "Okay, but training is very hard. Shen Yuan does know the training methods of Marine 6 styles. After learning the 6 forms of Marine, the practice method seems to be imprinted in Shen Yuan's mind. Okay, I'm not afraid of hardship." At this time, Ace also spoke. "Shen Yuan, if you defeat me, then I will recognize you as my eldest brother. I also want to practice with you, and I also want to learn your fast-moving skills." Naturally, Shen Yuan would not refuse. Ace. Be lucky. Also unfortunate. If possible, Shen Yuan hopes Ace can live well. After all, this is the wish of all living beings. Garp walked slowly up the hill and looked at Ace and Dodin with pale faces in front of them, and was dumbfounded. Dodin told Garp everything that happened just now. Garp was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Only then did he react. He started laughing heartily. "Kid, have you mastered the 6th form of Marine?" Garp was a little suspicious. Although I had told Shen Yuan about the training methods of the 6 Marine forms, I never expected that he could master them so quickly. Shen Yuan nodded indifferently. "Okay, you are really Grandpa's great-grandson. It seems that you are already qualified to learn domineering. In the next month, I will teach you how to learn domineering. Don't be lazy." Shen Yuan's originally cold eyes became fiery. His eyes shone slightly. Looking at Garp right now is like looking at a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Garp got goosebumps from being stared at. So he took out a bag of senbei and ate it without any scruples. "Kid, show me the Marine 6th form." Shen Yuan walked to a tree, took a step, stretched out his finger and pointed the gun at the tree. "Point the gun." The power of the fingertips instantly penetrated the big tree, leaving a big hole in the tree. It wasn't over yet. Shen Yuan was flying in the air on moonwalk, and threw out his flying kick. The violent shock wave split open the big tree, and the big tree was cut in half. Then Shen Yuan used shaving to flash back to Garp. The more Garp looks at it, the more satisfied he becomes. It's the perfect offspring of General Marine. "You 3, meet in the forest nearby tomorrow. I will personally teach you physical skills." After saying that, Garp picked his nose and walked down the mountain, followed closely by Shen Yuan. "Brother, where are you going?" Luffy asked doubtfully. "Go home. Is it okay not to turn back? If you don't return your favor, why don't you support me?" "Luffy, I can't afford it." Chapter 5, Practical Combat Training, Understanding Domineering. The next morning. The first ray of sunlight shines into the house. Shen Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What a sunny day! The corners of his mouth curved slightly. Looking at Nami sleeping soundly in her arms, she gently covered her with a quilt. He walked out of the room quietly, tidied up his appearance a little, then walked out of the house and started exercising. As soon as Bellmeyer walked out of the room and headed to the orange grove, he saw Shen Yuan exercising on the way. "Little Shen Yuan, are you exercising again?" He walked to Shen Yuan with a smile and handed a lunch box from his backpack to his hand. "That's so kind of you, sister. Don't work too hard. Don't work too hard." Bellemeyer's heart warmed up and he jumped away. Shen Yuan finished his daily practice tasks and was overjoyed when he saw the system's increased attributes. After putting on his clothes, he slowly walked up the hill. At the same time, Dodin family. Luffy has already woken up. At this moment, I am standing on the top of the mountain, constantly looking down the mountain, hoping to see a familiar figure. Shen Yuan climbed up to the top of the mountain step by step, and gradually appeared in Luffy's eyes. "Brother Shen Yuan, are you up so early?" After seeing Luffy, the former greeted him warmly. "Hi. Didn't I miss you and come to see you? He seemed completely different from the frosty Shen Yuan yesterday. Follow me. Luffy heard this. He instantly became enthusiastic and followed Shen Yuan into the forest. First of all, to train yourself, you must first train your concentration. After saying this, Shen Yuan began to instruct Luffy on how to walk. Zamabu is a basic skill. This is also the method Shen Yuan often trains with. Luffy staggered in pain. Also training with him is Shen Yuan, who is riding a horse. Just trained like this all morning. When the trees in the distance made a slight noise, Shen Yuan woke up suddenly. He looked at the bushes with a wary expression. The trees are shaking. Garp's head is revealed. Shen Yuan was stunned, and a speechless expression appeared on his face. Brother Shen Yuan, your craftsmanship is really good. Luffy ate the barbecue heartlessly. Shen Yuan stared at Garp speechlessly. The venison in his hand no longer smelled good. When Garp saw this scene, he was about to say something. Suddenly, he felt tears of disappointment flowing from the corner of Ace's mouth next to him. After a while, the two also joined the barbecue army. Everyone is like a refugee fleeing famine, as if they have never seen food. A moment. After having a meal, several people stood in front of Garp, who stared at the people in front of him seriously. Now let's start today's practice. The first lesson of this practice is to survive in this dangerous jungle for one day. Also, Shen Yuan, come with me. After saying that, the whole place was silent. Ace showed a doubtful look, and even Luffy, who was not very smart, frowned in a rare way. Go quickly. Garp punched each of the two little guys, and the two little guys flew out instantly. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Shen Yuan with eyes that gradually became intriguing. Come with me. A few minutes later, Shen Yuan followed Garp onto the warship. Garp gave him some thoughtful science tips while walking. Armed Haki is an attack method that strengthens the body's hardness and strength, and can use this energy to attack those with Logia Devil Fruit abilities. Shen Yuan listened quietly and did not speak. Everyone has a different way of practicing domineering. The way I practice domineering is to use domineering frequently to enhance my own strength, attack enemies or objects, and increase my own strength. Shen Yuan knows Garp very well. This is a man who flattened 8 mountains in order to practice domineering. Garp continued, your job today is to try to eliminate the pirates you see. I will not take action unless it is absolutely necessary. I understand, teacher. Garp was stunned and confused about the title teacher. Sail. Set sail. Garp gave an order, and the warship set sail and sailed slowly on the sea. Everyone on the warship looked at Shen Yuan, all very curious about this Garp disciple. After all, it was a friendship that helped me move once. Some people couldn't help it immediately. Brother, who is your grandfather? Shen Yuan's face darkened. What do you think? The marine soldier patted his thigh regretfully. That. Everyone just chatted about each other. Just like that, we gradually sailed towards dangerous waters. I don't know how long it took. A pirate ship is slowly approaching in the distance. We are rushing towards our ship at this moment. Come to life. Shen Yuan moonwalk rose into the air and threw a kick towards the pirate ship. The violent shock wave cut a gap in the deck. The turbulent sea water immediately seeped out. The crew members on the pirate ship were suddenly shocked. Someone is attacking. Someone is attacking. Shen Yuan stepped on the moonwalk and jumped to the local deck, clenched his fist and hit a pirate on the head. Bang! The huge force caused the pirate to lose consciousness immediately and fall on the deck. Seeing this scene, several pirates with weapons in their hands rushed over with evil eyes. Zhihui's predicted attack worked, dodging Lei Jiao's attack. One hand grabbed the collar of one of the pirates. The other hand punched another pirate like a heavy cannon. Another sound came out. Shen Yuan carried the pirate and bombarded the mast with all his strength, breaking the mast directly. Pick up the mast casually. Follow the pirates who are about to move and strike again. Dong dong dong. A series of sounds came out one after another. At this time, Garp held up his binoculars and stared at the battlefield in the distance, which made Garp wonder. "Lieutenant General Garp, are you okay?" Bogart said worriedly. Garp waved his hand indifferently. At this time, Shen Yuan has entered the state, and the mast in his hand is like Shinigami's sickle. It's like collecting corn stalks one after another. "You've had enough trouble." The pirate captain kicked open the door to the captain's room, and pointed a long knife with a cold light in his hand towards Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan threw away the mast and moved his hands and feet. "Finally, here comes an interesting guy." Before the captain could finish speaking, Shen Yuan burst out. "With the blessing of Moonwalk and Shaver, the speed is amazing." A punch suddenly hit his chin. The captain was shocked. The long knife slashed out, and the sharp blade cut open Shen Yuan's chest. Pfft! A handful of blood flowed out instantly. But Shen Yuan punched again regardless. "You're crazy! You're crazy!" The captain panicked. He doesn't want his life? This life-for-life style of play put a lot of pressure on him. During the hesitation, he didn't even hold the long sword, but was kicked away by Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan launched another attack. He stretched out his finger and aimed at the captain's chest. "Point the gun." The huge force penetrated the chest, and the captain couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Before it was over, Shen Yuan grabbed the opponent's neck and smashed the wall of the captain's cabin. "I don't know when there was a faint black light on my right hand." Shen Yuan didn't notice, and suddenly shot out with his right hand. Armed and domineering. Garp was amazed and kept looking through the telescope. What is unbelievable is that Shen Yuan actually hit the enemy's head so hard that his face was lifeless and he fell straight to the ground. Shen Yuan did not dare to be careless and raised the pirate captain's sword. "Kill the pirates who are wailing on the ground one by one." So far, the pirate group that was about to go to sea was completely destroyed, and they all fell under Shen Yuan's iron fist. Chapter 6 Red Hair. Shanks. "Well done." Shen Yuan returned to the deck. Garp patted his shoulder with a smile on his face, a look of relief on his face. "Mr. Bogart, this knife looks different. Could you please take a look at it for me?" Bogart took the knife and began to observe it carefully. Garp happily bandaged Shen Yuan's wounds, his eyes full of joy. "Brother, you are so awesome." The sailors are excited. The battle just now was simple, rough, and shocking. This life and death fighting style is so satisfying that even this group of sailors can't hold it back. They wish they could take on an entire pirate group by themselves. Bogart hesitated to speak, but finally sighed heavily. "This knife may be a good and sharp knife. If you like it, keep it for your own use." Bogart looked at the knife up and down, thought for a moment and spoke again. "The shape of this knife is very strange. It is not like the knives produced in that place at all. Therefore, it is really difficult to determine its origin." Shen Yuan nodded slightly, then turned around. He shouted loudly towards the sailors who were preparing to clean up the battlefield. "Don't forget my scabbard." Before the words were spoken, the sailors who were cleaning the battlefield had already understood and made an okay gesture one after another, and rushed to the battlefield like the wind. Shen Yuan stared at the sharp knife in his hand and fell into deep thought. A domineering name springs to mind. I gave this sword the name Swallowing the Sky, which embodies the ambition to swallow mountains and rivers. Hearing this, Bogart showed a hint of admiration unnoticeably. After a moment, a marine soldier respectfully presented the scabbard. Shen Yuan put the knife into the scabbard neatly, with a fierce look on his face. The group continued to move forward, and all the small pirate groups they encountered were easily defeated by Shen Yuan without causing any ripples. However, an accident broke this peace. A pirate ship approached slowly in the distance, and Garp showed a rare look of solemnity. He stood up and stared into the distance. "It's the Red Foss," Bogart said with a heavy expression. "Hey, Lieutenant General Garp, you're fine." Shanks stood at the bow of the boat, and Garp frowned as a loud voice came out. "Is this little brother a Marine recruit?" Shanks said cheerfully. "Shanks, why are you still wandering in the East Daxia Sea?" The two ships approached. Shanks boarded the warship. In his early years, Conqueror's dominance had not yet reached the realm of heaven-defying, and he only had a sense of oppression. At this moment, Shen Yuan stared at the red-haired man, but something suddenly seemed wrong. A head of red hair as blazing as flames, and a few faint scars looming over his left eye. A western sword was slung across his waist. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, but as gentle as water. Shen Yuan's eyes gradually became hot, like burning flames, staring at the red hair. "It's like looking at an attractive tall leek." At this time, the knife in his hand also reacted, a faint black light flashed, and it was extremely active. This scene made the red-haired man stunned, and he cursed in his mind, "Lao Zi is not FG gay." The red-haired man coughed quietly, turned to Garp and asked, "Lieutenant General Garp, how are you doing lately?" Garp shook his hand angrily, not bothering to deal with the red hair. "This little brother, your eyes are really strange." The red-haired man asked Shen Yuan with confusion on his face. "Shanks, the famous pirate in this sea, do you want to fight with me?" Shanks smiled, "Another time." Shen Yuan knew that he was no match, but he just wanted to challenge the future four emperors. After all, the rewards for these two stages are different. There was silence. Garp spoke slowly, "What are you doing here?" The red-haired man thought for a moment, then said calmly, "Lieutenant General Garp, Luffy is probably the son of destiny." When Garp heard this, he became extremely angry. He raised his iron fist and struck the red-haired man in the face. The red-haired man raised his sword to block, and the huge force shook the surrounding sailors back again and again. "A whole redhead, watch your words and deeds." The red-haired man gradually couldn't hold on any longer and swung his sword to attack the other sailors. Garp could only flash back to the sea soldier and smash the sword energy with one punch. The red-haired man temporarily fought off Garp, quickly retreated, and returned to the red force. "Old guy, neither you nor I can control Luffy's fate. He was born to break the shackles." After saying this, the red force gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. The red-haired man stood on the bow of the boat, still smiling and waving goodbye to Garp. Upon hearing this, Garp's originally agitated mood suddenly became extremely calm, and he began to think about the meaning of this sentence. "Master, fate is meant to be broken. No one can control fate, not even the highest power, not even God." Garp nodded solemnly, "These words carry a lot of weight." "Okay. Set sail." Garp returned to normal, took out a bag of senbei from somewhere and started eating it. After a busy day, the group returned to Windmill Village again. In the evening, Shen Yuan dragged his tired body back home. Belmere changed his dressing thoughtfully, with a caring face. Nami was also carefully wiping Shen Yuan's body. Shen Yuan checked his attributes and opened the system. Name, Shen Yuan. Age, 12 years old. Identity, Adventurer. Skills, Marine 6 Styles, LV1, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, LV1, Physical Enhancement, LV2, Agility Enhancement, LV1. Physique 25.6/100. Agility, 13.2/100. Speed 10.8/100. Power 26.6/100. Level, 18. Remaining skill points, 8. Level 20 is the upper limit of the stage, and the upper limit will be increased after completing specific tasks. He nodded secretly. It seems that through actual combat, the surrounding attribute values can be obtained faster than through exercise. Add all 8 skills to physical enhancement, and take another look at the unusable skills. You need level 21 to learn domineering, isn't that right? Shen Yuan's face was as gloomy as water. The rest of the open items were some life skills, which were generally very useless, and he didn't even bother to order them. Sudden. His eyes noticed a skill that suddenly appeared, and he suddenly clicked on a skill plate with an armed color. Armed color? Is this something I realized in the battle just now? Shen Yuan stretched out his fist. Under Bellemeyer's astonished gaze, a layer of black light covered his fist, shining with dazzling light. Is this armed color haki? Belmeyer finished changing the dressing and looked at the black fist in wonder. Shen Yuan faded away his armed colors, and the three colors of domineering energy changed with the change of the user. For example, Kair's insight color can predict the short-term future, Jesus Buhusop and others can better assist aiming, and so on. Garp's weapon color greatly improves striking ability, while swordsman hardens weapons, and so on. The attack intensity brought by the armed color is unprecedented. This made Shen Yuan more skillful in the subsequent battles. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Now Shen Yuan even felt that he could still fight fiercely all night. Of course, it was a night of fierce battle with pirates. Shen Yuan touched the heads of little Nami and Nyokijao. He smiled, held the little hands of Nami and Nakajao, walked to the study room, and began to study the mysteries of the sea chart with the two girls. During this time, Nami was extremely interested in sea charts, and so was Shen Yuan. After all, sailing on the sea requires many skills. Brother! Brother! Luffy ran over and looked anxiously at the house where Shen Yuan lived, shouting anxiously. Shen Yuan heard Luffy's cry and walked out of the study. He saw Ace and Luffy standing at the door, looking at Shen Yuan expectantly. Okay, let's go to the backyard. Chapter 7 Going to Sea. In the year 1509 of the Haiwan calendar, Shen Yuan completed his practice with Garp. During this period, I followed Garp to patrol the surrounding sea areas, and then returned to Windmill Village to exercise. Therefore, the frequency of pirate sightings in the surrounding waters became less and less frequent, and finally disappeared. At the same time, Shen Yuan's level also reached the upper limit and the first phase of the mission was opened. Same year, Shanks also came into contact with Luffy. At that time, Shen Yuan and Garp had already sailed and did not notice what was going on here. Now Garp comes back less and less frequently, and eventually he doesn't even come back once a year. Shen Yuan continued to practice and broke the shackles of class. All the accumulated experience points poured into the level, and after 5 levels in a row, it directly reached level 25. Shen Yuan added a little bit of the haki of knowledge, and the rest of the points were added to the haki of arms. Haiwan calendar year 1510. Shen Yuan is 14 years old. According to the development of the plot, Sabo also openly joined the team of the Three Little Ones, became brothers with Shen Yuan's ace Luffy, and now continues to practice with Shen Yuan. Same year, Sabo was attacked when he went to sea and was rescued by the revolutionary dragon. Shen Yuan did not forcefully interfere with the development of other people's plots, but just let nature take its course and save some people who did not deserve to die, that's all. This year, Shen Yuan made a major decision. Go to sea. This was exactly 2 years after Shen Yuan became his grandson. Shen Yuan has a resolute face, black hair, and wears a black robe. A long knife was straddled on his waist, and a scar on his chest complemented his strong physique. There is an aura of danger all the time. It is worth mentioning that Garp also took time out of his busy schedule to see Shen Yuan off. A group of villagers stood at the entrance of the village, all watching enthusiastically as Shen Yuan slowly boarded the boat. Ace stood at the port with a solemn expression. Brother Shen Yuan, in what capacity do you go to sea? Shen Yuan was stunned and smiled slightly. Adventurer. Adventurer. Ace and Luffy were both stunned. Garp doesn't think so, he can be anything other than a pirate. He doesn't want his grandson and apprentice to become a useless pirate. Garp shouted loud and clear, "Kid, don't give up the justice in your heart wherever you go." Shen Yuan waved his hand, acquiescing. Luffy also shouted excitedly, "Brother, when I become stronger again, we will meet on the sea." Shen Yuan turned his back to everyone, waved lightly, stepped onto the ship built by the four brothers, and gradually disappeared under the watch of everyone. It is worth mentioning that the three of Belmere had already been sent back to Kokozia village by Garp. Therefore, Shen Yuan's first stop was Kokozia village, to visit the three people he had not seen for a long time. Complete the mission. Own a ship of your own. Get reward, Devil Fruit Illustrated Book *1. Publish mission, explore this world. Randomly trigger rewards. Holy shit! Devil Fruit Illustrated Book. As soon as Shen Yuan thought, a booklet appeared in his hand. The simple pages revealed the mystery and showed the difference of this book. Shen Yuan was amazed while reading it. This is a Devil Fruit Illustrated Book. The sea was calm without any fluctuations. Due to Shen Yuan's frenzied killing of pirates in the past few years, Marine gradually became familiar with this name. Marine Headquarters, Marine Land. Shen Yuan, 14 years old, practiced with Garp 2 years ago but did not join Marine. You actually became an adventurer. Garp, is this what you did? Sengoku looked at Garp with a gloomy expression, pressed his identity information on the table, and stared at Garp fiercely. Ha 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 ha, didn't that kid become a pirate? He can be considered my closed disciple. Ha ha. Ha ha you. The Warring States period was extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. Such a good seedling, Garp didn't take it by force. Garp, where do you think that kid will go? Sengoku suddenly asked with a serious look on his face. Garp pondered for a moment, but then shook his head slightly. He said in a deep voice, "It might be the Great Sea Route, or it might be the East Daxia Sea. There will always be something worthy of his nostalgia. Well, just don't cause any trouble." Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he is not a heinous pirate. Shen Yuan had no idea at this time that he had been remembered by that old guy from the Warring States period. Arriving at Kokozia village, unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived at Kokozia village, there was movement in my system. Arrived at Kokozia village. Obtain reward, skill points *5. Shen Yuan did not hesitate to add it to the armed color haki. The level of armed color haki reached level 10. It reached the rank of mid-level armed color. Hey! Little Shen Yuan is back. A kind old lady came over with a smile. Shen Yuan smiled and nodded. At this time, Shen Yuan was carrying Tang Tian on his waist, which he had not used in recent years. At least you can master the ability to cover the weapon with the weapon color before you dare to use it, so that it can be non-destructive. He is 1.8 meters tall and has a resolute face. Wearing a black robe, the whole body shows the power of explosion. Shen Yuan exchanged a few words with the villagers and walked towards the place where his dream began. Brother Shen Yuan! Brother Shen Yuan is back! Nami shouted happily. At this time, Nami has grown into a slim little girl. Although Nyokijeo is a bit dark, her exquisite facial features also prove her extraordinary appearance. Brother Shen Yuan! Nyokijeo walked into the house holding a basket of oranges. Stars began to appear in her eyes when she looked at the tall and handsome Shen Yuan. Little Shen Yuan! A bold cry came from the distance, and Shen Yuan knew without turning around that it was Belmere's voice. Sister, I went to sea and came back to take a look this time. Belmere nodded. Shen Yuan's stage is not in Kokozia village. Not even the East Daxia Sea. His stage is the Grand Line, the New World, and the whole world. The family had a wonderful meal. Period. Shen Yuan kept telling stories about his travels in the East Daxia Sea in the past few years. The thrilling battles and some beautiful and boundless islands greatly aroused Nami's curiosity. Brother Shen Yuan, can you take me to sea with you? Nami asked cautiously. Although Belmar also yearned for him, he had lost his original passion. Nami, the place I'm going to is very dangerous, so I'm sorry, I can't take you with me. I don't want my family to be implicated if something happens to me. Nami nodded sadly, he really wanted to go out to sea and have a look. But she also knows that following Shen Yuan will encounter powerful opponents, and this is for her own good. After dinner, Shen Yuan once again set sail under the farewell of a group of villagers. Well, I'll go to Shields Town for a look at the next stop, just check in and leave. I'll definitely not get involved in Luffy's affairs. After setting sail, Shen Yuan continued to practice. While practicing, he looked at the sea in the distance. The ship slowly sailed towards Shields Town, and Shen Yuan also happened to purchase a wave of supplies. In the evening, the ship docked and Shen Yuan disembarked. Arrive at Shields Town. Reward skill points *5. Shen Yuan still allocates skill points to armed color haki. I am still level 21. What's going on? The level did not fluctuate at all, and Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel a little confused. Can't you level up only by killing your opponents? Chapter 8 Night Thief. Arriving at Shields Town, Shen Yuan casually found a pub to sit down. Madam Boss, have a glass of rum. He asked the landlady for a glass of wine, and was going to take a rest and take a look around. There aren't many supplies on the ship, right? Grab some. While Shen Yuan was drinking, he always listened to the conversations of the people around him intentionally or unintentionally. Things like Marine's tyranny and Roger's sea voyage. Shen Yuan didn't know how many times he heard this. Now he just wants to become stronger, keep getting stronger, and stand at the top of the world. Lady Luck is now at my house. Is it time for the owner of this highest power to change hands? After drinking all the wine in the glass, he walked out of the tavern. At this time, Shen Yuan had arrived at the small shop in the town. After purchasing some supplies on a large scale, I don't have much money left for my voyage. If I rob a bunch of marines, will I be wanted? Shen Yuan shook his head. Anyway, what you want is a night thief. What does it have to do with my adventurer Shen Yuan? At this time, son of Marine Colonel Monka, Bellamyber, who had his hair parted in the middle, entered the store with a very arrogant expression. Shen Yuan frowned as he looked at the backpack, and couldn't help but shout. You bumped into me, sorry. Shen Yuan didn't show any pretense, he opened his mouth and apologized, I'm sorry. Is this the end? Bellamyber took out his pistol, pointed it at Shen Yuan and prepared to shoot without hesitation. Shen Yuan frowned. Is this guy so arrogant when he is just a kid? Put down your backpack and punch Bellamyber in the face. Boom. His fists are like those of a tiger, with majestic power pouring into his face. It was directly blown away by the huge force and smashed the wall of the store. The surrounding marines were stunned. Defeat the plot character Bellamyber and increase the level by 22 levels. The upgrade comes with skill points, and Shen Yuan is very satisfied. Shen Yuan picked up his backpack again. There was a rustling sound. Bellamyber's life and death were unknown, so the sailors had no choice but to help him up first. It's really troublesome, Shen Yuan said, walking to the shore. After stuffing a whole large bag of supplies onto the boat, I noticed the faint sound of ships sailing in the distance, and couldn't help but become interested. Brothers, we... Before the leader could finish his words, a violent shock wave suddenly struck, smashing the ship into pieces in an instant. Lanjiao. It's Lanji. The leader is wearing a marine uniform, has a mustache, has a sinister look, and is hard to describe. Shen Yuan laughed loudly, stepped on moonwalk to move in front of this person, and kicked out with another land kick. Whoosh! Lanjia's slash cut the mast straight off. While everyone on the boat was stunned, Shen Yuan rushed forward and grabbed one of the leaders, Marine, by the neck. At this time, his palm was already covered with a weapon-colored domineering force as black as ink. "I'm Colonel Mouse, I'm Colonel Marine. You are provoking Marine's majesty by doing this." Shen Yuan exerted slight force on his palm, and then heard a click sound, and Colonel Mouse's neck was instantly twisted. Kill the plot character rat and raise the level to level 25. The rest of Marine's body was trembling and he didn't dare to look at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan showed off Marine's 6 moves, which proved something. The things our colonel did have become clear to the public. Either the matter is exposed and the door is cleared, or the marine traders are looting the same kind. Get all the supplies out of your ship. As soon as he finished speaking, all the marines took action, and boxes of treasure and even food were moved to the deck. Put it on my ship, and I'll go find Colonel Marine at this base to settle the score. The marines didn't dare to answer, and they all carried the supplies honestly. Watching Marine move all the supplies to his ship, he breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. "You can go." As if they had been granted amnesty, everyone raised their sails and disappeared in front of Shen Yuan almost instantly. "Just a little less skill. You can use the top weapon colors." Resisting the throbbing in my heart, I took advantage of the night and walked step by step towards the stronghold marine base. Step into the marine base. At this time, the interior of the stronghold is brightly lit. In the office, Marine Colonel Menka was sitting on the stage, thinking gloomily about the report just given by his subordinates. His son was knocked unconscious by a move, and the attacker disappeared without a trace. This made Menka very angry. "Search the surrounding area vigorously and we will not stop until we find this person." Just as Menka was thinking deeply after giving the order, a black shadow kicked the window into pieces. The visitor was wearing a black mask, holding a long knife covered in military colors in his hand, and his whole body was filled with a murderous aura. Are you the murderer who attacked my son?" Menka shivered and put on the marine cloak, holding the giant axe in front of him, staring at the mysterious man in front of him. Shen Yuan rushed over quickly, swung out a sword energy, and cut Menka's axe into 2 pieces with a roar. Then his left foot stepped on Menka's chest. With this force, he jumped into the air, his right foot suddenly exerted force, and kicked Menka hard on the chin. Bang! A violent crashing sound came from Menka's office, and the surrounding marines began to gather in large numbers and rushed towards Menka's office. Defeat the plot character Menka and raise the level to level 26. After the reward arrived, Shen Yuan stopped procrastinating, smashed the window, stepped on the moonwalk and disappeared into the night. By the time the marine soldiers arrived, I saw that Menka had collapsed in the office, making no sound, as if he was dead. But the rising and falling chest proves that he is still alive. This made the soldiers breathe a sigh of relief, and their subordinates began to deal with the aftermath, hurriedly repairing the broken battlefield. Report. A marine soldier rushed over and was stunned for a moment when he saw the mess. Menka painfully sat up with his hands on the ground, his eyes were lifeless, and it took him a full 5 minutes to recover. Report Colonel, we found the body of Colonel Rat on the coast of Shields Town. Menka's eyes narrowed. Crack. Why did everything bad happen to Laozi today? Menka was angry. Today's events are not allowed to be spread outside, please help me go and take a look. Menka slowly walked towards the coast with the support of marine soldiers. By coincidence, Shen Yuan escaped from Shields Town in a small boat. Point full, click full. Shen Yuan excitedly put all 5 skill points on Armed Color Haki. The moment the skill is fully charged, Shen Yuan felt the gain due to the full domineering points of the armed color, and the majestic energy filled his body. This power had nowhere to release, making Shen Yuan extremely uncomfortable. His fists were covered with black armed domineering force. There are also wisps of black mist surrounding the fist. Shen Yuan suddenly punched the sea. The sea surface suddenly produced a small spiral spray from the bottom of the sea, until the sea surface suddenly exploded, and the spray all over the sky brought up several Poseidon species with frightened faces. Shen Yuan grabbed one, pulled it out from the waist and swallowed the sky, cut the 5 Poseidon-like horses into pieces, and started cooking. Shen Yuan felt comfortable, but Menka felt uncomfortable. Looking at the rat lying on the beach, it died in an extremely cruel manner, with its throat crushed, its neck broken, and even a look of horror on its face. Menka took a breath of cold air. This state of death was enough to give him nightmares for 3 days and 3 nights. Clean up the battlefield and report the situation to the Marine headquarters truthfully. The sailor behind him was startled. Colonel Menka, didn't you say that the information should not be leaked? Menka's face darkened and he said speechlessly, the rat is dead, what are you doing in the sea area he was responsible for? After saying that, Menka felt pain in his chest again, and he knelt on the ground and vomited another mouthful of blood. Report to Colonel Menka that our treasury has been looted. When Menka heard this, he vomited out another mouthful of old blood. Chapter 9 Evil Little Pirate. I will. A few days into the voyage, Shen Yuan was lying on a deck chair, reading the newspaper leisurely. A lot of big things have happened recently, haven't they? In the year 1510 of the Hainan calendar, Kaido and Moria fought fiercely. Moria was defeated, and all his men were killed and the entire army was annihilated. Moonlight Moria is missing. Looking at the information in the newspaper, I thought of the missing Sabo for no reason. I don't know what happened to that boy Sabo. Shen Yuan sighed, glanced at the island gradually emerging in the distance, and smiled slightly. Get off the ship and step onto the ground in Orange Town. After receiving the reward, you can continue boarding the ship and sailing. Arrive at Orange Town. Get skill points *5. Shen Yuan continued to read the newspaper and began to think carefully. In the year 1510 of the Haiwan calendar, Kuina would fall down the stairs and die. Should he intervene? Wouldn't it be a shameful death to fall down the stairs and die? Anyway, if I fall to death, even if I transform into a devil, I won't let old thief Oda go. After thinking about it, Shen Yuan decided to check out all these islands, and then go to Yuxin Dojo to hone his sword skills. The blessings brought by the mechanical skills of swordsmanship are indeed unparalleled. Shen Yuan's wish is to train swallowing heaven into a black sword that is not inferior to the supreme sharp sword. This is every swordsman's ultimate dream. Focusing all his skill points on swordsmanship, the 6th level swordsmanship Grandmaster has reached the threshold of a swordsman. There is really nothing to go to in Orange Town, and Buggy has not arrived. He doesn't know where to wander at this time, and Shen Yuan is not willing to waste time. Marine Headquarters, Marine Land. What? Colonel Mouse died. Senguo's old face turned red and white at this time, looking very angry about Shen Yuan killing Marine. Okay, I understand. Send another colonel to take charge. The Warring States period had a gloomy look on its face. It was because of what Roger said before his death that he ushered in the deeply hated Age of Discovery. Damn Roger, damn Roger. Garp ate the senbei with an innocent look on his face. He also grabbed a newspaper and looked at it with relish, pointing while eating. Garp. Are you really not considering being promoted to general? Garp waved his hand and answered. Warring States sighed softly and began to deal with busy official duties. Reporting to Warring States Fleet Admiral, a sailor reported that someone saw the appearance of the colonel who attacked the rat. Let him in. A sailor staggered in and looked nervously at the Marine Fleet Admiral in front of him. Report to the Warring States Fleet Admiral. What's wrong? Say it. The sailor was already very nervous, but seeing Fleet Admiral's face break down in front of him, he became even more frightened. Warring States seemed to realize his gaffe, relaxed his attitude, and waved his hand. Seeing that the Warring States period has eased a lot. The Marine told him everything that happened in Shields Town like he was pouring beans. At this time, Sengoku's face grew darker as he listened, and he looked at Garp beside him with an angry look. "Okay, you go down now." The sailors were relieved. He quit the Fleet Admiral office and breathed a sigh of relief. After Hai Bing walked out of the office, Senguo found out Shen Yuan's identity information. "Garp, is he your good grandson?" Garp was slightly startled. "What?" "See for yourself." He took over the identity information of Warring States period and began to read through it. "Let's end this matter. You also know what a mouse is." Garp didn't care, or even didn't care. "Garp, this is the last time." Warring States was extremely angry. For Garp's sake, Shen Yuan was not wanted this time. The next day, Shen Yuan arrived at the new island, and the moment he stepped on the ground, the reward arrived. Arrive at Ziluobia village. Get bonus skill points *5. Swordsmanship Grandmaster has reached level 11, and Shen Yuan is now a veritable swordsman. Walking into the island all the way, Shen Yuan felt very confused when he didn't see the plot character Usopp. "Hey! I am. You are a brat with 8,000 men, right? Your father is Jesus Bulletin, the dirty pirate, right?" Usopp was stunned by these words and didn't know what to say. Evil little pirate, I will get to know you personally." The majestic momentum suddenly erupted, making several little ghosts tremble all over and sweat profusely. The extremely fast fist suddenly hit Usopp. Seeing the fist getting closer and closer, Usopp was so scared that he closed his eyes. Be prepared for the arrival of Shinigami. But after a few seconds, the attack still hasn't come. Usopp tentatively opened his eyes and looked at Shen Yuan, who had already withdrawn his fist. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Evil little pirate, you are not worthy of being killed by me myself." Sure enough, being intimidated by momentum is also a form of defeat. Defeat the plot character Usopp and raise the level to level 27. Usopp was so frightened that he froze in place and did not dare to move. "You are lucky today." Shen Yuan stopped looking for trouble with Usopp, turned around and went straight to Princess Kaya's villa. Usopp finally came to his senses and gasped for air. Who? The momentum just now. Different from pirates, different from marine. In short, he doesn't look like a good person or a bad person, he is a very weird person. Usopp stood up staggeringly, looking at Shen Yuan, who had walked away, and just stood there. At this time, Shen Yuan. All the way to the door of Kaya Villa, Shen Yuan was greeted by Meili, the housekeeper, who looked like a pleasant goat. "Please call Crab Eater to come over. I have something to ask him." "Excuse me, who are you?" Meili asked doubtfully. "I am his friend, please call Crab Eater out." Meili thought for a moment, then turned and walked into the villa. "Who's looking for me?" Crow pushed up his glasses and walked out, wearing a black dress, and the brooch was an indescribable shape. "Who are you?" Crow narrowed his eyes and looked at the mysterious young man in front of him. "Excuse me for a moment, Mr. Crow." Crow was startled and couldn't help but panic inside. "Has my story been exposed?" "Impossible." After careful consideration, he followed Shen Yuan down the mountain. "What's the matter with you?" Shen Yuan couldn't help but punched Crow's glasses to pieces. Crow held on to his glasses without lenses and looked at Shen Yuan with a gloomy expression. "CLO, I know all the things you did." Crow was shocked again. "Don't even think about leaving today." After saying that, Crow clapped his hands and said. 3 figures slowly appeared on the hillside in the distance, threatening Shen Yuan as they surrounded him from all sides. "I don't know who you are, but why does this kid look so human-like? Does he wear glasses or is he heart-shaped? Holy shit, let me finish." Crow said again, "You will die here today. After all, the dead will not. These 2 brothers are fat and thin fairy boys. One is tall, one is short, one is fat and the other is thin. They are a bit like boys giving money. We have a great harvest today. Crow's face darkened and he wanted to say something. Just when I was about to speak, he suddenly saw Shen Yuan suddenly burst into flames. Pull out the swallowing sky and slash it directly on the body of the Catman brother. Huge power penetrates the chest of the Catman brother. The sudden attack caught everyone by surprise. By the time the others reacted, the Catman brother had already made no sound. Thumbs up one at wo. Look at me. This time, it was Shen Yuan's turn to be speechless. He raised his foot and fired an explosive shot towards Zhang Jiao. Before he could dodge, Zhang Jiao was hit straight away. The strong slash left a hideous wound on Zhang Jiao's chest, and he couldn't help but vomit a large mouthful of blood. Vomit. He swung a punch again and hit the Catman brother hard on the head. The same power, the same attack method, the same death method. The head exploded suddenly, the blood mist spread outward, and the whole valley was filled with the smell of blood. Crow was dumbfounded on the spot, his long claws had already been stretched out. Spoon. Before Crow finished casting the spell, Shen Yuan's attack had arrived. Itoryu. I. After the words fell, Crow knelt on the ground weakly, dying. Shen Yuan raised Tunshan and slashed with his sword again. Cut off Zhang Jiao's neck with one knife. Sheath the knife. Shen Yuan turned around and left calmly. Chapter 10 The Beginning and Ending Town. Kill the Cat Brothers and Zhang Jiao in the story mission, defeat Crow, and raise the level to level 31. I spent all my remaining balance on the swordsmanship Grandmaster. Shen Yuan felt very at ease with the level 16 swordsmanship. Suppressing Tunshan's violent strength, he resolutely sailed to the last stop of his journey to the East Daxia Sea. Rogue Town. Donghai, Rogue Town. The town where the system begins and ends. Because One Piece Roger was executed in this town, this area has become a gathering place for a large number of pirates. Dasi Chi, how many pirates were captured today? Smoker holds 2 cigars in his mouth and has silver hair that is 37%. Wearing a marine cloak, with a pair of sea towers and stone hands behind his back emitting a cold light. At this moment, he was sitting on a 3-wheeled motorcycle, looking at the people around him with confidence. Report to Colonel Smoker, no pirates were captured today. Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. The movement of pirates has indeed become much smaller in recent days. Perhaps it is because Garp often visits the East Daxia Sea. Therefore, the East Daxia Sea is called the weakest sea. Crack, snap. There was a sound of footsteps. Shen Yuan is still wearing a black robe. He has upgraded his swordsmanship Grandmaster to the full level by relying on the 5 skill points obtained by punching in. It is no exaggeration to say that if Kaido now uses Shen Yuan's strongest slash to hit the cliff, he will be seriously injured, and there is no chance to counterattack. Smoker noticed Shen Yuan walking in the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly, and just stared at it. Seeing Shen Yuan walking past him, Smoker was suddenly startled. That person! That person! Smoker was stunned and looked at Shen Yuan with a horrified look. What's wrong with that person? Mr. Smoker. Dashki was very surprised and quickly raised his head and looked around. The look in that person's eyes is wrong, it's like. Scenes flashed through Smoker's mind. It felt like being stared at by a wild beast. Dashki was stunned and stared at it at a loss. Shen Yuan didn't pay attention to Smoker. At this time, he was thinking about how to find Rayleigh. If Rayleigh is not in Rogue Town, he is in Sabayati. When the time comes, go directly through the Grand Line to the land of Sabayati and complete your goal of finding a Murloc companion. When sailing on the sea, it is essential to have a Grandmaster water-based partner. Wait a moment. Smoker's voice reached Shen Yuan's ears. His body froze, he looked back at Smoker, and then stood there waiting for Smoker to come forward. Wait a minute, who are you? Smoker said. Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan? Are you Shen Yuan? I have heard Lieutenant General Garp say over the years that you are Lieutenant General Garp's grandson. Shen Yuan's face darkened. This old boy goes around saying that I am his grandson? Why is it so awkward? He was stunned for a moment. He didn't refute and nodded. How about it, do you want to spar with me? Shen Yuan is happy, why don't you want the experience baby that comes to your door? Okay, I'm happy to accompany you. At this moment on the coast, some fishermen who were preparing to go fishing did not leave immediately. Instead, he stared at the duel on the field with great interest. After all, he might only see this kind of scene once in his life. Smoker reached behind his back and held Halo Shishi's hand tightly, his eyes fixed on Shen Yuan in front of him. Looking at Shen Yuan again, he didn't even get into an attacking stance. This made Smoker feel insulted. In the past few years that he had been stationed in Rog Town, not to mention dominating the East Daxia Sea, he was somewhat famous. Who do you think Lao Zi is? Lao Zi is the White Hunter. White Snake. Its arms turned into smoke, wrapping around like a lion majesty. The right hand touches the handle of the knife, the left hand is covered with the weapon color and grabs the smoke arm, the right hand pulls out the swallowing sky and strikes instantly. Smoker was shocked when he saw the black sword energy in front of him. So he hurriedly stepped back, retracted his arm, and narrowly dodged the blow. How is it? Do you want to fight again? Smoker took a big breath of air. This feeling of oppression was unprecedented. White fist. Smoke fist strikes again. Creak. Shen Yuan held Smoker's fist and applied a little force. Smoker felt pain and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He ducked again and came to Smoker. The black-armed domineering force covered the surface of the fist, and it was aimed at Smoker's face and punched. Bang! Smoker flew upside down for more than 10 meters, and the cigar flew into the air, drawing an arc of smoke. Smoker coughed out a mouthful of blood and pushed himself up to get up. Halo Shishi stabbed out instantly. This scene shocked and frightened Dashki. What surprised me was the swordsmanship of Shen Yuan in front of me, but what scared me was that Smoker would be beaten to death by this man. Regardless of his injuries, Smoker suddenly attacked again. This time he used the 10 hands of Sea Tower Stone. The sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Smoker launched the offensive with the attitude of risking his life. Call out! Shen Yuan refused to dodge and punched again. The moment the 10 hands collided with the fist, the 10 hands form could no longer be maintained. I saw that the 10 hands began to break inch by inch, and finally the entire 10 hands were shattered. Shen Yuan's fist did not lose its power and still hit Smoker's face hard. Bang! Smoker flew out for the second time, but this time there was no movement, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. Weak and pitiful ability user, I don't know how high the world is, how can a loser like you be as famous as Kakashi? Shen Yuan sighed lightly and turned to look at Dashki, who was stunned. How about it? Do you want to try it too? Dashki trembled all over, but his pursuit of swordsmanship defeated the fear in his heart, and he raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Shen Yuan. Good swordsmanship. As the highest etiquette of a swordsman, I will use the strongest slash to fight you. Dashki's eyes were determined, he nodded, and raised the knife in his hand. Showers. One sword style. Black light funeral. Shen Yuan was very satisfied with this name. A swordsman must have his own style. Then I heard a flash of sword light, and then they collided together. Without any suspense, Dashki's attack was easily resolved, and then a terrifying wound appeared on Dashki's body. Pfft! A hideous wound was exposed on Dashki's chest, which was extremely terrifying. Bang! Defeat the story characters Smoker and Dusky. And the level will be increased by 33. Shen Yuan nodded secretly. Now he is level 33. When he reaches level 40, he can learn Conqueror's Haki. Dashki forced herself to stand up and smiled reluctantly. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance, which made me realize the lack of my own strength." After saying this, Dashki suddenly fell to the ground. Smoker also woke up leisurely. In fact, the two of them were not seriously injured. "Shen Yuan, what do you mean by those words?" Smoker gasped violently, and Marine's cloak flew to nowhere. "Smoker, there is nothing wrong with blindly developing fruit abilities, but the mistake is that you are too weak." Smoker's face darkened, and his body, which was already in severe pain, became even worse. "If you don't mind, I'm going to the Grand Line next, follow me out to sea. It can be as short as a few months or as long as a year. During this time, I will guide you in practicing domineering so that you can have a place in the new world." Smoker's eyes lit up. But it got dark again. "This guy wants me to switch jobs. Marine becomes a pirate." Chapter 11 Pluton Rayleigh. "Are you going to be a pirate?" Smoker asked tentatively. "No, it's an adventurer. My identity is an adventurer," Shen Yuan said firmly. "Then why are you going to the Grand Line?" "Of course I want to see this world. By the way, are you a pirate in the Grand Line? Didn't your mother teach you not to be discriminatory about identity when you were a child?" Smoker nodded and shook his head again. His CPU was burning. "But in order to become stronger, what if you receive hundreds of millions of punishments?" "Boy, that's right." A distant voice came from a distance, wearing grey hair, reading glasses, and a white cape and flip-flops. Who else could it be? Rayleigh. One Piece's right wrist. "Boy, are you interested in having a fight with me?" Rayleigh witnessed the whole battle that just happened, and the warlike genes in his body were faintly pulsing at this moment. "Of course, after all, you are the right arm of One Piece, Pluton Rayleigh." Rayleigh smiled. "You came here specifically to see me?" "Yes and no." Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, but then he drew out his long knife and took a stance. And Shen Yuan here also drew his sword and stood up, his eyes flashing red. "What a dangerous junior." Rayleigh smiled. Life or death was unpredictable. A high-speed slash came towards me. The latter swung out a flying slash without dodging, and the two collided with each other, sending out short-lived air waves and circles. "Call out. The supreme fast shoes are coming at a rapid speed." Rayleigh's right foot suddenly covered with armed domineering energy and kicked straight towards Shen Yuan. The right side of Shen Yuan's face was passed dangerously and dangerously. Shen Yuan held Rayleigh's ankle with his backhand, used the former's strength to turn it around, and then threw it heavily to the ground. It wasn't over yet. He quickly used his domineering force to hit Rayleigh's body. Rayleigh turned over and dodged, and swung a sword again to confuse the opponent. The spectacle lenses under his glasses shone slightly, and his right leg was covered with domineering energy again. A kick hit Shen Yuan's arm. Bang! Black and red lightning surrounded the two of them. Conqueror's entanglement. "Old man, you have a lot of work." After saying this, Shen Yuan suddenly felt that his internal organs were a little displaced. Shen Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was no need to suppress it at this moment. The top-notch armed color-covered Tunshin. Tunshin also exploded with unprecedented power, and black mist continued to flow on the blade. The knife was swung violently. Rayleigh hurriedly drew a knife to fight with him. The two were like two bolts of lightning constantly shuttling through the air, and the sound of ping, 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 ping could be heard from above, continuing this excellent battle. At this time, Rayleigh was so strong that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This weapon was probably as good as a garp. Clang! Clang! Ding dong! The two figures gradually overlapped, and the fierce battle continued. Thrilling collision sounds continued to be heard, and Smoker on the side was dumbfounded by this scene. A battle between two powerhouses without fruit. He is unprecedented in this life. Boom! The black sword flashed and Rayleigh was instantly chopped away. Bang! Rayleigh hit the ground. Lanjiao. Whoosh. 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 The combination of languis and shave. Release it multiple times in a short period of time to form a continuous slashing attack. Ding ding ding. Rayleigh took Lan's leg in an orderly manner, and was stunned for a moment. Another black slash. Rayleigh's eyes widened. He dodged in advance due to the perception of seeing and hearing, and narrowly avoided the slashing attack. This slashing attack completely lowered the altitude of Rogtown Pier by several meters. A big bead of sweat quietly fell to the ground. Rayleigh adjusted her glasses, her pressure suddenly increased. One sword style. Black flash. Combining the quick sword drawing and shaving, the swift and violent slashing strikes again. Rayleigh drew her knife again to fight. Chiang. The sword in Rayleigh's hand was knocked behind him by the sword. Gradually, Rayleigh became more and more unable to do what she wanted. Due to an oversight, he was hit hard in the face with a punch. He flew over 10 meters and landed next to Smoker. Boom! Rayleigh stood up staggeringly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and was about to speak. Before he could finish pretending, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. Wow! A large mouthful of blood fell on the ground. Rayleigh gasped violently and was extremely weak. Seeing the former's appearance, Shen Yuan stopped attacking. Defeat the plot character Rayleigh and raise the level to level 38. Shen Yuan was overjoyed, allocated the skill points reasonably, and opened the attribute bar eagerly. Open the system properties bar. Name, Shen Yuan. Age, 14 years old. Identity, Adventurer. Skills, Marine 6 Styles, LV1, Sword Skills Grandmaster, Full Level. Physical Enhancement, LV11, Agility Enhancement, LV1, Strength Enhancement, LV1, Speed Enhancement, LV1. Armed Color Haki, Full Level, Wisdom Color Haki, LV4. Physique 99.6/100. Agility, 43.5/100. Speed 50.6/100. Power 70.6/100. Level 38. Through this period of fighting, have your surrounding attributes increased significantly? At the same time, by maxing out the enhanced skills, your physical attributes will reach their peak, which is just around the corner. Shen Yuan specializes in offense, and his strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries frightens the enemy, so speed and agility are not valued much by him. Most of his current attributes are honed in battles. Rayleigh took out a bottle of wine and drank it leisurely, looking at Shen Yuan in front of him with a smile. As expected of Garp's grandson. Rayleigh raised his head and took a sip of wine, wiped his mouth, and sighed heavily. Strong domineering spirit and superb swordsmanship. Young man, what is your dream? Rayleigh looked at Shen Yuan with interest, waiting for Shen Yuan's answer. Me. Rayleigh nodded. Shuffle the world. Rayleigh was startled, then smiled in relief. Where is your next journey? The Grand Line. How about I accompany you for a while? I also want to go to the Sabayati Islands to settle down. Smoker's face darkened. Marine was traveling with pirates, and there was an adventurer? I'm done with it, I'm done with it. Smoker muttered softly. Of course, but you have to work. Rayleigh chuckled and nodded. Shen Yuan ignored the others, turned around and walked towards the execution platform. Rayleigh Smoker also followed. Dashki Yuya woke up and was stunned on the spot. Where is this? The surrounding environment was in a mess and dilapidated. Shen Yuan came to the execution platform and just stared quietly without saying a word. He was actually searching for plot characters around him. Bartolomeo, where are you? Shen Yuan thought secretly in his heart and couldn't help but start looking around. Rayleigh frowned. What are you looking for? After looking around but not finding it, Shen Yuan simply stopped looking. He took another deep look at the execution platform and left this town of beginning and end. Marine headquarters, Marine land. What? You said Smoker and Dusky are missing. Warring States Fleet Admiral, Colonel Smoker may have followed Shen Yuan out of Rog Town. Warring States took a sharp breath and slammed his hand on the table. Bang! What else happened? The sailor who reported the story tried to think back for a while, and then said again, Shen Yuan and Pluton Rayleigh met, and a big battle broke out at the Rog Town pier. Who won? Warring States asked eagerly. Maybe, it's Shen Yuan. Hiss. Warring States gasped. Although he had expected this result, he still couldn't control his shock when he heard it with his own ears. Hang up the phone and listen to the report during this period. It was all a small-scale battle at first, but now Rayleigh appears. This has to be taken seriously by Marine. Killing Colonel Marine, killing Django, who had a bounty of 8 million Baileys, and his Catman brothers, and then defeating the 2 Duskies in Rog Town, these are nothing. The most important thing is that Shen Yuan defeated Rayleigh. But he didn't kill him. This proves that Shen Yuan is not against the pirates. Shen Yuan is both good and evil, and is an extremely unstable factor. Come here, prepare a reward list. Warring States sighed, Garp, we really can't cover up this time. Chapter 12 The First Bounty. Is it both a disaster and a blessing? Ga. 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 Shen Yuan touched the newspaper pigeon's head, bought a newspaper, lay on the recliner and started reading. Here is your reward list. Rayleigh held the wine bottle in one hand and a brand new reward list in the other. How much? Shen Yuan asked urgently. The bounty is 530 million Baileys, Shinigami Shen Yuan. Above the reward list is a photo of Shen Yuan touching the hilt of the knife with one hand and making a fist with the other. Shen Yuan smiled and saw that his glorious deeds were recorded in the newspaper. Rayleigh, it seems I stepped on you to get the position. It seems that Sengoku, an old man, wants to praise me. He was given the title of Shinigami at the age of 14, but that's exactly what I wanted. Rayleigh smiled and said nothing, walked to Shen Yuan, and checked the contents of the newspaper with him. Smoker stood at the bow of the boat and steered the ship with a dark face, his face turning pale and green in turns. It seemed like he was here to be the helmsman. Donghai, Kokozia village. Nami was running around the village with Shen Yuan's reward, jumping up and down with joy. Nami! Don't run around! Belmer was holding a large basket of oranges behind Nami and kept telling her. 530 million Baileys. 530 million Baileys. Brother Shen Yuan is so awesome. Jian stared at the contents of the newspaper with a gloomy face, exhaled and said slowly, Fortunately, this kid didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, otherwise Lao Zi would have had to beat him to death. Bellmeyer smiled and said nothing, staring at Ajian lovingly, if you want to beat little Shen Yuan to death, you must get past me first. Ajian blushed, threw down the newspaper and ran away. Bellmeyer laughed and picked up the newspaper on the ground, then looked into the distance. I hope you can really realize your dream. East Daxia Sea, Windmill Village. Garp took Shen Yuan's reward list and posted it in the tavern, and boldly ordered a glass of wine. Have a drink. Maginot smiled and handed Garp a glass of wine, and slowly said, Why is Mr. Garp so happy today? My grandson defeated Rayleigh head-on. The first bounty was 530 million belly. Garp didn't care about the bounty on his grandson, even if he was scolded by Sengoku, it didn't matter. Your grandson is really amazing. Maginot also agreed. Old man, why didn't you? Ace looked at the bulletin board where the pirate bounty orders were posted, and saw Shen Yuan's bounty order at the first sight. Brother's bounty is so high. Luffy also noticed the bounty and his eyes were full of little stars. Yes, old man, brother, what did he do? Garp glanced at the two little ones behind him and threw a newspaper over. See for yourself. Luffy couldn't read, but Ace knew a little bit and started reading to Luffy. Shinigami Shinyan went to sea as an adventurer, killed Colonel Mouse in Shields Town, killed the pirate Zango and his men when passing through Shirobya village, and defeated Marine Colonel Smoker in Rogue Town. The final battle with Pluton Rayleigh ended in a big victory. Ace's expression gradually became frightened as he chanted, and he fought with Pluton Rayleigh and won. Well. Ace suddenly remembered what Shen Yuan had said to him before. No matter what your identity is, you must have your own beliefs. Your own beliefs, your own ideals. Ace ignored the noisy people in the tavern, sat aside and began to think deeply. East Daxia Sea, an unknown island. Come on, come on. Drink, drink. The red-haired Shanks and everyone were having a banquet, and a cheerful atmosphere filled the entire island. Shanks, there's a very interesting boy here. Hawkeye walked over slowly, holding a brand new reward list in his hand. Oh. The red-haired man doubtfully took the reward list from Hawkeye's hand, and while reading it, he and Hawkeye started reminiscing. Eagle Eye, you. Before he finished speaking, the red-haired man saw Shen Yuan's name at first sight. This name was familiar to him. This is the kid who wanted to challenge himself back then. Who would have thought that he would now have a bounty of 500 million? I know this kid. The red-haired man smiled lightly. Hawkeye became interested and continued, this boy's swordsmanship seems to be very superb. The hand he touched the hilt of the sword. It's Liu Ying's armed color. The red-haired man said solemnly. If you can, you go to the Grand Line now and strangle him in the cradle. This may affect your plan. Hawkeye crossed his arms, wore a top hat, and the black knife behind his back revealed a sinister temperament. The red-haired man shook his head and did not continue the topic. Instead, he touched his broken arm. I've already placed my bet. The red-haired man sighed, this kid is very ambitious and difficult to control. Hawkeye took a deep breath, and then said seriously, if you have the chance, you must learn the swordsmanship with this brat. After saying this, Hawkeye also took a rare glass of wine and started a banquet with the red-haired pirates. People like Kaido and Charlotte Linlin didn't react much when they saw this reward order. White-bearded Edward Newgate held Shen Yuan's reward list, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. This boy is Garp's grandson. If I recruit this boy to be my son, wouldn't I be a generation younger than Garp? The white-bearded old man's face darkened, and he raised his head and looked at the sea. A great genius actually went to sea as an adventurer. Maybe this is his isolation from this world. Whitebeard shook his head and laughed dumbly. Marco stood aside stunned, looking at his father's appearance, curious for no reason. Dad, whose reward order are you looking at? Marco stepped forward with a smile and took the reward order from Whitebeard. Shinigami Shin Yuan? What a weird name. Marco smiled and shook his head. This kid is quite capable. Being able to defeat the old man Rayleigh head-on is enough to prove his strength. Marco was furious. What if Marine fabricated the news? As we all know, pictures can't be edited. Whitebeard laughed boldly, goo la la la. Goo la la la. The world has been riddled with holes for a long time, and we need such a maverick kid. Marco and the others stared blankly at their father's appearance, and laughed together for no reason. East Daxia Sea, Orange Town. The clown buggy has arrived at Orange Town and quickly occupied it. He is holding the red-haired bounty in his hand, and the super newcomer who was born in Donghai. Red-haired Shanks, this BD, Laozi can't spare him. And what's going on with this kid? The first bounty was 500 million belly? Could it be that he blew up the Marine headquarters? Buggy was very interested. If I meet this guy, I will get the reward of 500 million belly. Brother, dinner is ready. Young ones, get ready for the party. Profound. The one who had the biggest reaction was Akainu, who was still a general at this moment. Kizaru Aokiji didn't take it seriously. He was used to this kind of people for a long time. This is Lieutenant General Garp's grandson. Akainu said with a gloomy look. Oh. Kizaru became interested, grabbed the newspaper next to him and started reading. The descendants of Lieutenant General Garp are really monsters. Kizaru said half jokingly and half seriously. Aokiji also nodded silently without speaking. This brat deserves to die. Akainu walked out of the conference room fiercely and slammed the door. This scene was a bit like Danzo. Chapter 13, Whiskey Mountain? Will you welcome me? 4998,4999,5000. After training, Shen Yuan put down the barbell and lay on his side on the recliner. My physique is just a little bit short of reaching its peak. It's just the last step. Thinking like this, Shen Yuan silently looked at his attribute values. Boy Shen Yuan, the road ahead is Gemini Cape, do you want to stop? Rayleigh pointed to a lighthouse in the distance and asked Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan nodded while eating breakfast. Master, is it okay to eat? Dashki humbly stood behind Shen Yuan holding a plate. After a night of instruction, Dashki had made some progress in swordsmanship. It's okay, not bad, keep working hard. Dashki smiled and nodded, very happy. Smoker was still at the helm, little black and black. The ship broke through the waves and moved forward slowly in the breeze. A group of people entered the waters of Twin Capes. At this time, a whale suddenly charged. The huge tail attacks the ship directly. At this moment, Shen Yuan moved. It flew into the air on the moonwalk and kicked its tail violently. The attacks from both sides instantly caused huge waves, shaking the surrounding Poseidon species and causing them to swim back dozens of meters. The whale was dissatisfied and slapped one tail again. Shen Yuan still pushed him with one kick. Poseidon's around, Arminos. Fight if you want, don't take us with you. The whale Laboon was so violently attacked that he became unstable and retreated a few meters before regaining his balance. Laboon, I have a secret here that you want to know, but you have to agree to one condition. Laboon slapped the water suddenly, expressing confusion. Laboon, I know something about the Lombard pirates. In exchange, you are not allowed to hurt yourself anymore, and then wait for Brooke to come to you, do you understand? When Laboon heard this, he immediately became docile and listened quietly to Shen Yuan's words. Rayleigh on the boat also listened to Shen Yuan's story with great interest, seeming to be reminded of Roger's travels. After the Lombard pirates crossed the Red Continent, the captain was infected with an unknown virus on an island. Finally, he asked his companions to leave him and continue sailing. One of them died of illness on the island, and then Brooke was appointed as the next captain. After that, they passed through the Devil's Triangle to fight other pirate groups. Since the enemy's weapons were poisonous, all members of the Lombard pirates were injured and poisoned during the battle, and there was no place for treatment in the Devil's Triangle. In the end, all the members were poisoned and died. Only Brooke was resurrected after his death due to the power of the underworld fruit. After Shen Yuan finished speaking, his body also fell on Laboon's head, and he gently stroked Laboon's scar-covered head. Don't be discouraged. There are still survivors of the Lumba pirates. He will come. After this, you must take good care of your body. Do you understand? Laboon splashed the water happily and cheered a few times. www. Shen Yuan returned to the ship with satisfaction, continued to let Smoker take the helm, and sailed into the interior of the Red Earth continent. Kurikas witnessed the entire incident, smiled as he watched the ship in front of him sail into the Red Earth continent, and welcomed everyone into the Red Earth continent with a smile. Old guy! Don't you recognize me? Rayleigh smiled and stepped forward to hug Kurikas. Kurikas said with tears streaming down his face, Rayleigh, why are you here? Even Rayleigh couldn't help but shed tears at this time. We are old comrades we haven't seen for several years. This friendship is extremely precious. How have you been lately? The two just started chatting without paying any attention to the crowd. Shen Yuan didn't care either. Seeing the rewards for checking into the Red Earth continent arrive in his account, his little face smiled like a flower. Arrive at the Red Earth continent and get bonus skill points *5. Shen Yuan looked at the 5 skill points and hesitantly added them all to the color of knowledge. Entering Kurika's hut, he looked at the old ship's doctor again. He didn't have any intention of challenging him. He just quietly listened to the two old friends reminiscing about the past and what happened in the past. Story. Drinking wine, eating cakes, and listening to stories, isn't it a happy thing? A few hours later. Let's go. Rayleigh glanced at Shen Yuan with unfinished thoughts, stood up and prepared to board the ship. Kurikas also saw everyone off and said goodbye to everyone with a smile. Looking at the docile Laboon in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. It's not that there is no gain at all. At least there are still 5 guaranteed skill points. Shen Yuan thought this way and continued to let Smoker take the helm. Smoker. On the boat, Shen Yuan guided Dashki's sword practice. Rayleigh lay on the recliner and watched quietly. Smoker remains at the helm. Smoker couldn't help it anymore and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Shen Yuan. Wait a minute. Once you enter the Grand Route, I promise to personally guide you in practicing domineering. Smoker took a deep breath, closed his eyes and continued to steer. In a moment, under the swordsmanship guidance of Shen Yuan and Dashki, the group arrived at the Whiskey Mountain Peak. The mountain that welcomes pirates. We are adventurers, how can they still welcome me? Rayleigh smiled and said, I am a pirate. Smoker. Stepping onto land, familiar rewards arrive. Arrive at Whiskey Peak. Get bonus skill points *5. 5 points of skills have been added to the color of knowledge. Now the level of color of knowledge has reached level 14, and it can even predict the future for a short time. What a crime! Shen Yuan and the others walked into the town step by step and couldn't help but click their tongues when looking at the devastated town in front of them. Hey, little pirate brother! Before the leader of the gang could finish speaking, he saw Rayleigh standing aside. It's Pluton Rayleigh. The expression on the little guy's face gradually became frightened, and finally became extremely frightening. Run, run! Rayleigh smiled slightly, and then a wave of Conqueror's domineering energy suddenly burst out, stunning the surrounding minions instantly. Shen Yuan stepped forward, and in front of him was a dark-skinned, strange-looking young man who was immediately alert. Before he could react, Shen Yuan punched him in the head. Bang! The huge force instantly shattered the head of the little guy standing in front of him. Smoker stood behind and gasped, looking at Shen Yuan in front of him in shock. Bang! The minion fell to the ground. Shen Yuan continued to look around. He couldn't help but be very disappointed when he didn't see the target he wanted to kill. Candle attack! Candle! Shen Yuan is excited. Is he the third brother of the Emperor's deputy more than 10 years later? Turning around, he saw a 3 above his head. A man wearing a striped shirt and khaki pants had a candle in his hand and shot it out towards Shen Yuan. Whoosh! Shen Yuan easily dodged the attack, quickly moved in front of him, and suddenly punched him. Bang! The canned lemon was instantly knocked away, smashing several tombstones behind the mountain. Defeat the plot character Galtino and raise the level to level 39. Death Mood. Golden Week kept waving his paintbrush below, trying to restrict Shen Yuan's actions. Shen Yuan glanced at Golden Week coldly, and used his super powerful color perception attack to easily dodge La Qua's attack. He ducked in front of Golden Week, drew his knife and chopped the drawing board into pieces, grabbed Golden Week's braid, and lifted it up. Let me go! Let me go! Shen Yuan became more and more annoyed as he watched. How disobedient! Crack! He shouted with a big mouth. Golden Week fainted instantly. Shen Yuan threw it aside casually, looked at the SE and bald man in front of him, licked his tongue, full of fighting spirit. Chapter 14 Baroque Studio. Defeat the story character Miss Golden Week, and the level will be raised to level 40. As soon as you reach level 40, Conqueror's skills have already unlocked you. He added all 2 skills to Conqueror's Haki without hesitation. For a time, the vast aura condensed instantly, and Shen Yuan couldn't help but release it. The Black Conquerors instantly spread from its center to the surroundings. This scene amazed Rayleigh, who was watching the battle from a distance. Shen Yuan tentatively clenched his fist, and black and white lightning instantly wrapped around him, and an even more powerful aura came out. Conquerors, entanglement. It seems that my qualifications are too high. This kind of ability can be easily learned as long as there is an introduction. Shen Yuan was so itchy that he suddenly blasted towards the earth. His surroundings began to tremble like an earthquake. Smoker and Dashki behind him were unable to stand firmly, and they staggered and held on to the house beside them before they could stand firm. Bonus's scalp went numb when he saw this scene, and his fists caused a small earthquake. He didn't know how many moves he could take. As he said this, Mr. Wonda's Bonus's hands transformed into 2 sharp long knives, and he rushed forward bravely. Bang! Shen Yuan knocked Bonus unconscious with a casual punch, and he was buried in the ground like a green onion. SE Boxing. Memoirs of Summer. Feng Clay kicked him in the air. Shen Yuan dodged the attack like a prophet, and stretched out his right arm to grab his collar. Taking advantage of the inertia, he took a step back, and his arm suddenly exerted force. Boom! Von Clay is also embedded in the land like Bonus. What? Do you want to plant it in the ground too? Mrs. Fingers were about to escape from the beginning, but under the influence of Conqueror's domineering force. My legs are weak. How to run? Tell me how to run? The 2 fingers quickly activated the fruit's ability, and spikes sprouted from the arms to block the chest. This time I learned how to do it with both hands. Looking at the green onions stuck in the ground, cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Shen Yuan moved. Seeing Shen Yuan's figure getting closer and closer, his stern face gradually appeared in front of his eyes with his fingers. She didn't react. My eyes captured the scene, but my body couldn't keep up with the action. The fist struck his arms instantly. Feeling the severe pain coming from his arms, he clenched his teeth with both fingers. Without waiting for his reaction, the former's big hand tried to grab the collar again, but this time didn't catch it. You're wearing those damn tights. Shen Yuan simply held his neck and swung it suddenly. The latter was thrown into the air by him, throwing out a beautiful arc, and finally landed suddenly next to Feng Clay. A family must be neat and tidy, and men and women should be equal. Defeat the plot characters Das Bonus, Von Clay, and Zayla, and raise the level to level 43. Shen Yuan did not hesitate at all. All are added to Conqueror's Haki. At this time, Conqueror's Haki level has reached level 5. Shen Yuan looked at the 3 people planting green onions side by side, then looked around, and finally looked at Miss Christmas, who suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but be startled. You, Mouse, go and call your supervisor. Christmas was stunned. And the 2 looked at each other for more than 10 seconds. Christmas reacted, dug up the soil and escaped underground. As soon as Christmas left, there was only a huge fat man left on the field, and beside him was a stupid dachshund. I was just patronizing a few of them, and I forgot that there was a loser like you. Mr. Forbibe was dumbfounded. He didn't expect to see the hell scene in front of him just as he rushed over. Rayleigh stood aside calmly and drank. Smoker held the golden week tied up with 5 flowers in his hand, and this one was even more heavyweight. There were actually 3 colleagues standing beside him. He is either stupid or a little stupid. Who would fight in this situation? Those who fight are all fools. Desert sword. A slash made of sand struck from the ground. Shen Yuan smiled faintly and flashed sideways, aiming directly at the dumbfounded Bibu in front of him. Beb didn't have time to swing the baseball bat, he only felt the world spinning for a while, and finally he was inserted heavily into the ground. Crocodile appeared in front of Shen Yuan with a gloomy face. The poisonous hook in his right hand slowly dripped a few drops of venom. At this moment, he stared at the intruder in front of him with a solemn expression. From time to time, he looked at the several green onions stuck in the ground beside him. Shinigami Shen Yuan, who has a bounty of 530 million belly, why do you want to come to our base of Baroque studio? Shen Yuan, I came here for a visit, but as soon as I landed on the island, they came up to beat me. We didn't know what was going on, and we didn't dare to ask. When Golden Week woke up at this time, he gritted his teeth. There was a burst of curse in his heart. You're still pretending to be innocent. Shen Yuan didn't waste any time, pulled out the swallowing sky, and prepared to fight. Finally, here comes a guy who makes me even remotely interested. Shen Yuan opened his mouth and licked his lips, his eyes flashed fiercely, as the murderous intent leaked out, a surging conqueror's domineering energy burst out instantly. Call out! Crocodile was stunned for a moment, then reacted again. What appeared in his eyes was a slash carrying black and white thunder. Flying sand barrier. Crocodile quickly moved the sand to protect himself, but he still made some mistakes. He was knocked back a few steps by the aftermath of the slash. The former's offensive continued unabated, and he slashed and slashed again, this time more sharply than the last time, and the whistling slashes quickly flew towards Crocodile again. Crocodile will not be careless this time and once again use the sand to create a barrier to protect himself. However, what he didn't expect was that a fist suddenly attacked with lightning speed. Bang! A violent sound resounded throughout the island. The blow was blocked by Lao Sha with his golden hook. His golden left hand was smashed to pieces by Shen Yuan. This force was still powerful, breaking his originally disabled left arm until it was broken again. You are still too weak. Shen Yuan disdainfully complained, raised his leg, and struck with another black slash. I think you ate the quick-cut fruit. Lao Sha hurriedly defended Shen Yuan's attack. At this time, it was already in disarray and could not even detect the opponent's position. At this moment, he was like a headless fly, activating his abilities and getting ready to go. While looking for Shen Yuan everywhere, Rayleigh smiled slightly, raised his head and took a sip of wine, quietly admiring the battle. Speaking of smoker, watching Shen Yuan's battle also left me with deep feelings. In fact, Shen Yuan's battle at this time can be explained in just one word. Reckless. However, Dashki stared at Shen Yuan with admiration in her eyes, Shiju in her hand couldn't help but tighten her grip, and secretly made up her mind. Bang! A punch fell from the sky and hit Lao Sha hard on the head. Lao Sha's eyes instantly turned white. He lost consciousness in an instant. It was lifted up by Shen Yuan, and another green onion was inserted into his fingers. Defeat the plot character Sha Crocodile and raise the level to level 46. Calling it up. Shen Yuan wiped his palms and then noticed the mouse trying to escape into the ground. Are you going to insert it yourself or do you want me to beat you half to death before inserting it? Christmas didn't dare to speak, so he walked forward quietly. The result is no surprise. After being punched by Shen Yuan, he lost consciousness and was inserted into Lao Sha's side. Knock off. Defeat the story characters Bibu and Durafii, and the level is raised to level 48. The level was raised to level 48, and all 5 skill points obtained were added to Conquerors, bringing the level to level 10. Tisk, tisk, what a pile of rubbish, and it took me so much effort to punish you by leaving all your treasures to me for 10 years. Smoker. Go over there and search for treasure. Smoker's face darkened, I'm Marine. Chapter 15 Ancient Weapon Pluton. Do you know what Crocodile's goal is? Shen Yuan held a wine glass in his hand and looked up at the whiskey peaks under the moonlit night. Tombstones set off the island's gloomy environment. Rayleigh came interested. looking at the people in the Baroque studio who were tied up. After thinking about it carefully, he said casually, "Is it for the treasure? Why don't they go to Lockdrew for the treasure?" Rayleigh is shocked. How does this kid know about Ravdrew? How do you know that the great secret treasure is in Ravdrew? Rayleigh's expression changed again and again, but finally she shook her head helplessly. You know the legend of ancient weapon, right? It's the same as your title, Pluton. Rayleigh nodded. He naturally knew this statement. Ancient weapon Pluton is said to be an extremely advanced warship that can destroy an island with one cannonball. Shen Yuan nodded, looked around and saw nothing strange, and continued. In order to consolidate its dominance, the world government must firmly control this ancient weapon. Speaking of this, even Lao Sha became interested, and his originally cloudy eyes suddenly became bright. Hey kid, you know Pluton? Lao Sha raised his head slightly and looked at Shen Yuan with a kind of desire in his eyes. Shen Yuan said nothing and took a sip of the wine in his glass. But Pluton's drawings are not here. To be more precise, Pluton's design drawings are not in Alabasta, that fascinating place. Lao Sha trembled, but he was not excited. He was tied in place quietly and listened to Shen Yuan's narration. The ancient weapon is extremely important, so this blueprint is also extremely secretive. Rayleigh turned her head and said seriously to Shen Yuan. Could it be that you know where Pluton's design drawings are? Shen Yuan shook his head. If I had known, I would have grabbed the blueprints and then blasted Mary Joa into scum. In fact, let alone Pluton, Shen Yuan knows all about Poseidon. Having said that, everyone present was shocked. Whether it's a pirate or a marine, their jaws are almost hitting the ground at this time. Cough, cough. Rayleigh choked on her drink, wiped the corners of her mouth, and stared at Shen Yuan with burning eyes. You kid, you seem to be very hostile to the world government. Shen Yuan didn't take it seriously, his right hand was covered with a domineering and armed look, and he looked at the horizon with fierce eyes. Lao Sha, do you want to hang out with me? I will definitely clean up this world. Crocodile listened blankly. At this time, he no longer had the arrogance he had before, only fanaticism remained. You guys are so crazy. Forget it, Lao Zi will just follow you and see what kind of world this is. Shen Yuan nodded, then you should continue to run Baroque Studio. This will be my most powerful intelligence network in the world. He threw a phone bug casually, and Lao Sha, who was freed from the restraints, took it steadily. See you later. Shen Yuan turned around and led everyone to prepare to leave this place. Hey! Don't forget our agreement. Lao Sha held a cigar in his mouth and smiled slightly. Certainly. After saying this, everyone disappeared from Lao Sha's sight. Smoker dragged 5 or 6 large boxes. He would do as much work as the production team's donkeys did. Lao Sha waved his hand, picked up the broken golden hook, and looked at the Baroque crowd. Our goal from now on is to collect underground intelligence and keep abreast of the trends of major forces. Do you understand? Everyone with bruised noses and swollen faces nodded dully. Shen Yuan and his party continued to sail, while Rayleigh stared at a chart the whole time. Rayleigh, where is the next destination? Rayleigh wiped the drink from the corner of her mouth, put down the chart and said, Small Garden, the territory of giants. Giant. Shen Yuan was not sleepy tonight, and he became interested when he looked at Smoker, whose eyes were dull in the distance. Smoker, let's start practicing tonight, and I will guide you in how to practice domineering. Really? Smoker stood up and clenched his fists. Of course, I, Shen Yuan, will never break my promise. Smoker nodded, and his silent heart once again had the motivation to move forward. Rayleigh returned to the house and lay on the bed. Shen Yuan's curse and Smoker's begging for mercy were heard outside. She smiled slightly and fell asleep. You're so stupid. How did you become Colonel Marine when you have trouble even walking on horseback? Smoker was hunched over and afraid to speak. The person in front of me is so terrifying, just looking at it makes me extremely scared. Keep your legs steady. Keep your hands straight. This is to train your concentration. Smoker didn't say anything and just kept walking. Half an hour passed, and Shen Yuan was lying on the recliner, staring at Smoker all the time. An hour later, Smoker was sweating profusely and his legs were shaking slightly. Keep persevering. Break your limits. Surpass yourself. Smoker was erect, feeling a little nervous in his heart. An hour and a half later, Smoker couldn't hold on any longer. He rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground. When he woke up again, Shen Yuan was still lying in front of him, but his eyes were full of disdain. What a waste! Smoker gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up, maintaining the horse stance again. Stand still for one night, and you will find that you are no longer the good-for-nothing you were before. Shen Yuan turned around and entered the room, disappearing from Smoker's sight. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Buru buru buru, buru buru buru. The phone rang. Shen Yuan touched the bedside table and picked up the phone. Hello? I'm Crocodile, Shen Yuan. I have a very interesting piece of information here. Shen Yuan is interested. Tell me, listen. Crocodile laughed, as if what happened last night had nothing to do with him. World government, the youngest genius in history, CP member Rob Lucci, seems to be performing a mission in the Drum Kingdom of the Grand Line. Shen Yuan smiled and asked, are there any details? They seem to be very interested in Tun fruit, and now Rob Lucci seems to have just arrived. Shen Yuan smiled faintly. Rob Lucci, he will die in the Drum Kingdom. Lao Sha laughed heartily and happily. Goo ha ha ha. Okay. Then I'll look forward to the good news. Shen Yuan hung up the phone and walked out of the room. The first thing he saw was Smoker, who was still walking. Go to bed and go to bed. Smoker felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and instantly lost all strength after relaxing. He staggered into the house. Shen Yuan ate the breakfast handed over by Da Si Chi and had already started planning in his heart. Kill Rob Lucci and his teammates in the Drum Kingdom. And the world government will train new people to go undercover in the capital of Seven Waters. In this way, Luffy's opponent's strength will be unstable. It may be the next genius, or it may be an ordinary CP member who can no longer be ordinary. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan made up his mind, he was going to kill this Rob Lucci. Think carefully about his next plan. He will not recruit those cannon fodder minions. It will be useless no matter how many losers are knocked unconscious by conquerors. If you want to win over, you must win over the chess pieces that can be molded. No matter their identity, when the time comes, start your troops immediately. Chapter 16 This is Hegemony. Arrive at the small garden and get skill points *5. Click on Conquerors, and the level suddenly reaches level 15. As soon as I stepped onto the land of the small garden, the reward arrived. Very nice. Shen Yuan and his party walked into the small garden. This island is ancient and mysterious. Legend has it that there are two giants on this island who have been fighting for nearly 100 years. Facing the intruders, these two giants were so calm and really calm. Shen Yuan smiled and pulled out Swallowing Heaven with a slash. Cut a large forest in half. Still not coming out yet? You are really doing a good job of being a turtle with your head down. Black light instantly climbed onto the blade of Swallowing Heaven, and a surge of energy spread out uncontrollably, stunning all the surrounding flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Hamang Funeral. The violent slashes passed through a large forest at the speed of light and shot towards the towering mountain peaks in the distance. Whoosh! Just when the attack was about to flatten the entire mountain, two huge figures suddenly appeared. A huge sword and a huge axe. The two giants worked together to deflect the slashing attack and launch it into the sky. Whoosh! The slash slowly disappeared into the clouds. Even so, the two giants panted heavily and stared unkindly at the few people who appeared in front of them. Just use your strongest moves to attack me. Shen Yuan raised his sword with a terrifying momentum. Blue Ogre Dongli and Red Ogre Brocky slowly walked forward, looked at each other, and understood each other's meaning. The long sword and giant axe were raised high by the two of them, and they put on an attack posture. This time even Rayleigh frowned. This is the giant's famous move hegemony. This kind of slash is so powerful that even Garp himself doesn't dare to take it head-on. But now this kid actually wants to fight against it. I saw Shen Yuan also put on an attacking stance. Holding the handle of the sky-swallowing knife tightly with both hands, the surrounding space is even a little distorted at this moment. Streams of black and white lightning wrapped around its blade, and the power of the already dark swallowing sky surrounding the black and white lightning was even more terrifying. Let's get started. Attention, warrior! Dongli and Brocky's arms suddenly exerted force, and an extremely powerful force burst out. The unparalleled majestic slash was unleashed. Boom! Baguo's slashing attack was as powerful as breaking bamboo. It smashed the woods one after another and attacked Shen Yuan fiercely. Chiang! Shen Yuan raised his knife to block. What? Rayleigh's pupil shrank. Kid! This is a hegemonic country! Rayleigh shouted loudly, wanting to remind Shen Yuan to dodge. Clang! Dong dong dong! Shen Yuan was hit by the chop and took dozens of steps back, with strands of blood slowly flowing from his mouth. Enough! Shen Yuan freed up a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and finally withdrew from Tun Tian, moving sideways to get out of the way of Baguo. I really don't dare to connect this thing hard. I don't know if it will be torn to pieces, but it will definitely hurt. Boom! The violent slash caused a wave of waves on the sea surface. I saw the water all over the sky submerging the entire forest on the coast in an instant. Boom! Shen Yuan landed heavily on the ground. Looking at his physical attributes that had reached their peak, the corner of his mouth curled up. Good. Very energetic. Shen Yuan stepped forward quickly and came to the front of the two giants in a flash. Lanjiao! The black slash shot out towards Dongli. And here, Tunshan is already close to Brocky's chest. Pfft! Brocky covered the small scar on his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dongli! Be careful! This kid's attack is unusual. Brocky could feel it, the liver in his body was trembling wildly. Ah! Dongli withstood the oncoming attack of Lanjiao with his long sword. But the small figure gradually appearing in the eyes is getting closer and closer. The two looked at each other. At this moment, the two bodies formed a strong contrast. The contrast in size is like that of a mammoth and a domestic cat. Bang! The strong fist hit Dongli hard on the face. Huge force burst out from his body, knocking Dongli backwards, causing his center of gravity to become unstable. Bang! Another slash cut perfectly on Dongli's chest. The small scar instantly gushed out blood, causing Dongli to feel dizzy and completely lose his will to fight. Boom! Dongli fainted and fell straight into the forest. Now, after fighting, Shen Yuan's physique finally reached full value. Shen Yuan opened the system's physical attribute bar expectantly, and was surprised to find that there had been huge changes. Self-healing body, 100/100, when the body is injured, it can automatically repair the wound, and it will change again when the physical strength is fully enhanced. Am I in the body of an immortal? Shen Yuan laughed at himself and was also a little excited. What a mighty warrior! Brocky leaned on the side of the mountain, his chest rising and falling, breathing heavily. Praise after award, I came to bother the two seniors this time because I actually came here for a request. Brocky stared at Shen Yuan, nodded, and motioned for him to continue speaking. I don't know, senior, but do you know a giant girl named Charlotte? Lin Lin. Brocky was stunned when he heard the name and began to think. Forget it, it's not important anymore. Senior, can you teach me your hegemony? In return, I will teach my seniors how to practice armed color haki. Armed haki? Is that the hardening method you just used? Brocky was a little excited and hurriedly waved to Shen Yuan. Aurora. Overlord is a sword technique that can be used by two people. Of course, if you are talented, you can also increase its power to a state where two people can use it. Shen Yuan just listened quietly and kept it in his heart. This kind of swordsmanship is to compress the power to the extreme on the weapon, and finally add strength again at the moment of release. Shen Yuan listened to Brocky's eloquent speech without interrupting, and just listened quietly. While listening, he drew his sword and made some gestures. Is that so? Black mist gathered on the blade. Seeing the mist getting darker and darker, it finally turned into the same color as the night sky. On the blade, the power gradually shrinks again. Buzz. Unable to maintain its charged state, Tunshin struck out boldly, throwing out an arc-shaped slash. At the moment when the blade was separated by the slash, Shen Yuan used his strength again. Just like hitting a baseball. The slash will explode like a baseball. A little more energy is injected into it to help the slashing attack again. Boom! The slash slashed everything in front of him into a trench of tens of meters. Wonderful! Brocky was amazed again and again, this power even exceeded the hegemony he used. Senior, I already know a thing or two about hegemony. Shen Yuan said, sheathing the sword, stretching out his fist, and the black ink-colored domineering force instantly covered its surface. Black and white lightning also slowly climbed up, and the terrifying and fierce aura was fully activated, stunning the surrounding beasts one after another. This is the top armed color haki. The black and white lightning around it is my conqueror's haki. Ba Tang. Brocky covered his mouth in surprise. You know? Shen Yuan asked doubtfully. There was a big man here in the small garden. He had a mustache and held a long sword like you. He also showed me this ability at that time. The nose hair has grown into a mustache, who else could it be besides Roger? Shen Yuan cursed in his heart. Defeat the plot characters Dongli and Brocky, and the level will be raised to level 50. The two skills were clicked on Conquerors again, and the level was raised to level 17. Why is this reward delayed? Never mind. Then, Shen Yuan began to explain the two step by step. The principles and guidance of this ability. Training and development and more. Chapter 17 The Art of Flying Thunder God. His consciousness suddenly fell into a trance, and a figure came from far away, approaching here. We have guests. Shen Yuan smiled and stood there with his arms folded to receive the guests. Rayleigh was confused, turned around slowly, and saw a figure rushing towards this side from far to near. Captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, what do you do with Marco? The figure landed less than a foot away from Shen Yuan and suddenly stopped. I saw that his body was covered with cyan flames, he had a pineapple head, and on his chest was the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates. Tall, thin, dark, and small. The green flame slowly faded away, revealing its original body. Hello, Maju. No, Marco, what are you doing here? Marco glanced at the figure beside him. Just at this glance, my eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Rayleigh. Hey, hello, young junior. Rayleigh smiled and waved. Smoker and Dashki froze in place at a loss, making no move. Okay, Rayleigh, please don't interrupt. Shen Yuan, Dad wants to see you. Marco looked at Shen Yuan calmly. He seemed to be waiting for Shen Yuan's reaction. Will you meet me? Shen Yuan shook his head and said unhurriedly. We'll meet each other naturally when we meet. Don't worry about that old immortal Whitebeard. Shen Yuan smiled faintly and waved his hand to signal Marco to leave. When Marco heard this, his expression changed instantly. as if a huge boulder had been thrown into the sea. "Stir up turbulent waves," Marco said in a bad tone. "Shen Yuan, you have to catch me to save my face. Sometimes I lift my body too high and fall badly. Dassi Chi, I'll teach you a dish later, it's delicious." Marco. Watching the people gradually walk away, Marco's face turned dark. And Brocky carefully recalled Professor Shen Yuan's domineering cultivation method, and began to practice slowly. Smoker has already returned to the ship to study and practice hard. "After more than 10 days of hard work, I finally got something." At this time, his physique has been strengthened like never before. In front of him is a wooden stake made of straw. Punch out your fists and hit continuously to temper your own strength and lay the foundation for awakening your armed domineering energy. "Dassi Chi, wait a moment, there's a fly." As soon as Shen Yuan stepped onto the deck, his whole right arm was raised and suddenly covered with armed domineering force. When it firmly blocked Marco's volley. Tisk, 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 is this the courage of the Whitebeard pirates? Shen Yuan turned around. A quick punch. Bang! Marco was hit hard and flew to the coast. "Shen Yuan, a kid who just went to sea less than a month ago. Today I want to show you the true strength of the Whitebeard pirates." After saying that, Marco was covered in cyan flames and flew high into the sky, kicking towards Shen Yuan at extremely fast speeds. "I originally thought of letting you go, but really let you go." Shen Yuan felt strange. "I was thinking about how I could say something harsher. Resist Marco's attack at will." He held his chin with one hand and pondered how to organize a perfect cruel sentence. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't think of anything cruel to say, but when this scene fell into Marco's eyes, it turned into contempt. "A hole. Don't underestimate me." Qinjian's output power increased instantly. But Shen Yuan remained unmoved. "Do you want to dance too?" Shen Yuan thought about it for a long time and still felt that this sentence was more domineering, so he took it as a mantra to become famous in the future. Repelling Marco's attack, he volleyed impressively. He grabbed his head directly with one hand. "Turn around. Stretch your arms back. Raise your left foot slightly and throw it out." The former took advantage of the victory and pursued it, quietly covering up his domineering force. He picked up Marco, who was still in a dazed state, and threw him into the air. "I'm a FG bird. I'm a phoenix. I can fly." "What do you mean?" "Flying Thunder God technique." Shen Yuan used the movement speed of moonwalk and Xiao to instantly appear above Marco, and his huge fist hit Marco's abdomen again. Bang! Marco's body dropped rapidly, and he spread his green wings to stabilize his body, but... Flying Thunder God technique. Shen Yuan appeared under Marco again, seemingly alive and well. He instantly felt a strong wind coming from his waist. Bang! Flying Thunder God technique. Bang! After playing back and forth for more than 10 times, Shen Yuan had enough and fell to the ground. Marco also fell heavily to the ground. Rayleigh couldn't hold back anymore and showed a weird smile. Cough, cough. Marco stood up staggeringly. One hand is covering his abdomen, the other is covering his lower back. There was still a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Shen Yuan stared at the person in front of him coldly. He began to think about whether he should form a good relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. Admittedly, the Whitebeard pirates are undoubtedly the largest force now, with many sons and a man who stands at the top of the world. If you can win over this force, it will also be very beneficial to your layout before challenging the 5 elders. Marco, go back and tell Whitebeard that I will go find him. Marco stood up. He took a deep look at Shen Yuan. It rose into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Defeat the plot character Marco and raise the level to level 53. Maximum level conquerors. Hee. Shen Yuan rubbed his little hands excitedly. Added 3 skills to Conqueror's Haki. The max-level conquerors exploded instantly. A terrifying aura spread around. Wow! The conqueror's wind blew across Rayleigh's face. His face changed again and again, but he still suppressed the questions in his heart. Everyone got on the boat and Smoker witnessed the whole battle. He could only describe it in one word. Play. Just playing. You don't think of Marco as a human being at all. After boarding the deck, Shen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He touched his belly and waited for Dashki to bring up the dongpo meat that he had told him about. Next destination. Drum Kingdom. Smoker quickly took the helm, Rayleigh hung the sail aside, and the ship started slowly heading towards the Drum Kingdom. Warrior. Blue Ogre Dongli and Red Ogre Brocky stood on the coast, waving to Shen Yuan. Goodbye. He also waved his hand and said goodbye. To be honest, Shen Yuan really doesn't dislike these two people. He did not strike hard, nor did he treat the two of them as weak. For a duel, it lasted for more than 100 years. This perseverance deserves his respect. Brocky opened his mouth and shouted, "When you circle the Grand Line, come back here and we can talk about old times again." Dongli also said goodbye. Warrior, thank you for the secret technique. Next time you come here, I will give you all my money to teach you my sword skills. Say it. The two giants watched the ship in the distance getting further and further away, and finally turned into a small black dot and disappeared. Shen Yuan stood on the bow of the ship, still looking deeply at the small garden island in the distance. What? Are you interested in giants? Rayleigh said with great interest. I said, old man, go and cool down wherever you need to. Rayleigh shrank her neck and lay down on Shen Yuan's recliner. Old man, throw out your navigational needle. Shen Yuan spoke calmly and blackmailed Rayleigh. Rayleigh didn't hesitate. He threw his navigation pointer to Shen Yuan. He took it. A delicate and small pointer is held in the hand. I gotta watch this time. I feel like I almost missed something. Rayleigh. I almost fell off the recliner. Chapter 18. You may not be able to catch my ball. Dad, that's it. Marco sat on the deck with a gloomy face. At this moment, he was reporting to Whitebeard what happened yesterday. Glala lala. This kid is really interesting. Okay. Then I'll wait. I'll be right here waiting for you. Whitebeard was not angry but happy, and said with admiration. Dad, this guy Shen Yuan's strength is indeed unfathomable. I can feel it when I fight with him, this guy doesn't treat me as a human being. Whitebeard shook Kong Yunki in his hand, and the corner of his mouth showed a hint of curvature. Gu la la la. This kid is the grandson of the old man Garp after all. It can be regarded as inheriting the mantle of Garp. In this sea area, the title of Iron Fist is about to change hands. Marco nodded when he heard this. He shook his head again. No, Dad, that boy seems to be a great swordsman. Swordsman. The former laughed boldly. A look of indifference. I can tell that there have been a lot of reports about the deeds of the little kid Shen Yuan these days. Didn't you see something? Marco was stunned, but he didn't pay attention to this. This kid kills all evil people. Whitebeard sat down slowly, picked up the wine glass as big as a millstone, raised his head and took a sip. Dad! Stop drinking. Your body can't hold it. I know, I know. At this moment, the Great Line, the Kingdom of the Magnetic Drum. Arrive at the Drum Kingdom and obtain skill points *5. Without any hesitation, he focused all 5 skills on seeing, hearing and color. On behalf of the world government, I am here to kill those with the ability to swallow the fruit. Shen Yuan imitated Liu Qi tone. As everyone walked and talked with Rayleigh, their ridicule was palpable. Smoker looked sullen. The fist is slowly wrapped with a layer of armed domineering force. He glanced at Dashki, who was standing next to Shen Yuan, with resentful eyes. This little girl Dashki actually mastered the armed color entanglement within 7 days of practicing domineering with Shen Yuan. My mind is broken. Smoker secretly made up his mind to master the knowledge and color haki faster than Dusky. Outsiders, please don't move. Wearing a green cotton padded jacket, with a square face and steam rising from his nostrils. He was arrogantly pointing his axe at everyone. Don't talk nonsense, look at their ship, just kill them and take the treasure. A guard next to Dalton said sinisterly, and there was a faint movement. Shut your mouth. How are we different from pirates if we do this? Dalton had a gloomy face and spoke again calmly, outsiders, what are your intentions in coming to this country? Don't be impatient. We are just here to see a doctor. It doesn't matter, right? Dalton breathed a sigh of relief. Just looking at his face, he didn't look like a heinous person. Okay, register your identity information with me. Team, Captain, do you see this reward order? Dalton accepted the reward order suspiciously, and after just one glance, his eyes almost dropped. Shinigami Shen Yuan? The great pirate with a bounty of 530 million belly. Dalton trembled as he spoke. Even the hand holding the reward order is useless. Pirates. Dalton suppressed his fear and spoke again. I'm sorry, I just killed some damn people. I didn't expect that I was being rewarded. I'm so sorry. At this time, the crowd also recognized Rayleigh and shouted in horror. Pluton. Rayleigh. Rayleigh's glasses flashed in the sun, and he suddenly noticed his exposure. No, buddy, how did you recognize me because I wrapped it so tightly? Shen Yuan looked at Rayleigh with a gloomy face. It seems like your cloak has grown on you, don't you know? Rayleigh was stunned, and silently stuffed her cloak into her cotton pants. It's weird. Shen Yuan couldn't help complaining. Invaders, stop your steps. This matter must be informed to the king. No need. In the distance, a group of figures walked from far to near. The leader wore a black top hat, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at Dalton with cold eyes as he spoke lightly. You. Just as Dalton was about to speak, a quick kick came towards him. Bang! The man wearing a black top hat instantly kicked Dalton and knocked him several meters away. On behalf of the world government, I am here to search for traces of the Tun-Tun fruit. And you, Shinigami Shen Yuan, who has a bounty of 530 million, will be killed by me today. Liu Qi spoke coldly, without any emotion. Shen Yuan and Rayleigh looked at each other, and their expressions instantly became extremely strange. Shen Yuan, on behalf of justice, I will eliminate you evil wanted criminals. Shen Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and looked at Rayleigh holding back a smile. How about this? He grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and shaped it into snowballs. You might not be able to catch my ball. The armor-covered haki was suddenly thrown towards Liu Qi. Call out. The snowball flew out and made a sonic explosion. Don't play silly tricks. Liu Qi stretched out his palm to catch the snowball, but failed to catch it. Didn't catch it? Liu Qi glanced at his palm and saw a big hole in the center of his palm. Hiss, ha! Liu Qi gasped, covering his palms with a ferocious look on his face. Hidden weapon! Liu Qi shouted angrily. He looked up and at one glance, he panicked. Shen Yuan, Rayleigh, and everyone were weighing petite snowballs in their hands, preparing to start a big battle. Everyone is in combat mode. Liu Qi roared loudly and immediately ignored the pain coming from his palm. He quickly rose up and instantly entered the half-animal transformation. Kicked out a volley of slashes. Call out! Shen Yuan easily dodged the slashing attack and once again threw a snowball wrapped in armed colors. What the hell? Is this a cannonball? Liu Qi didn't dare to take a hard answer. Using the ability of paper drawing, I narrowly avoided the snowballs, but saw snowballs coming in succession. Six Kings Spear. Liu Qi clasped his hands tightly and faced the snowballs fiercely, knocking down several snowballs one after another. "It's so boring, it hurts, it hurts." Liu Qi looked at the empty palm with black lines on his face, raised his head and rushed towards Shen Yuan. At this moment, CP9 member Keiku wanted to kick out Lan and interfere with Shen Yuan's actions. "Call out!" Rayleigh blocked it easily, drew out his long sword and made a rapid slash. "Why is Rayleigh here too?" Keiku's pupils shrank sharply. He immediately wanted to retreat, and his chest was instantly torn apart after being slashed. Pfft! Keiku lost consciousness and suddenly fell to the snow. Stormfoot! Shen Yuan still dodged easily, and quickly came to Liu Qi, pulled out the swallowing sky. A terrifying aura instantly filled the surroundings. And Liu Qi pupils suddenly shrank. Pfft! A slash hit Liu Qi in the chest, knocking him to the ground and falling heavily into the snow. Its fruit power faded instantly, and it fell to the ground without making a sound. Shen Yuan turned his head and looked to his side. Black light shower. Tasca waved Shiger and easily chopped down Natsu Torai. Smoker's side was fighting 1 against 2, knocking the remaining 2 CP members Owl and Jabra to the ground, unable to fight back. "Want to run?" Shen Yuan moved in front of Bruno at high speed. As soon as his palm touched the door handle, he punched him and knocked him unconscious. Bang! Standing firmly on the snow, looking at the CP9 members lying around, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Smoker, tie them up and put them on the boat." Smoker hesitated. He is Marine, technically a subordinate of the world government. "Execute the order." The majestic voice came out again, and Smoker immediately became busy. "Smoker, you are awesome. You are awesome." Chapter 19 The King of Hell clicks Mao. Pop! Shen Yuan slapped him twice mercilessly. Liu Qi woke up slowly, as if waking up from a big dream, and looked at Shen Yuan who was staring at him in shock. There was a flash of panic in his eyes for a moment. It was as if I had seen an evil ghost from the 9 nether hells. "What do you want?" "We are from the world government." "World government's thugs?" "They are just a bunch of trash who do dirty things for the world government." Shen Yuan's words were like sharp blades, sarcastic without mercy. Liu Qi gritted his teeth and tried desperately to break free from the rope that bound him, but it was all in vain. "I'll ask you an answer. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll take your life." Liu Qi took a deep breath and nodded helplessly after weighing the pros and cons. "The world government sent you to seize the Tuntun fruit. Are there other tasks?" Liu Qi pursed his lips tightly, as if he didn't want to mention this issue. Pfft! Shen Yuan suddenly pulled out Dashki's Shiger and stabbed Liu Qi waist like lightning. Liu Qi eyes opened wide, and his eyeballs were filled with scary red bloodshot eyes. Dashki looked at Shen Yuan helplessly, cursing secretly in her heart. "You guy, you used my knife during torture? How shameless! Scumbag! I ask again, what other tasks are there?" Liu Qi still stuck to his beliefs and stubbornly remained silent. "What a tough guy!" Shen Yuan swung the knife again, and this time, the tip of the knife was aimed at Liu Qi's other waist. Liu Qi's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. "Are you obsessive-compulsive? It has to be symmetrical." Liu Qi felt the pain on both sides of his waist that seemed to be torn apart. He gasped for breath, and the cold sweat on his forehead gushed out like a flood. Pfft! This cunning knife followed its hollow palm like a lion majesty and penetrated into his arm. Wonderful! This swordsmanship, this is simply a miraculous swordsmanship. Dashki's eyes sparkled with surprise. This knife is so precise that it would be extremely difficult for someone without extraordinary skills to do it. Liu Qi could no longer bear the severe pain and let out a wailing sound like a slaughtered pig. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the other CP members, but no one dared to speak out to stop them. "Forget it, I won't ask you any more," just tell me. He pointed Shijir in front of Midori. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead, and he was about to speak tremblingly. Just then, Lu Chi glared at Nuri with fierce eyes, and he didn't know whether to say it or not for a moment. Pfft! Another knife stabbed Lu Chi's other arm, also from top to bottom. I said, "Boy Shen Yuan, do you want to eat barbecue?" Rayleigh couldn't help complaining. The more Dashki looked at it, the more distressed she became. "Master, can you?" "No, your knife is very useful." Dashki's little face fell instantly and turned black. Ah! Another burst of hysterical screams spread throughout the cabin. I was panicking, I was really panicking. We also have a mission to investigate Iceberg and Tom in the capital of Seven Waters. The world government suspects that they have the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. Natsutori told everything he knew like he was pouring beans, without any scruples. Now it's business to survive the devil in front of you. That's very good, but I know all these things. Seal his throat with a knife and kill Nuri in the cabin. The victim even opened his mouth before he died, as if he still wanted to talk about the details of the incident. Come on, tell me, do you have any other information? If you don't satisfy me, you will end up like that kid. Keiku sweated profusely on his forehead. The brain that originally only had 4 cores is now running like an 8-core built-in. I have some information about devil fruits here, I don't know. Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled, alas. The young man is on the road. Keiku breathed a sigh of relief, and then revealed all the information he knew in front of the tip of the knife. The Logia burning fruit is on Longchain Island, and seems to be in the hands of Marine stationed there. There are also Paramecia fluttering fruit power users, right here. Where? Shen Yuan's eyes burst into unprecedented light, the coveted devil fruit. Exist. Keiku's mind changed quickly and he wanted to use this information to trade with Shen Yuan. What the hell are you doing? I'm giving you face. Shijir reached out and stabbed Keiku's ribs. Ah! Keiku howled in pain. He didn't dare to plot against Shen Yuan anymore and told everything he knew. Golden Lion, the person with Piao Piao fruit ability, may appear in the East Daxia Sea. Okay, I'm very satisfied with your answer, so where exactly is the Golden Lion in the East Daxia Sea? Kakyuka shell. He didn't answer. Because he really didn't know about this. Chat, I know where the Golden Lion is. On the unnamed island in the East Daxia Sea, it is said that the Golden Lion is reaccumulating its strength there, preparing to accumulate power to rule the world. Shen Yuan has a weird expression. Unnamed island? Can you tell me where exactly the unnamed island is? Do you know why Wuming Island is called Wuming Island? The authors of some books are still called anonymous. Are they really called anonymous? If you pass the test, you can live. Shen Yuan said calmly. Kakyuka, what about me? You? You can live half of it. Good guy, the king of hell clicks. Rayleigh complained again. Khalifa is on the way here. Is this information good or bad? Jabra looked vicious at this time. Well, you are right. This is indeed good information. Pfft. Jabra was hacked to death instantly, and his expression before death still maintained a sinister and cunning smile. But you caused me psychological discomfort. A group of people were trembling with fear, and the whole cabin was silent for a while. Big brother, the higher-ups have noticed you. It seems that they want to recruit or eliminate you. It is said that they want to contact Marine to encircle you. Shen Yuan touched his chin and was very satisfied. What's your name? My name is Bruno. Very good, you can live. Keiku, you are dead. Why did I die? Because you are too dangerous, and you still want to threaten me in this situation. After saying that, before Keiku could speak, a black arm pierced Keiku's chest. Puff. Keiku vomited a mouthful of blood and his head hung down weakly. Bruno, your fruit is very interesting, do you want to follow me? Bruno smiled slightly and his plan succeeded, of course. Bruno has already thought about it. Step 1, the moment you untie the shackles, escape through the gate of opening. Step 2, escape to another island, who can find me? The ideal is very plump. The reality is very skinny. The terrifying armed color-covered Shiger, and Bruno's right arm was cut off with a single knife. There's just no future for you. Bruno covered his broken arm and was extremely horrified. Staring at Shen Yuan with both eyes, he shouted out without any scruples at this moment. Do you want to be an enemy of the world government? It doesn't matter. Another knife cut off Bruno's neck without resistance, and the reflection of the ceiling could even be seen from the neat cut. Lucci, you should go with him too. Another sharp slash of the knife cut off Luqi's head. It fell to the ground and rolled to Rayleigh's feet. Owl was the only one left on the field who was still panting. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably at this moment, and he didn't dare to look directly into Shen Yuan's eyes. Owl, you are the only one among these people who is considered a human being. You are considered a hostage. The owl nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, not daring to neglect Shen Yuan, the god of plague. At the same time, Khalifa stepped on Moonwalk and rushed over. As soon as he arrived at the Drum Kingdom, he saw a ship docked on the coast, which made Khalifa a little confused. Khalifa stopped on the deck, and couldn't get through the phone along the way. He could only use the lifeguard instructions to come and find everyone to cooperate. He carefully and tentatively entered the cabin. At one glance he saw a picture that he would never forget. Chapter 20 Real or Fake? This. Khalifa was stunned, the scene in front of her was as terrifying as hell. The murderous demon looked back at Khalifa, his eyes seemed to turn scarlet. You. Shen Yuan took a step forward. He quickly covered Khalifa's mouth and dragged her into the cabin, while Rayleigh thoughtfully closed the cabin door. Crack! A sharp slap in the face instantly woke Khalifa up, and she finally recovered from her daze. They. Shen Yuan stared at Khalifa in front of him, with her fishnet stockings, sexy red lips, shawl hair, and delicate face. Which man could not be moved by her? What a beauty! Shen Yuan clicked his tongue in surprise. At this moment, even Khalifa's mantra had not been uttered. At this moment, he did not dare to move at all, and just stood there staring at Shen Yuan. Tie him up first, then throw these corpses into the sea to feed the fish. Smoker, look at this beauty while we land on the island. Kill the plot characters Natsutori, Keiku, Jabra, Robelouch, and Bruno, and the level will be raised to level 78. What a great harvest! Shen Yuan sighed secretly, allocated the 25 skill points, and then opened the System Properties panel. Name, Shen Yuan. Age, 14 years old. Identity, Adventurer. Skills, Marine 6 Styles, LV1, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Full Level, Physical Enhancement, Full Level, Agility Enhancement, LV1, Strength Enhancement, LV1 5, Speed Enhancement, LV1, Armed Color Domineering, Full Level, Wisdom and Knowledge Domineering, Full Level, Conquerors Domineering, Full Level. Immortal King Kong, 100/100, significantly increases one's own physical strength, recovers quickly from injuries, can grow any part of the body at will not die after being seriously injured. Agility, 60.5/100. Speed 63.9/100. Power of Demigod, 100/100, significantly improves the destructive power of one's own attacks. Shinigami can enhance one's own attacks during battle, can enter the Shinigami state and damage the enemy's soul. The strength will change again after being strengthened to the full level. Level 78, reached the upper limit after level 80. Shen Yuan nodded, which was equivalent to having a small-scale unlimited zombie seal. Feeling the power of the immortal King Kong's physique, Shen Yuan is fully confident to fight against the world government at this moment. Now there are 80 Kaidos in front of him. I can escape safely. I'm not sure whether I can fight or not. You can definitely run. Walking into the island, Dalton, who was originally hostile to him, was staring at the people in front of him with a solemn look on his face. Who are you looking for? On behalf of the world government, I am here to investigate the whereabouts of the Tun-Tun fruit. Please cooperate with me. Dalton was dumbfounded and stood there helplessly. Lead the way. Shen Yuan said righteously. This. Dalton thought for a while, and finally led everyone to the palace. With a level of 78, the physique of an immortal King Kong, and the full level of 3-color domineering energy, it can even damage the enemy's soul. At this time, Shen Yuan was extremely arrogant. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Just as Shen Yuan was thinking, he walked to the palace gate without knowing it. Sir, the person with the ability to swallow the fruit from the Drum Kingdom is inside. Dalton said tremblingly. No. Dalton turned around and walked away and breathed a sigh of relief, then carefully thought about what had just happened. Shinigami Shinyan, who has a bounty of 530 million berry, and Pluton Rayleigh, who has a bounty of 1 billion berry. These people represent the world government and are investigating the swallowing fruit? Dalton shook his head. No matter what they did to Valpo. It's none of your own business. To put it bluntly, I am a security guard. Are you still concerned about the international situation all day long? Thinking of this, Dalton felt relieved. Ever since he was beaten more than 10 meters away by Liu Qi, he understood. Don't forcefully integrate into a circle that you can't fit into. Besides, Shen Yuan and his party simply explained the situation to the guards and were put into the palace lightly by the guards, seemingly without any scruples. The country is not peaceful recently, one of the guards said worriedly. Another guard also nodded in agreement. 2 princes are vying for the throne, and now officials from the world government are coming to visit. There has been no peace in recent years. The former nodded yes. Just do your job well and don't cause too many troubles. The fighting that just happened has already affected the villagers in the country. Some villagers who had witnessed the entire battle and conversation told their friends. The news spread like wildfire and spread like wildfire. Have you heard? World government officials started fighting among themselves and killed their colleagues in order to compete for the second prince's devil fruit. Have you heard? World government officials are going to the palace to kill the second prince, then the eldest prince, and finally the king to fight for the throne. Have you heard? The world government is launching a buster call on the Drum Kingdom. I wipe it. Really or fake? Entering the palace, the first thing you saw was the extremely ugly eldest prince kneeling beside the old king, reporting something. The old king looked at Shen Yuan's people who entered the palace, and knew at the first sight that the people who came were evil. What do you do as an official of the world government? Shen Yuan curled his lips and opened his mouth. I am Rob Lookie, a member of CP. Please ask the old king to hand over the Tun-Tun fruit users and all the devil fruits to make up for the shortage of gold in the sky. The old king's pupils shrank sharply. Heavenly gold? We all deliver it on time. Then I don't care. Dashki was dumbfounded. He was a great swordsman after all, so why was he acting like a child? That's too much. Shen Yuan raised his leg and charged forward violently. His whip was like a razor, hitting the eldest prince's body heavily. Bang! The eldest prince was knocked away and fell on the pavilion pillar in the distance. Bang! A big hole opened in the pavilion pillar. Shen Yuan patted the dust on his clothes and stared at the old king with burning eyes. Pay it, we pay it. The old king sighed and finally compromised. Several guards were called in and then away. A moment. He came with another cart and then left quietly. Shen Yuan looked at the devil fruit in front of him and was overjoyed. There's one more. Shen Yuan spoke emotionlessly. Who's looking for me? You're an idiot. Shen Yuan turned around and took a look. What a handsome man with good facial features. This looks like the green flower downstairs in my house, and I don't want to scream anymore when I see it. Valpo looked at these people. I was scared inside for no reason. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, he was grabbed by the owl. Chat. Sir, please deal with it. Shen Yuan said calmly. On behalf of the world's highest power, the world government, I will execute Valpo, the person with the ability to swallow the fruit, on the spot. Shen Yuan didn't talk nonsense and still raised his foot. This blow hit his chest hard. Vomit. Valpo spit out a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground dying. Watching this scene happen, the old king frowned. He naturally knew the virtues of his two princes. Flying and domineering, in the land of fish and meat, taking by force. But there's nothing you can do about it, it's your own seed. Poor parents in the world. Just as the old king was sighing with emotion, Smoker pushed a cart of fruit and placed it beside Valpo with a dark look on his face. Seeing that the fruit was in place, Shen Yuan stopped talking nonsense. Raise your fist and hit hard. Valpo's head exploded. Judging from the condition of his death, he should be too dead to die. Chapter 21 A new partner. Kill the plot character Valpo, raise the level to level 80, reach the peak, and a breakthrough mission will be released. Breakthrough mission, raise the 4-dimensional attributes to full level. In other words, if you kill before then, there will no longer be a reward. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan felt a pain in his balls. Then I thought about it, I still have to visit a few islands, and I have a little bit of miscellaneous skills, and I can make all the 4 dimensions full by just making do with it. The future is bright. Shen Yuan, who won the skill points, added all of them to agility enhancement, slightly raising the agility attribute bar. Shen Yuan walked to Rayleigh and said seriously. You stay here and take away the energy transferring devil fruit at any time, and we will retreat first. After saying that, several people fled in an instant, leaving only Rayleigh in a mess in the palace. Your Majesty, you are troublesome. Pluton. Rayleigh, have you also worked for the world government? The old king shook his head unwillingly and said. Rayleigh didn't speak, just sat down and drank quietly. The old king had no intention of staying any longer. He stood up, helped the prince up, and moved into the harem. And at this moment, Shen Yuan and others just walked slowly to the street. All the villagers closed their doors and windows after hearing the news, and seemed to be very hostile to these outsiders. Did you kill the second Prince Valpo? The boy with black hair, wearing a white singlet and a cross scar on his forehead timidly spoke. The hands holding the door seemed to be shaking slightly. Shen Yuan smiled, lowered his body, touched the little boy's head, and calmly advised. Valpo deserves death for bullying others. You should not mourn for him. The boy clenched his fists angrily, his eyes tightly closed, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed from them. A moment of silence. Will I have a moment of silence for that BD? Will I have a moment of silence for that BD? The little boy's extremely suppressed heart seemed to be liberated at this moment, and he started sobbing uncontrollably. Shen Yuan was at a loss when he saw this scene and looked at Dashki blankly. I'll do it, master. Dashki bent down slightly, reached out and held her fist, and patiently advised. My child, what have you experienced? Do you want to tell your brothers and sisters? When the boy heard this, he relaxed slightly from his excitement. Brother, can you take me out to sea? I know you are not officials of the world government. You are either pirates or marines. Shen Yuan's face darkened. I am an adventurer, different from evil pirates. The boy nodded silently, but still said firmly, I want to follow you to sea. He smiled and nodded, patted the boy on the shoulder, and followed him into the house. Child, what is your name? Joan. Your name is very nice. Shen Yuan praised. Where's your family? Dusky asked curiously. Having said this, the boy's expression darkened, and he told everyone what he had experienced. 5 years ago, my father moved me here with me, and I originally longed for such a life. My father is a doctor with some medical skills, and he relies on this to make a living. Although it is still difficult, we still enjoy it. But what happened next almost made me collapse. That day, my father and I rescued a seriously injured and dying pirate on the coast. The pirate was very generous and agreed that rescuing him would be of great benefit to us. But we tried our best and couldn't save the pirate. Before he died, he put a patterned fruit in my father's hand, saying it was a legendary secret treasure, and then died. Shen Yuan ate the dry food on the table and nodded fiercely. Kaiyang's face darkened. How come this man eats so fast? He ate all the food I needed for several days in one go. That BD Valpo knew about this. Valpo sent a large number of guards to my house to demand the devil fruit, and finally charged my father with colluding with pirates. My father took all the blame, and I survived because of it. Not bad, it seems like something Valpo can do. Shen Yuan nodded. My father was executed, and I could only support myself by secretly seeing a doctor every day. I have always wanted to kill Valpo to avenge my father, but I am too weak. I am too weak. Shen Yuan touched Kaiyang's head again and said seriously. Since your father is dead, it is his long-cherished wish to see you grow up happily. Kaiyang nodded, the great revenge was avenged, and he no longer struggled. Come on, be my crew member, I will take you to explore this world, help you become stronger, and let your name of Miracle Doctor ring throughout the world. Kaiyang was so excited by what Shen Yuan said that she agreed without thinking and hugged Shen Yuan's arms. This was the first time in recent years that he felt the arms of others. The solid and secure arms made him feel extra warm, and the gloom in his heart was swept away. After saying this, Shen Yuan turned to look at the owl. Go back to Marigio in a moment, and I will tell you what you want to say next after we get on the boat. Of course, you can tell the truth, but you will die faster. The voice was not loud, but it revealed a chilling murderous intent. The owl didn't talk nonsense, nodded, and didn't even frown. Kaiyang looked at this scene and was secretly surprised. How comfortable is it to threaten world government officials? Pack up and prepare to leave. Shen Yuan opened the door and looked at the silent street. From time to time, a big bear with a cane appeared and saluted him. Shen Yuan also returned the salute without hesitation. Boy, do you want to try my special medicine? My special medicine can cure all diseases. Shen Yuan lowered his head and looked. Good guy, acquaintance. Cyriluk. Chopper's poor old father. Here a look. Cyriluk was stunned and nodded. Don't deceive me anymore. Here is 50,000 Baileys. Take it and use it first. Shen Yuan took out a bag of Baileys from his coat pocket and threw it into Cyriluk's hands without hesitation. My name is Shen Yuan. Please report my name if you need me. I believe this name will make everyone fearful in the future. Cyriluk looked at this scene blankly, bent down, and bowed to Shen Yuan. Thank you, I will repay this kindness. Shen Yuan waved his hand, looked at Kaiyang and Dashki who had finished cleaning up, turned around and left Kaiyang's home. Cyriluk did not leave, and watched blankly as the figure of the person in front of him gradually disappeared. At this time, he completely gave up the bad habit of deception. Instead, rely on the money to continue studying your dreams. Back on the ship, the bloodstains have been cleaned up by Smoker. And the entire ship can't tell that a torture has just occurred. Looking at Khalifa tied up in the corner, Shen Yuan smiled slightly. Khalifa, follow me, I will take you to explore the world and break your own shackles. Khalifa is still struggling. He hasn't taken the devil fruit yet, and he can already drink 2 ounces of Khalifa by relying on the rope. Khalifa, let's make an agreement. You only need to stay on my ship for a month. It's up to you to stay or go. Khalifa stopped struggling, and Shen Yuan loosened Khalifa's restraints, hugged Khalifa tightly and turned a deaf ear. Khalifa, I know you have been trained as a weapon since you were a child. But here, you are an ordinary girl, an ordinary sexy girl who cannot be more ordinary. Khalifa blushed and said slightly, You are sexually harassing me. Let's get to know each other, Shen Yuan. From now on, just call me boss. From today on, you will be my personal secretary. And Dashki. At this time, my teeth are grinding to the point of sparks. Chapter 22 The Whereabouts of the Evil Fruit. The group is on the road again. Rayleigh stared at Shen Yuan holding Khalifa in front of her, feeling resentful from time to time. That kind of demeanor seems to say, draw a circle and curse you. Shen Yuan was very satisfied with the devil fruit in front of him, so he couldn't help but take out the devil fruit illustrated book and started looking through page after page. Devil fruit illustrated book? Rayleigh asked in surprise. Smelly old man, are you shocked? Shen Yuan said with an air on his face. Can you? Let me show you. I'm too lazy to look at these garbage fruits. You can see if there is anything valuable. The rest of the garbage will be sold. Rayleigh took the devil fruit illustrated book and opened it with a hopeful look on her face. The more she looked at it, the brighter her eyes became. Smoker. Why are you punching like a girl? Are you still the apprentice brought out by Lao Zi? This loud roar startled Rayleigh. He looked at the two of them, adjusted his glasses, lowered his head and continued to look through the devil fruit illustrated book. Smoker kept hitting the scarecrow with a serious look on his face, quietly feeling the domineering energy of his own weapon. Stop the boat in front. Stop the boat for Lao Zi. After saying this, dozens of pirate ships gradually surrounded Shen Yuan and everyone. Oh! Shen Yuan was stunned. This is the first person he has ever encountered who actively seeks trouble. Who are you? We are the Mafia, you'd better obey and don't let our hands be stained with blood. The leader is wearing a black hat and suit. A proper scumbag with a burning cigar in his mouth. A gangster organization in the underground world that doesn't know how to live or die. Shen Yuan thought secretly. Why is there a mafia in the Grand Line? Rayleigh glanced at it, ignored it, and continued to look through the devil fruit illustrated book. Smoker also glanced at it, but ignored it and continued to practice boxing. Khalifa glanced at it, ignored it, and stood behind Shen Yuan waiting for orders. Smoker, go give them some color. Shen Yuan didn't care and fell down on the couch. Smoker moved his neck and wrist a little, then smiled and lit a cigar. His eyes looking at the mafiosi are full of desire to fight. I'm going to stretch my muscles today too. Smoker leaped into the air and burst into smoke, rushing straight towards the leader in front of him. Fire! Several ships around him instantly made crackling gunshot sounds. Without exception, all the bullets penetrated Smoker's body and shot into the sea, making a squeaking sound. Smoker also moved at this moment, stretched out his right hand, and roared with passion. White fist! Plus! The fist turned into smoke was like a cannonball, hitting the leader's face hard. Bang! The leader was instantly blown away by the punch and fell into the sea, while the other gunmen were stunned on the spot. It's a Logia Devil Fruit user. It's a Logia Devil Fruit user. Attention everyone. No, the entire army retreats. Everyone ran away one after another. This scene was like a cat catching a mouse. Smoker White Hunter got up again. Fight with these pirates until dawn. White Snake. Plus Smoke Shock. Plus. Shen Yuan was looking at the navigation pointer at this moment. The pointer on it rotated and finally pointed to the route to Alabasta. Boy! There is an interesting devil fruit here with great potential. Rayleigh pushed up her glasses and was holding a transparent white devil fruit covered in patterns in her hand. Oh? Tell me more. Rayleigh continued to push up her glasses, assuming an inscrutable look. This devil fruit is the paramecia paper fruit, which can generate paper for attack. This fruit has great potential. The power released by this fruit after awakening is also very impressive. Each piece of paper is as sharp as a knife, can also produce explosions, and has some exploitable abilities. In short, it has huge potential. No, rubbish. Shen Yuan waved his hand and said. Rayleigh smiled and handed the tuntun fruit to Shen Yuan. This is the tuntun fruit you want. This fruit also has a high upper limit. It is somewhat similar to the ability to swallow, but it can only be transformed, not absorbed. No, this is not my purpose of getting the tuntun fruit. My purpose is to use this fruit to make money, make a lot of money. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment and remained silent. This fruit can eat garbage and turn it into useful things, such as wood, steel, and some other minerals. In short, it has yet to be developed. Shen Yuan smiled and handed the paper fruit to Khalifa, and said with a smile, "Do you want to eat it?" Khalifa was a little moved. This fruit is undoubtedly very suitable for him. You really want to give it to me? It's okay if you don't want to eat this fruit. When the time comes, I will find a phantom beast devil fruit and eat it for you. I must go to underwater prison when I have time. Khalifa. Underwater prison. Rayleigh and Dusky's mouths were so open that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Is the great prison under the sea a place you can go to if you want to? Dashki said angrily. It's okay, just treat it as a trip. Shen Yuan smiled, looked at Smoker's figure still fighting in the distance, and nodded secretly. Master, these people have lost their fighting power and have been tied to a ship by me. Shen Yuan nodded. He didn't know when he had already picked up a book and read it non-stop. Without even looking at the prisoners, he just said casually. Stab them to death and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Remember to do it cleanly. Smoker was stunned. Why do you seem to be the mafia? When the mafia boss heard these words, he immediately lost his composure. Are we the mafia or are you the mafia? No, no, big brother, we know the whereabouts of the legendary and extremely vicious devil fruit. Oh. Shen Yuan put down the pornographic book and looked at the panicked mafia boss. It's the legendary evil devil fruit, the Logia fruit. It has the ability to rob other people with abilities, which makes people extremely fearful. Keep talking. Shen Yuan said calmly. That devil fruit is on an island under Kaido. Now the island is guarded by Kaido's soldiers, and they are searching the island vigorously. This time we set out to sea to find the devil fruit. Kaido's island. Shen Yuan held his chin and began to think carefully. Undoubtedly, eating the dark fruit can indeed greatly improve one's own strength, but the gravity fruit can greatly enhance one's pretentious strength. The more Shen Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became, and finally he set his sights on the system. This wall-breaking system has not moved since level 80. There has been no news for a long time. How many days has it been? Shen Yuan was still deep in thought, and continued to explore several islands to obtain skill points, maxing out his speed and agility. He estimated that the system would be able to give him something decent this time. Okay, let me go. The mafia boss was granted amnesty and began to break free from the ropes that tied him. After squirming for a long time, he found that he couldn't break free, and finally turned to Smoker for help. Shen Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and the devil's whisper came from his mouth. Remove an arm before letting him go, so as not to hurt others again. After saying that, Shen Yuan turned around and entered the captain's room, no longer caring about this matter. Smoker smiled and pulled out the 10 hands he had made in the past few months behind his back. Although there is no sea-floor stone, it is not needed. Now the 10 hands can cover the armed color haki, which is even more powerful. Smoker looked at the mafia boss with a smile on his face. Something was wrong. It's like looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Mafia boss. Give me a break. I'm a mafia. No. You can't. Ah. Chapter 23 The First Zhan Yuan Meeting. The group arrived at Alabasta. Shen Yuan, Rayleigh, and others entered the kingdom. Smoker is still left on the ship by Shen Yuan. Smoker. Tired, let's destroy it. Arrive at Alabasta Kingdom, get skill points *5. All 5 skills are added to the speed enhancement. Shen Yuan instantly felt his whole body clear, and his weight seemed to have weakened. Walk into the desert. Shen Yuan glanced at him. Several guards in the distance rushed here in a hurry, seeming very anxious. Rayleigh also noticed this scene, and the glasses flashed in the sun. This kingdom seems to be more prosperous than when I came before. Rayleigh praised sincerely. Cobra is my good friend, let's go see Cobra. Shen Yuan said with a look of reluctance, you old man, you want to see the king? You can go alone, I will look around. Then I'll go by myself. See you later. After Rayleigh finished speaking, he rushed towards the palace. Shen Yuan and others entered a tavern. As soon as I walked in, a few people were sitting in a corner. The waiter is serving wine. Shen Yuan spoke, and a waiter came over quickly and greeted everyone with a smile. What would you like to drink? 3 glasses of rum and 1 glass of orange juice. The waiter smiled and went down. Shen Yuan's eyes were not honest, and he seemed to be looking around for someone. What are you looking at? Master. Dashki asked curiously. Look, that. Shen Yuan said with a look of horror. Dashki followed his gaze and looked over. As a result, I saw a woman with scantily clad clothes and rough waves who was drunk and acting like crazy. And every time I say a word, the waves surge. Good guy. Master. Dashki's back molars were almost broken, and an iron fist of love hit Shen Yuan on the head. These people are comfortable, but the 5 elders are not. Holy Land, Marie Joya. The conference room was already noisy. Several old men were arguing with each other, and the topic started around Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan is an unstable factor, so it should be eliminated as soon as possible. So I have sent CP9 to inform Marine and send a general to encircle and suppress. Another old man shook his head and argued, this is an excellent chess piece. It can be used as our sword to consolidate our position. Why can't we use co-optation to get an excellent chess piece? I also think this person is a pawn and should not be eliminated as soon as possible. Several old men argued noisily for a long time, but they couldn't come up with a solution. Report, a CP member has returned and seems to be reporting on important matters. The phone bug in the hand of the old man in black suddenly heard a sound. The old man in black, holding a cane in his hand, suddenly punched the ground. What can't you say on the phone? It is a very urgent matter, regarding the death of CP members. The old man in black looked at him for a moment, nodded, and motioned for him to enter the conference room. Dong dong dong. Owl knocked on the door and came in, looking nervously at the majestic 5 elders in front of him. Say it. The old man in black said calmly. Shinigami Shen Yuan with a bounty of 530 million belly. While we were logging into the Drum Kingdom to perform our mission. Kill all my remaining teammates, and then force me to reveal the information about the world government. The owl looked indignant and continued. I temporarily gained his trust by humiliating myself, and I quietly left when I found the right opportunity. The old man in black had a gloomy expression on his face as he listened, but the more he listened, the more something was wrong, and he looked at the owl with a scrutinizing expression. You said you gained his trust and then sneaked out. The owl nodded. Why would he kill all your teammates and leave you alone to deliver the message? Owl was stunned, and suddenly thought of what Shen Yuan had said to him before. Even if you tell the truth, you will die faster. These words were like a bolt from the blue, setting off a storm in his heart. Answer me, why were you left alone? A majestic aura suddenly erupted from the old man in black, scaring the meditating owl into a cold sweat. I. The owl didn't dare to speak, and clasping his hands together proved that he was very scared now. Ah! A huge force suddenly hit the owl's chest, causing it to scream in surprise. Invisible pressure pressed on its heart, and the owl's face gradually turned pale. Until finally, there was no sound and he knelt heavily on the ground. It is obvious that he cannot die anymore. The old man in black had an angry look on his face, and the hand holding the cane was so angry that he was shaking slightly. What a good hand! It's really worth it. I want to use General Marine to get rid of him. It's really troublesome. The old man in white robes with a samurai sword hanging on his waist folded his arms and looked coldly, watching the scene happening in front of him emotionlessly. We are now at our wits' end. After Roger's death, there are too many force majeure factors. The old man in white robe grinned and continued, as for Shen Yuan, I propose that a secret force be temporarily dispatched for close surveillance. That's all we can do for now. The old man in black lowered his head and pondered. Information shows that Shen Yuanche was born in Fengch village, and his parents are both villagers of Fengch village. His parents died in a shipwreck while out fishing, and he was washed away by the rapids to Kokozia village. Should we launch a buster call on Windmill village? The old man in black laughed dumbly. He's such a BCH, I'll take action and Marine will take the blame. Laozi will not bear the blame for this harm to the people. That old guy Garp is very difficult to deal with, and now Shen Yuan has inherited Garp's mantle. We don't know the specific strength. Now we just need to contain Shen Yuan and not create a huge trap. The old man in black nodded and acquiesced to this statement. At the end of the meeting, the old man in black walked out with a gloomy face. Before leaving, he glanced at the owl kneeling on the ground and shook his head. With such a clumsy plan, do you really think I'm a fool? How are the preparations for the 4 emperors going? The old man in white robe said calmly. Soon these pirates will know what they are. The old man in black smiled and walked out of the conference room. The first meeting against Shen Yuan ended here. At this time, Shen Yuan had no idea that he had been identified as an unstable factor. His decisions were proposed again and again and overturned again and again. The group did not stay too long in Alabasta. He had no interest in the royal palace, nobles, or visiting the king. So they all returned to their ships. The next stop is Sky Island. Let's go. Is there really an empty island? Smoker was shocked, with a look of disbelief on his face. Of course there is a Logia devil fruit on the Sky Island. Shen Yuan raised his head and looked in the direction of the empty island, and then he remembered that there seemed to be a small island below the empty island. Where is the old man? He hasn't come yet? Forget it, we won't wait for him, let's go. The ship sets sail again. Rayleigh arrived belatedly, leaping high and stepping onto the deck, holding a bag of Baileys in his hand. How's it going? I'm awesome. Rayleigh smiled, stretched out her hand, and handed a bag of Baileys to Shen Yuan's side. How about it? How about just paying for my food for such a long time? Shen Yuan took it with a smile, threw it into Dashki's hands, and smiled. Old man, you understand the ways of the world. Chapter 24 Target, Sky Island. Arrive at Gaia Island and obtain skill points *5. After adding 5 points of skills to agility enhancement, Shen Yuan strode into the island. Brothers, go to the island. This voice instantly reached Shen Yuan's ears, and he couldn't help but turn around and saw an old acquaintance. Fortunately, Marco happened to come here to perform a mission and was summoning his little brother to come to the island. Brother Shen Yuan, is that you? Long time no see. Margiao reached out his hand towards Shen Yuan enthusiastically. Shen Yuan was not pretentious and extended his hand, and the two shook hands. Last time we said goodbye, I admit that I was impulsive and I was wrong, brother. Marco scratched his head and said a little embarrassed. Shen Yuan smiled and said, I am also a little impulsive, and I am also wrong. The two walked into the island arm in arm, and everyone behind them couldn't help but have question marks on their heads. Everyone? Wasn't it that we were having a heated fight a few days ago? Do you know the specialty food of Gaia Island? It's delicious. While Marco enthusiastically introduced the food to Shen Yuan, he looked at the pirates on the surrounding islands. Lao Ma, what's your mission here? Marco was stunned, looked around, and turned to Shen Yuan and said quietly. I came here this time to find out information about the surrounding pirates. After all, there are only a few people in this sea area who dare to challenge our father. Shen Yuan also lowered his head and thought. Marco was right. There are only a few people who dare to challenge the Whitebeard pirates. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Golden Lion, even Doflamingo. But this was 1510, and some forces had not yet developed. Today's ants are not as frantic as old sows in giving birth. Lao Ma, I think you can focus on observing Kaido. Kaido. Marco also began to meditate, but was interrupted by a sharp shout from behind. Hey, this is my territory. Please pay the protection fee before going to the island. A man with black hair and a tattoo of the pirate group on his chest was looking at Shen Yuan and the others with his hands in his pockets and an arrogant look on his face. Hey, you guy, do you know who you are talking to? One of Marco's minions pointed a knife at Bellamy, his eyes full of evil. Kinetic acceleration. Bellamy turned his hand into a spring and pressed it to the ground, and began to accumulate strength. At the same time, he watched the speaker stick out his tongue and lick it, revealing a big mouthful of white fang. He smiled ferociously and disappeared instantly. Spring Death Punch. Papa. Bellamy, who continued to dive, suddenly shot out like a cannonball, aiming directly at the little guy who just spoke. Bang! A violent collision sound erupted instantly, and smoke instantly filled the surroundings. When the smoke cleared, Bellamy let out a miserable scream. Ah! Get away! Get away! Shen Yuan held Bellamy's hand, his eyes were sinister, and a fierce light suddenly appeared. Evil pirate brat, I will do it myself. Shen Yuan shook his head, it seemed that those words were still more domineering. I have seen your future, and your future is that there is no future. Bellamy? Shen Yuan exerted a slight force on his palm, squeezing Bellamy's fist until it made a squeaking sound. I'll wipe it. Let it go. Let it go. It hurts. It hurts. I was wrong. I was wrong. The vice-captain of the hyena pirates, Sakis, brandished a machete and strode forward to save Bellamy. The scimitar roared towards Shen Yuan, but he did not pay attention to Kyan, who was ready to take action at any time. Bang! Kyan kicked Sakis to the ground with a side kick with his right leg, and then added a land kick. Lanjiao! The blue-white slash came through the air, and was about to hit Sarkis. But it was intercepted instantly by a cannonball. White fist! Smoker fired out his fist of smoke instantly, and suddenly landed on the gunner Rebus. He was stunned instantly. His eyes turned white and he fell to the ground. Bang! Rebus flew upside down for more than 10 meters and fell into the crowd in the distance. Hitting someone, beating someone. The villagers fled in all directions noisily, very frightened. At this time, Shen Yuan looked at the two people taking action in front of him with satisfaction, and sincerely praised them. He's really my right-hand man. Kyan blushed, thanks to the captain's teaching. Quack! Bellamy's palm was pinched off by Shen Yuan, and he used force again. His fist was like dough, completely limp. Release your palm and kick Bellamy away. After flying into the air, Bellamy suddenly felt bad. Really? A strong gust of wind came from my chin. A fist as big as a sandbag gradually appeared. A perfect shoryuken was executed. Huge power poured into Bellamy's chin. The former's face was sunken by the punch and he has lost consciousness. The latter's movements did not stop at all, and his right leg was like a razor, kicking Bellamy away hard and embedding him at the foot of a mountain. Bang! Rubbles flew everywhere, wood residue flew everywhere, and Bellamy was silent. Defeat the plot character Bellamy and obtain skill point *1. Why are there only a few skill points this time? Is this person too useless? Regardless of this, Shen Yuan turned around and smiled at Marco. Now we are clean, Lao Ma, we will not return until we are drunk today. Marco reacted, nodded, and said, okay, we won't go back until we're drunk. The minion who had just been rescued by Shen Yuan looked at Shen Yuan gratefully and followed Shen Yuan into a tavern. What would the guest want to order? The tavern owner was trembling with fear, with a look of helplessness on his face. Fine wine and good food, today I'll have a good drink with Ma Zhou. Lao Ma. The tavern owner did not dare to neglect and quickly ordered the chef to prepare the dishes. Then he stepped forward with a flattering look on his face, holding 2 bottles of rum in his hand. Special gift, please eat and drink well. The tavern owner smiled and put the rum on the table. Shen Yuan also nodded and did not refuse. Brother, what are you going to do next? The tavern was empty at this time. Everyone was frightened by the battle just now and ran away. No one wanted to get in trouble with this guy. I'm going to enter Sky Island from here. As soon as he said it, Marco was a little confused. Does Sky Island really exist? Isn't it just a legend? Shen Yuan shook his head. The Sky Island is real, just like the great secret treasure is also real. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Shen Yuan continued, to tell you the truth, there is a devil fruit on Sky Island that I am very interested in, so I am going to Sky Island to get it back. What is it? Marco continued to ask. Thunder fruit. But I am not going to eat it. I am going to give this fruit to my crew members to eat, so as to ensure their strength. Marco nodded. This is just like his own pirate group, treating the crew as his family. If possible, there is something I would like to cooperate with Newgate. Shen Yuan said mysteriously. Marco was stunned. It was the first time he heard someone call his father Newgate. But Marco didn't care. He didn't speak, and his eyes signaled Shen Yuan to continue speaking. I learned some valuable devil fruit information from world government spies. There is even Logia's devil fruit. Let's work together to steal the treasures of other pirate groups. How about a 50-50 reward? Marco lowered his head and fell into thought. Within a moment, it returned to normal. I will propose these things to Dad. Let's drink first. Marco avoided the topic. This kind of thing was not something he could have the final say on. Drink. Shen Yuan raised his wine glass and started a banquet with everyone. Chapter 25 Help me pick up the pieces. The next day. Shen Yuan and his team are fully prepared. Marco stood there, watching Shen Yuan and Smoker step on the moonwalk and gradually disappear into the sky. Is there really an empty island? Marco suddenly felt dazed. Boss, it's time for us to carry out our mission. A word from the younger brother behind him brought Marco back from fantasy to reality. No. As he spoke, he put his hand into his trouser pocket and fumbled out a phone bug that looked like a white beard. Anyway, I still have to report it first. With this in mind, Marco directly called Whitebeard. On the other end of the phone, Whitebeard's lazy voice came. What's wrong? Marco. Dad, I met Shen Yuan this time. Oh? How about it? Whitebeard also aroused great interest. We had a great time drinking this time, and our relationship became much closer. Shen Yuan also seems to be a person who values the crew, and I think we can make friends with him. Whitebeard nodded, seeming very satisfied. Gu la la la. Not bad. But is that all there is to it? Marco continued. Shen Yuan proposed a cooperation. He has some information about devil fruits. I want to carry out a large-scale cleanup of the pirates in the Grand Line, and the treasures obtained will be divided 50-50 with us." Whitebeard was stunned, thinking about the pros and cons of Shen Yuan's plan. It is true that if the intelligence of this cooperation is correct and they get a 50/50th share of the devil fruit, it will enhance the strength of the sons. However, Marine and the world government will not sit idly by such a move. Marco, world government. Dad, Shen Yuan once said that he killed several CP members, but so far there has been no movement from Mary Joa. In this case, Whitebeard pondered for a moment and agreed after a moment. "Tell that kid that I've accepted this order. We only need 30% of the treasure, but you have to agree to one condition." Marco said excitedly, "Dad, tell me, I'm listening." "I will tell him this in person after we meet." Marco nodded and wrote down these words. Then it sprouted green flame wings and chased Shen Yuan and the others flying high into the sky. But at this moment, a group of minions raised their heads steadily. Watching Marco fly high into the sky and disappear, I was stunned for a moment. The bird flew. "Why are we going? We can't fly. Go drink." Boo-hoo. Shen Yuan and Rayleigh walked side by side on the moonwalk and slowly ascended, followed closely by a group of people behind them. A moment. Arrive at Sky Island. Get skill points *5. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up. After a reasonable allocation of skill points, the agility attribute finally reached its peak. Body of 100 battles, 100/100, dodge combos are smoother, make different tactical responses to different opponents instantly, and at the same time greatly improve the flexibility of the body, making the body lighter. Seeing that his attributes had been improved, Shen Yuan grinned in an exaggerated way. However, he didn't notice at all that several divine soldiers were striding towards him from a distance, very alert. "Qinghai people, you need a ticket to enter the Sky Island." Without waiting for the divine soldier to finish speaking, Shen Yuan suddenly releases conquerors. He quickly knocked everyone unconscious and walked into the empty island so easily. Period. Shen Yuan kept looking around, seeming to be looking for the location of the Sky Island Lord. There must be other good things there from the Lord of Sky Island. Whoosh! Shen Yuan rose into the sky and overlooked the entire Sky Island. At this glance, the big python sitting on the edge is lying on the ground and taking a nap. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up and he dived quickly towards the big python. Because the speed suddenly accelerated, the air around him was pulled out by bursts of sonic booms, leaving a white trail in the air. Everyone was stunned. "What's going on here?" Rayleigh smiled and said, "I'm going to get the devil fruit." "Smoker, then what are we going to do?" This time Rayleigh didn't answer. He simply sat on the ground and drank. Shen Yuan on the other side has arrived at the location now. Boom! The moment he landed, the clouds under Shen Yuan's feet were dented. Is this really the future? Shen Yuan closed his eyes, and scenes of the future came into his mind. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and quickly stepped forward and punched out. Bang! This punch knocked the python's head away. What? Enel, who was hiding in the grass in the distance, looked at this scene in surprise. Am I similar to this person? Enel looked at Shen Yuan and then at himself. They also have no wings, the same features, and you can see some similarities between their eyebrows. Boom! There was another fierce attack, and large swaths of clouds and mist were affected and scattered in all directions. The fog disperses. The Lord of Kindle was already dying and had no intention of resisting, so he just lay down in front of Shen Yuan. Enel used his hands to resist the intrusion of the fog, and when he opened his eyes and saw this scene again, he was extremely surprised. Shen Yuan pressed his palm on the forehead of the Sky Island Lord and smiled evilly. Should I take the treasure myself, or should I kill you and take the treasure? Lord of Sky Island. He seemed to understand what Shen Yuan meant. Struggling, he opened his big mouth and spit out 2 devil fruits, then rolled all the way to Shen Yuan. Looking at one of the blue devil fruits with patterns at his feet, Shen Yuan smiled slightly. Come out, I see you. Enel trembled, have you really been discovered? Staggering out of the grass, the thin and small Enel was extremely scared at the moment, but also extremely enthusiastic. Kid, where are your parents? Enel's eyes instantly turned dark, as if he had something to hide. Then are you willing to become my teacher? Enel's eyes were full of surprise, and he nodded crazily like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay, are you hungry? You can eat this first. Shen Yuan reached into his backpack, took out some dried meat and handed it to Enel. He took it with a grateful face and was very happy. Master, are we going to Qinghai? Certainly. Just as he said this, Shen Yuan took 2 steps forward and picked up Enel. Let's go. Shen Yuan carried Enel on his back and picked up 2 devil fruits. He stepped on the moonwalk and disappeared in front of the Sky Island Lord. The Lord of Sky Island breathed a sigh of relief. Just 2 punches. The first punch was just right, it didn't hurt your brain. The second punch was a bit hard, hurting the muscles and bones. The big python spit out a mouthful of old blood. There is another sad snake in this world. Whoosh! 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 Shen Yuan stepped on the moonwalk and walked in the air, seeming to be still looking for something. High in the sky, the golden clock was standing there quietly. At this sight, Shen Yuan's eyes straightened. God does not let anyone down. Shen Yuan quickly walked towards the golden bell. Enel's initial fear was gone at this moment. As he stared at the novel scene in front of him, he couldn't help but shout. Incredible! Incredible! Shen Yuan flew up and rang the golden bell. The ringing of the golden bell resounded throughout the Sky Island, allowing both the Sky Island natives and Sandians to hear it clearly. Boom! 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 The loud ringing of bells surrounded the entire Sky Island. At this moment, all the villagers, magic soldiers, and Sandians on the Sky Island all looked up to the sky. Boom! 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 The golden bell was shattered by Shen Yuan's punch. Huge force instantly poured on it, breaking into dozens of pieces and falling down one after another. Rayleigh! Rayleigh! Rayleigh heard Shen Yuan's call and quickly stood up and looked at the sky. Help me pick up the pieces. Rayleigh! It understands and uses its domineering power to instantly capture the movements of the surrounding fragments. He turned around and rushed out, hurriedly picking up the fragments of the golden clock. Smoker stood on the ground and kept pointing. Oh! There's another piece here. And there. After picking it up for a while, Rayleigh couldn't help but blush. After all, so many people are watching. Stop watching the show. Get me $2. Chapter 26 A Conqueror's Thing. Crack! Shen Yuan held Enel and landed firmly in front of everyone. The 2 devil fruits shone brightly and were played with by Shen Yuan. What kind of devil fruit is the other one? Shen Yuan murmured to himself, and couldn't help but open the fruit illustrated book and start reading it. A group of people were still busy picking up the pieces. After a while, a large bag of golden bell fragments was carried to Shen Yuan. Everyone was very tired. Dusky and Kyung are going to guide the people on the Sky Island, and the others can do whatever they want. Kyung and Dashki looked at each other, nodded, and drove side by side toward the center of the island. After saying that, Shen Yuan glanced at Smoker, then glanced at the direction of the Sky Lord. An idea came to my mind. Use this money to build a boat. That boat must be very cool, right? Smoker is coming with me again. Come to Rayleigh and keep an eye on this kid. Don't let him get hurt. Whoosh! The 2 disappeared again, running towards the Lord of Sky Island. Khalifa looked intently at the scarred Enel in front of her, and couldn't help but feel motherly love overflowing for a moment. He took Enel's little hand and treated his wound thoughtfully. At this time, Kyung and Dashki encountered a problem. Many Sandians and divine soldiers met, and war was about to break out. Didn't you hear the ringing of the golden bell? The gods have spoken. They are condemning your atrocities. A group of Sandians are gearing up, this time preparing to defeat their opponents and take back their land. Humph! Are you condemning your atrocities? We have been fighting for hundreds of years, and how many people have been killed or injured? Each of the magic soldiers was also full of murderous intent, looking at Sandia with very fierce eyes. Then let's have a showdown. Just as everyone was getting ready to take action, a loud shout came from afar. I come to represent the captain's will. From then on, the Sandians moved to Sky Island. The Aborigines of Sky Island are not allowed to exclude Shandia. Shandia is the Aboriginal people of Sky Island. When the Sandians heard this, they couldn't help but wonder. Is it a god coming to this world? Shandia turned their heads to look around, and saw a young-looking person with conspicuous blue eyes staring at them. People from Qinghai? Master Shenming is from Qinghai. I come on behalf of the captain's will, let your god come out and fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, Gonfer rode Pierre and slowly flew out of the crowd, holding a cone-headed spear in his hand. Did you come here because you want to compete for the position of god? No, 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 the captain is not interested in your position as god. I came here this time to solve the dilemma faced by Shandia. This time we made an agreement. If I can win, the Sandians will move back to Kongdao. If you can win, we will return to Qinghai. Ganfu sighed softly, raised the weapon in his hand, and instantly assumed a fighting stance. Call out! A slash instantly came out from Kayang's leg, running towards Ganfur. What? Ganfur hurriedly turned around and adjusted his posture to dodge the attack. He was already a little unsteady on the spear in his hand. But his rich combat experience allowed him to quickly adjust his body shape and be ready to counterattack at any time. Mr. God, pay attention. Kayang raised her leg high and aimed at Ganfu's old face with a kick. Bang! Ganfur was kicked by Joan and fell instantly from Pierre, with a clear shoe print clearly visible on his face. You are too weak. Kayang did not pursue the victory, at least the god in front of him made him not disgusted. I admit that your strength is very strong, but I also want to risk my life to fight. Gonfer once again put his spear across his chest and sat on Pierre again, his eyes resolute and cold. No need. Taska pulled out Shijer, and was instantly wrapped in thick black armed-colored domineering energy. Call out! He suddenly swung his sword and cut the forest in the distance in half. Ganfur was dumbfounded, and the spear in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. I lost. Very straightforward and without any delay. If he had to risk his life, he would lose completely. This cliff slash can cut you in half. Okay, we won't stay here any longer. We will leave after our captain has finished processing it. Yes, Lord God, I hope you can agree to my proposal. Ganfu nodded and waved, and a magic soldier staggered over. Inform all the Sky Island divine soldiers to put down their weapons and allow the Sandians to enter the Sky Island. All the divine soldiers were stunned and showed questioning eyes. But Ganfu still looked determined, unquestionable. Everyone, put down your weapons. Everyone, put down your weapons. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Within a moment, all the Sandians poured into the Sky Island. At this moment, their faces were filled with happy smiles. At this moment, both sides seemed to have put aside hundreds of years of hatred and stood together in hope. Bang! A gunshot broke the beauty. A Sandian man misfired and killed the magic soldier in front of him. Both sides were stunned for 2 seconds. The shooter was also sweating profusely. Every part of his body seemed to be targeted. I said the gun went off, do you believe it? They took action. They took action. The magic soldiers were immediately furious, and the platoon shells in their hands were ready to move. Bang! The first magic soldier took the lead and knocked away the Sandians in front of him, and then the two sides immediately fell into a battle. A battle that has shocked the world for hundreds of years. The scale of this battle is no less than that of the war on the top a few years later. The shooter did misfire. Stop shooting, stop shooting. Aisha, a little girl from Sandia, used the heart network to sense the surrounding situation and persuaded her very firmly. At this moment, Kyung and Dashki looked at each other. They all saw an emotion called embarrassment in each other's eyes. Is this consolation? That's right. It's not too bad. At least we defeated God. Ganfo's face turned dark. Could you please stop talking about this matter? That's all. If they don't experience the last war, these people won't understand the beauty of peace. After finishing speaking, the two disappeared, no longer paying attention to the chaotic battlefield here. Everything that needs to be done is done. It's the Sandians themselves who are responsible for this. Come to me for a duel, defeat me and then humiliate me. Making demands after humiliation. Now that the two sides are fighting, you guys are just going to ignore it. The two sides are fighting fiercely at this time. Even if the gods are here today, it is impossible to stop this war. On the other side, the two of them had returned to Shen Yuan. Let's go. Shen Yuan has brought Smoker back to everyone. Smoker was dragging a big bag. At first glance, the bag was filled with gold and glittering gold. Is everything done? Dashki looked strange and couldn't help but look at Kyung. Captain, there's a fight. Dashki said embarrassedly. Who? Who started the fight? Shen Yuan looked confused and looked at Kyung with something wrong in his eyes. Is your brain burned out? Didn't I ask you to appease the Icelanders? Why did the fight start? Kyung's eyes rolled for a while, and finally she told the truth. Simple, it's a matter of conquerors. Rayleigh, you go and we'll go down first. Rayleigh's smiling face suddenly froze. You think conquerors is just street cabbage? Use it if you want to, and don't use it if you don't want to. Shen Yuan didn't talk nonsense and just led everyone. Is this how it goes? That's it. Rayleigh's face darkened, and he turned his gaze to the chaotic battlefield in the distance. This is the second time I've wiped this brat's a. Rayleigh walked into the island angrily and began to deal with the aftermath. Chapter 27. What is your identity now? The harvest this time is not small. Logia thunder fruit. Shen Yuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to murmur, this other one is an ancient species of animal. In the form of a saber-toothed tiger. Rayleigh just listened quietly, with a blank look on his face. Marco said, Whitebeard has agreed to my plan, this matter must be moved up the schedule. You want to cooperate with that old man with white beard? Rayleigh asked in surprise. Yes, I have a mature plan. For what? For the territory and treasure, for the famous sword and strength. After finishing speaking, Shen Yuan slowly touched the hilt of the sky-swallowing sword with a look of longing on his face. Smoker keeps counting the fragments of the golden clock. Speechless is written on his face. At the same time, he was also very curious. How did Shen Yuan know about these relatively secret things? Know the real existence of Sky Island, know the devil fruit in Sky Island, know the existence of the golden bell. Then again, the magical objects on the empty island have just become operational funds? Kid, you really want to kill someone after you catch them? Rayleigh seems to have aged 10 years. After following Shen Yuan out to sea for such a long time, I never stopped. Smoker felt the same, but he didn't dare to say it. In a word, I am afraid of being beaten. Old man, keep on going. We may have to meet that old man with white beard this time. Rayleigh nodded, the Sabayati Islands are not far away, this journey is about to end. Speaking of which, Rayleigh's trip during this period was quite enjoyable. It has been such a long time since the pirate group was disbanded, and for the first time, he felt like he was traveling a few years ago. Rayleigh thought. He glanced at Shen Yuan. At this moment, Shen Yuan is holding dashki in his left hand and califa in his right hand. That expression of wanting to be beaten seems to be saying, "Oh, it's so boring." Really? Joan hurriedly ran out of the cabin and said solemnly, "Captain, there is not much food on the ship, there is only a pile of Baileys." Shen Yuan nodded and said casually, "Replenish supplies when we arrive at Chonglian Island." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yuan suddenly felt strange. "Looks like we're being targeted." CP member. Smoker asked tentatively. "It may be that some people on the island exude an aura that is different from the civilians." Shen Yuan stood still, just quietly sensing everything around him. He has slowly used his ability to sense the enemy's aura. As we all know, the key to victory or defeat in the One Piece world is nothing more than 2 points. One is fruit ability, and the other is physical strength. These two kinds of power are completely different. People who have received strict training are very different from civilians. Shen Yuan calls this a power aura. Now Shen Yuan instantly felt that he was being watched. It's like Naruto is being watched by Anbu, he always feels at a loss. The wind roared all around. The spies hiding on Gaia Island are all dressed up like civilians. "Captain, Marco left a phone number before he left, asking us to contact him at any time." With that said, Kyung took out a phone bug with a pineapple head and handed it to Shen Yuan's hand. At this moment Enel stared blankly at the atmosphere on the ship. Especially Shen Yuan. He has no airs of being a strong man. This gave him a different feeling for the first time. Since you want to go to sea, you must set a goal. And he, Enel, will become the strongest man in this world. Marine Headquarters. Malinvondo. "Garp, this is news from the world government, what do you think?" The Sengoku information was handed to Garp, and then he closed his eyes, seeming to be thinking about something. Garp took it indifferently, looked through it carefully, and was amazed. Adventurer Shen Yuan killed all members of CP9 and fled in fear of crime. Garp was stunned for a long time after seeing this news. Warring States said gloomily, "How do you think the world government will react after this incident happens?" Possible. Garp doesn't know what to say. If you want to kill Shen Yuan on the spot, what should you do? Should we become enemies of the world government, or should we silently swallow this sigh of relief? Maybe we can kill that brat Shen Yuan on the spot, right? Of course this conjecture is correct. But after such a long time, the world government has no response. This proves that the current world government does not want to break up with Shen Yuan. Garp nodded. Whether it was a big deal or a small matter, there was nothing wrong with him anyway. From the perspective of world government, what Shen Yuan did is tantamount to provoking authority. But the world government's order is to send generals to encircle and suppress Shen Yuan. If Shen Yuan cannot be killed, Shen Yuan must be escorted to underwater prison. What? Garp was furious in an instant, and the senbei in his hand was crushed to pieces. Warring States frowned and continued to speak the second half of the sentence. "It's just that this matter still needs to be discussed. We will not take action until the world government's order is enforced." Garp, who was extremely angry just now, was instantly deflated and sat on his seat and continued to eat the crumbs of senbei in his hand. "It seems that you are very interested in this grandson." Garp lowered his head while chewing senbei and cleverly avoided the topic. "Sengoku, I want to take a month's leave." In the past, Sengoku had to have a big fight with Garp before letting him go, but now he easily compromised. "Okay, I'll give you a long vacation to relax and unwind." Garp opened his mouth in an exaggerated arc, and the crumbs in his hand fell to the ground. Warring States, how did you? In fact, the Warring States period was very sympathetic to Garp's plight. His son organized a revolutionary army and was defined as a dangerous element by the world government. Place all your hopes on your grandson. But his grandson went to sea to become an adventurer, and now he is being targeted by those old men from the world government. While there is still time, my two grandsons should establish their values as soon as possible. Sengoku sighed softly, patted Garp on the shoulder, and showed a sympathetic expression. Garp. Zifa knocked on the door and pushed in after getting the answer. Zifa, what do you want from me? Warring States asked doubtfully. Warring States, I don't want to teach anymore. I think I'm a loser. I want to get rid of my armor and return to the fields, and go home to retire. When it comes to this issue, the Warring States period is all over the place. Marine is in urgent need of manpower now. Just finish this class and then you can retire. Zifa sighed, shook his head and left the office door. One session after another, when will this day end? Warring States seems to be pondering this issue as well. Now Marine Headquarters really needs Zifa. Zifa's teaching ability is better than these old guys. With that said, Warring States took out a phone bug. According to the image, it was Smoker's phone bug. Bru buru buru, blue buru bulu. Smoker's pocket, which was at the helm, vibrated, and he couldn't help but take it out in confusion. Warring States Fleet Admiral? Smoker was stunned for a moment, thinking in his heart. Hello Smoker. Smoker nodded subconsciously and replied, Warring States Fleet Admiral? What's wrong? Smoker, how are you doing lately? Sengoku was as polite as ever, making Smoker instantly feel familiar. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, what can I do for you? Warring States also nodded subconsciously and said. What is your status now? Smoker was stunned. He looked at Shen Yuan lying on the recliner in the distance, and then at the phone bug in front of him, and he fell into a war between heaven and man in his heart. You don't have to give me an answer to this question right away. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't answer, you will be removed from Marine. The phone hung up and Smoker looked struggling. If you give me 3 days. Am I a Marine or a pirate? Or an adventurer? Smoker closed his eyes, as if he wanted to forget this problem for the time being. Chapter 28. Before anything else, ask yourself if you are worthy. Pirate. It's a pirate. The residents of Long Chain Island were like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions. Coffee, coffee, coffee. This is my uncle's territory. This is the starting point for me to dominate the world. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Segmented head, rosacea, ugly face. Fox, who was wearing an orchid finger, led the crew to the island and commanded his men to start plundering. Long Chain Island, surrounded by more than 10 islands, is named Long Chain Island because it looks like a long chain. Most of the residents on the island are nomadic people, and their architectural style is somewhat similar to yurts. Run. Many villagers were riding on a long dog, and they were running wildly into the distance. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Dock the ship at the coast, we are preparing to hold a banquet. Good. Many minions behind him cheered, but ignored the other people who landed on the island. Shen Yuan was overjoyed when the reward arrived. Arrive at Long Chain Island. Obtain skill points *5. Enel and Joan looked at their surroundings curiously and couldn't help but marvel. What a beautiful scenery! Enel went to sea for the first time and was extremely excited. Indeed, but it seems that pirates just invaded. Shen Yuan had noticed it a long time ago, but his first goal was to search for traces of the burning fruit, and he ignored Fox's group who also came to the island. Hey! Kid! You! Before Fox could finish speaking, an invisible coercion burst out instantly. This momentum made Fox freeze up. He instantly held back what he wanted to say. Marine! Please put down your weapons. Several Marines pointed their guns at Shen Yuan and everyone. Shen Yuan's face turned dark. I said, can't you tell who is more vicious? Marine glanced at Fox, then immediately looked away. Pirates, don't move. Buzz. The violent conquerors erupted again, stunning everyone around and the villagers. The Habing, who was still arrogant just now, was grabbed by the neck by Shen Yuan. His eyes were timid and frightened. Who are the cotters stationed on this island? The sailors were so frightened that their whole bodies couldn't stop shaking. Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, said the Marine tremblingly. Where? Shen Yuan asked again. Just. Go away. Shen Yuan threw the sea soldier up and kicked the sea soldier aside. Fox, let's play a game. If I lose, I'll give you a ton of gold. If you lose, give me the slowness fruit. Fox looked happy. A ton of gold. That's a ton of gold. But when I came back to my senses, this kid wanted my life. No, you change it. Well, if I win, give me your life. Fox's face darkened. This is crazy. No matter what happens today, you just want my life? But then I thought about it, it's not a bad deal. Okay. How to play? As long as you can survive my 3 punches, you win. If not, I win. Fox fell silent upon hearing this. The visitor is not good. It's really a bad thing. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Before he finished speaking, a fist suddenly hit Fox in the face like a missile that was coming quickly. The fierce wind blew all his heads into big backs. Bang! A wave of air instantly erupted and filled the surrounding area. Bang! Another punch continued. Explosive. My day. Smoker subconsciously touched his waist and felt it tremble slightly. Boom! Fox was embedded in the ground, his chest heaving and vomiting blood. Let's not throw this third punch for the time being. Let's leave the victory or defeat to our own crew. Shen Yuan smiled slightly and stepped heavily on Fox's chest with his big foot. Feeling the weight of this kick, Fox spit out a mouthful of old blood again. Damn it! If you don't move your hands, move your feet. 2 big men stepped forward nervously and looked at Shen Yuan warily. These 2 idiots, Smoker, you are here to deal with them. Smoker took a step and shook the ground. Bring it on. The big man suddenly felt Alexander. Looking at the silver-haired Smoker in front of him, his teeth trembled. Ding! Dang! One person fell to the ground immediately with 1 punch, making a dead gesture. Shen Yuan was speechless. We admit defeat, we admit defeat. Our ship and its treasure are yours. Sir, can you please not kill our captain? A sweet female voice came slowly. Shen Yuan turned around and looked. I saw a pretty decent-looking woman looking at me with a pleading look on her face. It's so cute, you can't do that. Shen Yuan smiled and spoke, using a little force with his big foot. He stepped on Fox until he screamed. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can be your ox or your horse, I can be your... How can you still scream? You are nothing more than a cow and a horse. Shen Yuan raised his feet high and hung in front of Fox. Then it was suddenly covered with armed domineering energy, entwined with black and white lightning, and it aimed heavily at Fox and stepped down. At this critical moment, one of the big guys launched an attack to prevent the disaster from happening. Boom! The big man's arm was broken by Shen Yuan's kick, and his power was not reduced, and it landed heavily on Fox's belly. Wow! There was a sound of flesh and blood being ravaged. Fox's belly was trampled into a pile of mud. He can make dumplings during the holidays. Kill the plot character Fox and get skill point *1. Another waste with insufficient strength? Was he killed too early? Is it possible that before killing someone next time, you have to ask if the other person is worthy? You have to think carefully before being killed. Do you deserve it? Ah! The girl turned pale when she saw this scene. He closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and fainted instantly. Shen Yuan ignored his life and death, but turned to look at another big man watching the show. You take this group of cannon fodder to search the stronghold where Marine is stationed, and report it to me after you get the news. Do you understand? The big man nodded quickly and ordered his subordinates to start working. So, how do you plan to die? His arm was broken, and the sandbag who sacrificed his life for the savior was sweating coldly. I don't want to. Shen Yuan volleyed and landed heavily on his neck. The power comes instantly. Just a click sound was heard, and the sound of a broken neck spread crisply to the surroundings. He fell to the ground suddenly and never finished his sentence until he died. Wake him up. Shen Yuan said calmly. Kaiyang nodded, stepped forward and patted the girl's face, and then the girl woke up in a daze. As a result, the first time I saw Shen Yuan, I felt like I was seeing a devil. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The girl was panicking. And the fairy wand in her hand kept shaking. You can live and get out of here before I change my mind. After saying this, Shen Yuan began to study the 2 devil fruits he had obtained previously. Thank you for your kindness of not killing. I will definitely repay you in the future. As if she had received an amnesty, the girl quickly turned around and ran towards the pirate ship. But halfway through, I was stunned. This doesn't seem to be our ship anymore. The girl ran again and disappeared along the path before everyone's eyes. Boss, do you want? Khalifa said viciously. Shen Yuan naturally understood the principle of eradicating the roots and acquiesced to Khalifa's statement. After getting the answer, Khalifa felt warm in her heart. Shen Yuan was not wary of him at all. Isn't he afraid that he will take the opportunity to run away? Thinking of this, Khalifa was a little moved. He immediately chased after the girl. Chapter 29 Sunflower Collection. After successfully eliminating the pirates on Longchain Island, we have to do a big thing next. Shen Yuan hesitated whether to eat the thunder fruit, but turned his head and looked at Kaiyang and Enel standing aside. Come here, kid. Joan and Enel looked at each other and saw the enthusiasm in each other's eyes. This fruit is the Logia thunder fruit. Which of you will eat it? Enel looked at Joan, then at another devil fruit. Instead of answering this question, he asked another question. Brother, I want to become your teacher. Shen Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said, You are my person if you board my ship. There is no need for waste on my ship, so you must continue to make breakthroughs and progress in the future. Enel was ecstatic and took the most important step. Joan, who had been silent all this time, said cautiously, Can you give me this fruit? Captain. Sure. Shen Yuan said and handed the thunder fruit in his hand to Kaiyang. Kaiyang was not pretentious, she just took a bite of the fruit. Crack. Joan's instant pain mask, this taste is hard to describe. I wipe it. What is this smell? I can't explain it. I have never encountered this kind of smell since I was a child, and I have never heard of it. True. Unheard of. This fruit is a new animal devil fruit, an ancient species. In the form of a saber-toothed tiger. Enel, do you want to eat it? Enel shook his head and did not take the fruit. Forget it, this fruit is too rubbish. I'll find you a stronger devil fruit when the time comes. After saying that, he threw the devil fruit into Rayleigh's arms and quietly waited for the report. Crack, click, click. Unexpectedly, this silly boy Kaiyang actually ate the entire devil fruit. Vomit. Kaiyang's face changed again and again, revealing an expression as if she had been violently attacked. After eating the thunder fruit, Kaiyang's little hands were wrapped with lightning. Fierce thunder and lightning surrounded Kaiyang's body, making her immediately forget her worries. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the ground violently, blasting a big crater out of the hard ground. This kind of power! Ha ha ha! Kaiyang's little face instantly brightened, and she continued to experiment with the devil fruit's abilities. Shen Yuan looked happy, it seemed that someone would be able to light a barbecue in the future. Sir, we know the Marine stronghold, but the Lieutenant General of the Marine headquarters seems to know what is happening outside and is coming here. The big man made an urgent report, his face full of anxiety. Hey! Good! Good job! You can go die. After saying that, he stretched out his fingers and left a big hole in his Tianling cap. Boom! The big man fell to the ground, even looking a little anxious. I am. What's wrong with you? The flying squirrel was stunned, paused, and continued. I am. You are Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. What are you doing? The flying squirrel was stunned again, standing there at a loss. No, if you let me pretend to be 13, will I die? No, you can't. The flying squirrel closed his eyes tightly and tried to control his anger. What's the business of Shinigami with a bounty of 630 million belly? Ah? Has Laozi's bounty increased? Shen Yuan scratched his head and looked at Flying Squirrel with a puzzled look on his face. The Flying Squirrel took out a reward sheet, turned it over and threw it towards Shen Yuan. Took it. The photo above remains unchanged, except that the bounty has increased to 100 million belly. Okay, so you hand over the Xiao Xiao fruit yourself, or should I kill you and find it myself? The flying squirrel's face darkened, and he tightened the knife in his hand, ready to take action immediately. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, I advise you to obediently hand over the Xiao Xiao fruit. Flying Squirrel glanced at Shen Yuan disdainfully, then raised his sword and pointed it at Shen Yuan. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, I. Before he finished speaking, the flying squirrel, which was more than 10 meters away, was suddenly punched in the abdomen. It couldn't help but vomit blood and its eyes were wide open. He was knocked away by this punch and flew more than 10 meters. What about you? Do you still want to arrest me? No more arrests, sir, I know where the Xiao Xiao fruit is. Please come with me. 3 minutes later, Shen Yuan walked out of the marine base with the Xiao Xiao fruit in his hands with satisfaction. Before leaving, he glanced at the unconscious flying squirrel on the ground. I told you to be good, why are you so rude? After saying that, the group of people disappeared on the long chain island. The flying squirrel listened to Shen Yuan's taunt and stood up, his chest rising and falling, and blood was still flowing slowly from the corner of his mouth. Report this to Sengoku Fleet Admiral. The Marines nodded one after another, not daring to ask any more questions, and hurried back to the marine base. After saying this sentence, the flying squirrel almost lost his breath. Vomit. The flying squirrel spat out a mouthful of blood again. This punch was powerful enough. He only felt that his internal organs had changed places, and they were visiting other places one after another. At the same time, Shen Yuan looked at the navigation needle with some confusion. Is the pointer broken? Shen Yuan patted the navigation pointer and almost smashed it into pieces. Stop taking pictures, there's a magnetic storm happening around us. Magnetic storm. Shen Yuan was stunned. He had heard of this saying, magnetic field explosion? Illiterate? A magnetic storm is. Then Rayleigh started talking about her mother-in-law and made several people sleepy. Okay, stop talking and hurry up. Laozi really wants to replace this broken ship. Fox's pirate ship was destroyed by Shen Yuan and disappeared from the sea, and all the treasures on it were packed and taken away by Smoker and others. Smoker, have you thought about it? Shen Yuan said slightly while still lying on the recliner. Smoker didn't answer, his eyes full of struggle. I recommend that you return to Marine Headquarters, show your strength and be promoted to Lieutenant General. This is your bright future. As for Dashki, he will continue to practice swordsmanship with me for several years. Dashki pushed up her glasses and nodded, without retorting, but a blush appeared on her face. So I suggest you return to Marine Headquarters and report the truth to Sengoku about what happened during our trip. Smoker was stunned, even those things have to. Of course, warring states must know about that matter. He will know it without you telling him. Then I will. Smoker was full of reluctance, thinking about every bit of his past, the days of hard training. And the days when he was ordered by Shen Yuan. The more he thought about it, the darker Smoker's face became, and in the end he became a little angry. Having said this, Smoker nodded and accepted Shen Yuan's proposal. His eyes were firm as if he wanted to join the party. As my eldest disciple, I will teach you another skill. This skill can reach heaven and earth, and can determine the world with one palm. Smoker's eyes lit up and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Give. Shen Yuan took out a small notebook, which Shen Yuan worked on overnight. Smoker eagerly took the book and saw 4 big words on the cover. Sunflower Collection. Turning to the first page, 8 big words appeared in Smoker's eyes again. If you want to practice this skill, you must first retreat from the palace. Smoker's face returned to its normal color, which was, of course, black. After following Shen Yuan out to sea for nearly a month, Smoker has gradually been assimilated by Shen Yuan. With a smile on my face, in my heart. Ha 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 ha. Shameless laughter came and fell in Smoker's ears. Smoker couldn't help but relax and started laughing too. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, this is the one. It is another treasure book, which records some of Shen Yuan's insights on haki and the 6 marine styles. For example, how can an iron block be moved and used in combination with a finger gun, a lantern foot, etc. Others are like the combination of shading and moonwalk, as well as specific guidance methods for armed color haki, and so on. Smoker closed the book with gratitude and bowed deeply to Shen Yuan. Thank you, Master, for your careful teaching. This disciple will not disgrace the Master. With that said, Smoker prepared to leave. But Shen Yuan quit. Did you move all these treasures before you left? Smoker. Chapter 30. A mysterious man appears. It's the new year in the first month. Shen Yuan hummed a little tune while holding the phone, listening to the chattering reports of the person on the other side. New. Shen Yuan hung up the phone and looked at the sea with deep eyes. There's some interesting information in Crocodile. The world government has sent members of CP6 to contact us. The question now is, should we get rid of them or let them go? Rayleigh's wise eyes looked again without any hesitation. It can penetrate. Shen Yuan smiled. This Rayleigh is really smart. What means should be used? Kidnap for ransom, or torture them to extract confessions, and then extract all valuable information from them. Rayleigh smiled. Life or death was uncertain. Khalifa listened to Rayleigh's story and instantly recalled some bad scenes. Okay, let's go to the capital of 7 waters to make some noise. Everyone nodded, and of course Khalifa also nodded mechanically, falling into a hellish memory. While everyone was thinking, Shen Yuan suddenly jumped into the sea under the astonished eyes of the group. Plop! It disappeared instantly without a trace. Everyone was speechless and didn't know what to say as they watched Shen Yuan disappear. In no time, Shen Yuan slowly emerged from the sea with a tuna in his arms, and climbed up step by holding on to the ship's rail. Dasakai, let's eat braised fish today. Dashki showed a strange expression, her eyes seemed to be asking something. Braised tuna? Although she thought so, Dashki nodded and dragged the tuna into the kitchen. Looks like we need to find a chef. Speaking of chefs, a place instantly popped into Shen Yuan's mind. Barati restaurant on the sea. After all, it can be regarded as a check-in place. If you don't go, will it be a waste? Shen Yuan fell into deep thought again. Is GP also on the Grand Line now? Maybe he still has to go through hardships, right? After thinking about it, Shen Yuan put his arms around Khalifa's slim waist and pulled her into his arms. Why is our beauty unhappy? Don't worry, you won't see these scenes again in the future. After finishing speaking, Shen Yuan kissed Khalifa's rosy face gently. Khalifa's face turned redder and she couldn't help but said shyly, "Boss, you are sexually harassing." Puff. Rayleigh also blushed and quickly turned to look at the sea. I didn't expect that as I get older, I can still see such crude methods of flirting with girls. Oral techniques? Kyung was currently staring at a medical book with a serious look on her face, praising it secretly as she read. What an excellent medical technique. Kid, go and train with Enel, or I'll beat you to death. Joan was startled, closed the book and immediately walked to Enel's side, walking with him. Zimabu is the first step in Shen Yuan's special training. The second step is naturally to drive the stakes while riding the horse. For the third step, just follow Garp's training method and throw it directly into the sea for training or actual combat. But now that Kyung has eaten the fruit, there are no decent pirate groups around, and now Shen Yuan doesn't know what training method to use. Thinking about it carefully, he is relatively reassured about Kyung's strength. Even without learning domineering, relying on the strength of the thunder fruit is enough to deal with or even defeat. But there is no need for unscientific waste on his ship. Let's talk about myself, whether it's fighting or kicking skills, swordsmanship, or fruits. Of course, I will talk about it later. I have no shortcomings, I am a veritable hexagonal warrior. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan was determined. It is an excellent method to train Kyung just like training Dusky. Dashki's training method is relatively mild. The first is to train willpower and stand on one's head for several days in a row. The second is to increase your strength, constantly temper your body, and surpass yourself. The last step, of course, is to guide the armed color. Shen Yuan already has a perfect system for how to guide armed colors. First of all, you must be a human being, secondly, you must have hands and feet, and finally, you must have this belief. After a beating from Shen Yuan. Basically, it can lead to armed domineering. Of course, it varies from person to person. If she is a weak woman, Shen Yuan may be more gentle. Looking at the people in front of me walking steadily. He started tinkering with the system again. After adding all the skill points to the speed bonus, the speed was faintly approaching the peak, which made Shen Yuan scratch his head for a moment. A moment of discomfort. It's uncomfortable, it's so uncomfortable, it's so uncomfortable, it's so uncomfortable. Khalifa looked at Shen Yuan, who looked crazy, and a question mark popped up in his head. Shen Yuan silently put away the system panel with a deep look. The design drawings of ancient weapon. Pluton are in the capital of Seven Waters. The voice was not loud, but this news made everyone present slightly stunned. How do you know? Rayleigh sat up from another lounge chair and looked at Shen Yuan with burning eyes. Let me ask you a question, if you had the strength to fight the world government, would you go to full-scale war with the world government? Rayleigh closed her eyes and thought for a full minute before speaking tremblingly. If possible, this move surpasses Roger's achievements and is enough to shock the world. Enel had a shocked expression at first, and then changed to an expression of reverence. The warlike genes in the body are faintly pulsing. Do you think you are strong enough to fight against the world government now? No, no, I'm not conceited to this extent. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and you still need to work hard. However, this does not mean that it cannot be used in the future. Ancient weapon? That kind of thing is just a burden to me. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. They understood at this moment. They really understood it. Well said. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and looming lightning hangs in the sky. A gentle breeze blew towards everyone. Everyone looked up. One person was wearing a green robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. You can tell just by looking at his stance that he is terrifyingly powerful. The mysterious man landed on the ship and landed steadily on the deck. His aura was the same as that of Shen Yuan. I understand your deeds, continue to shine, you are a revolutionary who is going forward. After finishing speaking, a phone bug fell into Shen Yuan's hand. He tightened his grip on the phone in his hand. He, who was usually flamboyant, actually looked a little solemn at this moment. Senior, please take care of me. The mysterious man smiled slightly, comrade. We will fight side by side one day. As soon as he said this, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and bursts of thunder continued to flash. The dark clouds gradually subsided, and the mysterious man standing on the deck disappeared. Everyone stood there stunned. This scene is deeply imprinted in their hearts. Rayleigh was shocked at first, but then he understood something. A light flashed across his glasses. Then he spoke. The person who came just now, could it be? Shen Yuan said nothing, looking at the phone in front of him thoughtfully. I think it's time to give the world government a kick in the butt. Shen Yuan spoke, put away the phone bug and clenched his fist slightly. A turbulent momentum suddenly broke out. A strong aura enveloped the entire sea area, and all the Poseidon species in the sea around the ship were floating on the sea. What's your plan? Rayleigh whispered. I have an immature idea. Explain it. Dry. Rayleigh. In fact, Shen Yuan did have a rough plan, a crazy move. This may lead to death. Then I won't ask. You can think about it yourself. After saying that, Rayleigh continued to lie on the recliner and read a pornographic book leisurely, making a weird laugh of hee-hee while reading. I think you look like a fool. Rayleigh rolled her eyes at Shen Yuan and continued to look at the little yellow book in her hand. Shen Yuan looked at the horizon. At this moment, his thoughts were far away and very heavy. She's so graceful. Old boss, you are sexually harassing. Khalifa only felt that her thighs were being ravaged. Chapter 31. It hurts. It hurts so much. Arrive at the capital of 7 waters and obtain skill points *5. Shen Yuan looked at the 5-point skill reward and fell into ecstasy. Because with these 5 skills, you can break through the level limit. Rapid allocation, the speed has also changed suddenly. Magical body, 100/100, when using speed bonus skills, the body's movement speed is fully enhanced, and the physical strength consumed when traveling long distances is halved. Complete the breakthrough mission. The current level cap is 100. Get phased rewards, ability absorption, can absorb devil fruits and convert them into skills. This function will occupy the 5 free skill slots opened after level 80. Wipe. A loud roar came out, and Khalifa retracted Shen Yuan's arm with a dull look on his face. What the hell? What the hell? At this time, Shen Yuan felt like his intestines were filled with regret. Thunder fruit, that is thunder fruit. Why did I have to pretend that it was given to my own crew? Damn it! I am bound to get the secret fruit. If gods stand in their way, they will kill gods. If they stand in the way of Buddha, they will kill Buddha. That's what I said. Speaking of this, Shen Yuan quickened his steps, leaving everyone behind. Everyone? Is Master feeling a little sick lately? Dashki said gloomily. Exactly, it's like a mental illness. Rayleigh complained. Kyung and Enel murmured in their hearts, you are the only one who can say this, but if I were to say this, a month's training volume may fall directly into one day. Putting aside his disappointed thoughts, Shen Yuan rushed directly to the shipbuilding yard in the capital of 7 rivers, preparing to use 3 or 4 tons of gold to build a peerless warship. Quickly advance around the shipyard in 1 step or 2. At this glance, I saw 2 children arguing over something. Kids! Come here, uncle will give you sweets. Shen Yuan smiled and waved to the 2 brats. Frankie and Bing Shan looked at each other, and both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Isn't this person a human trafficker? Bing Shan thought for a while. But Frankie walked forward carelessly and started talking to Shen Yuan. Are you a BD who is a criminal in human trafficking? If you meet us today, you will be. Before he finished speaking, Shen Yuan instantly knocked Frankie unconscious with a blow from his hand. Kids, come here, uncle will give you some sweets. Bing Shan's body trembled, and he was too trembling to move. Moved? Answer, don't dare to move. Sir, what do you need? You. Bing Shan didn't dare to say any more because he saw an emotion called greed in Shen Yuan's eyes. Take me to Tom. After saying this, Bing Shan didn't dare to be careless. He glanced at Frankie, who fainted and couldn't help but trembled all over again. This way, sir. After saying that, everyone followed him one by one, heading straight towards the room where Tom was. Frankie fell at the door and woke up leisurely, looking around with a dull look on his face. What's wrong with me? An idea flashed in Frankie's mind. Yes, that's right, that guy hit me just now. He interrupted the film for me. Frankie instantly became angry. He kept turning around to search for Shen Yuan's figure. Lao Zi will give that BD a good beating if he finds him. Frankie stamped his feet angrily. Besides, Shen Yuan, the culprit, is already sitting in front of Tom. He folded his arms and stretched out his calves to rest on the table. The expression on his face was very arrogant. Sir, what is your surname? My surname is Shen Yuan. Tom nodded. I'm Tom, what do you want? Shen Yuan did not mention Pluton for the time being, but waved his hand towards Kyang beside him. Clang! A large bag of golden clock fragments was placed on the table by Joan, shining with a luxurious light under the office lights. Weigh how much gold this is, and we will build a ship that can travel around the world. Tom's reaction was not that intense, but this scene excited Bing Shan beside him to death. Sir, you said you wanted to build a ship. Then Frankie. Before he finished speaking, Bing Shan seemed to realize something and closed his mouth instantly. Tom raised his eyebrows and said, What? Nothing, nothing. Bing Shan sneered and excused himself. Sir, I've accepted your business. It may take a long time. This. Don't worry about this. Now I have something to talk to Mr. Tom. Tom raised his eyebrows again, looked at Bing Shan, and finally let him leave the office temporarily. Shen Yuan also gave De Psyche a look, and several people followed him and exited the room. Can you tell me now, what's the matter? Shen Yuan shook his head. Have ears. Tom was stunned and began to look around at the surrounding environment. As he looked around, a bang sound was heard instantly. Little mouse, did you let me catch you? Shen Yuan smiled and smashed the wall behind him with his big hand. Holding a CP6 member's neck, he threw him to the ground with a smile. He stepped heavily on his back. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out, staining a large area of the floor red. Wow! CP was picked up by Shen Yuan again, with murderous intent in his eyes. But after a second thought, he still spoke gloomily. What did the world government send you to do? CP refused to speak and shut up tightly. Enel Dashki comes in, everyone searches for the surrounding spies, and cripples everyone they see. Do you understand? The door slowly opened, and Enel and Dashki came in together. At first sight, they saw the CP members with blood on their faces, who were trying to struggle out of Shen Yuan's big hand. Enel, have you ever killed anyone? Enel shuddered. This day has finally come. Tom was a little scared. This scene happened so quickly and left a deep impression on his young mind. Ahem. You are a heinous criminal. If you kill me, do you want to declare war on the world government? He smiled slightly. All the people who have said this to me in the past have passed. Hey? What is the first 7? CP members shook their heads and clenched their teeth tightly. Today he will be a martyr. Die for his country. What a tough guy. Saying that, Shen Yuan pulled out the shijir from Taski. The knife was inserted right into his waist. Ah! A scream came out of the office, instantly attracting most of the boat workers, and they rushed here. When the boatman and his party arrived at Tom's office, shocked to see Bing Shan standing at the door at a loss. At this moment, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he was staring at the picture in the cat's eyes. Master Bing Shan, what's wrong? Bing Shan turned his head and made a SHH gesture to signal everyone not to be restless. This scene made all the boatmen extremely curious, and they crowded in one after another. Shen Yuan had already noticed the movement outside and couldn't help turning his head to look at Tom. He understood instantly, walked out of the room, and began to evacuate the people outside. It has calmed down outside, but it has not calmed down inside. Ah! 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 There were screams in the room, which were heartbreaking. Pain! It hurts so much! It hurts so much! At this time, the inside of the room looked like an execution chamber. CP was completely mounted on the wall, and there were dozens of bloody wounds on his waist and abdomen. Chapter 32 Aha! Keep talking! Although several people tortured him severely, this CP member still did not speak. It's really tough. Shen Yuan put down the knife and reached out to find a toothpick from his desk. That's right, it's a toothpick. The toothpick instantly covers the armed color and domineering. An ordinary toothpick instantly exploded with an aura that would never happen again in its life. Toothpick, did you see it, Grandpa? I will be proud of my ancestors in this life. The toothpick followed the trajectory of Shen Yuan's force and struck out vigorously. It was inserted directly into CP's fingers. A scream came out again. Ah! CP only felt a heartbreaking pain flowing from Tianling Gai to the solace of his feet, and finally gathered in his heart. As we all know, 10 fingers connect one heart. I don't ask you for anything, let's play a game. I ask you to answer. If you are wrong, I will stick it. If you are right, I will let it go. CP didn't say anything, staring at Shen Yuan with a bit of resentment and a bit of fear. Captain, this. Kyung held an unconscious CP member in her hand and just took a look at the scene inside. In an instant, he fell from the clouds to the bottom. Captain, Dashki and Khalifa also arrived belatedly, and the CP members in their hands fell to the ground. This scene happened again. Khalifa goes out and waits, everyone must cross this hurdle. Khalifa was stunned. But then he shook his head at Shen Yuan. Take 2 quick steps. He arrived behind Shen Yuan in an instant. Okay, stand aside and don't make any sound. Khalifa nodded and took his arm. Shen Yuan ignored everyone and took out the Supreme Quick sign and waved it in front of the CP members. Let me ask you, who is the child of the Bull Demon King and the Iron Fan Princess? The latter was stunned and began to think. Seeing that the other party didn't answer, Shen Yuan extended his Supreme Quick sign. He pointed at the second finger of his left hand and pricked it hard. Pfft! Ah! Okay, next question, black cat or white cat, which cat can catch mice? CP was stunned again. This outrageous question made him even forget about the pain. Maybe. Without waiting for CP's answer. A finger was inserted hard by the toothpick again. Ah! You asked me a few questions and I knew how to do it. Shen Yuan nodded, looking at the toothpick in his hand and lost in thought. If you ask me, I will do it. If you ask me, I will do it. Shen Yuan nodded again, indicating that he understood. Tell me, will a child born between a person with abilities and another person with abilities have the physique to eat 2 devil fruits? CP? Well. Don't say it, really don't say it, isn't it impossible? What if the gene mutates? Pfft! The toothpick was easily inserted into the 4th finger of the left hand, and the heart-wrenching pain converged from the fingertips to the heart. Ah! CP cried. This time he really cried. Tears couldn't stop sliding down his face. He looked very sad. Can you ask me some questions that normal people can answer? Okay, then tell Lao Zi all the information you know. Especially the small actions of the world government, and the mission you are about to perform. CP looked overjoyed and opened his mouth like he was pouring beans out of his mouth. Our main task is to monitor you. And our other task is to investigate the base of the Revolutionary Army, And stop talking. One of his teammates couldn't help shouting. I'm giving you face, right? A toothpick was accidentally popped out by Shen Yuan. This toothpick drilled into his mouth at an extremely fast speed. Straight through it. The speaker had no reaction at the time. I shut up for no reason, it hurt for no reason. Go on. There was no toothpick this time, and Shen Yuan replaced it with a fruit knife on the desk next to him. CP did not dare to neglect and continued to speak in fear. The 5 elders are very afraid of you now, so they sent us to monitor you. Yet. Keep talking. Also, we have another action on this trip, which is for the fruits of the operation. Yet. Keep talking. We have so many tasks, I really don't know what else. Yet, keep talking. My third uncle's brother-in-law is getting married today. I'm going to see. Keep going. Shen Yuan continued to speak with a dark face. I still have the cigar I bought yesterday but didn't smoke in my pocket. Take it away. Keep going. Shen Yuan stood up, the fruit knife in his hand slowly turned black. CP saw the fruit knife rushing towards his thigh and pierced it. A heartbreaking pain swept through him again, causing him to yell out uncontrollably. Oh! Keep talking, if you don't satisfy Lao Zi will chop you into more than 3,000 pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Worry. Why can you say such cold words from the mouth of 37 degrees? It can be said. CP's brain couldn't help but work at high speed, and he began to think about valuable information. I know. Do you want to get Pluton's design drawings? We have another mission and we are here to go undercover in the capital of 7 waters. The world government suspects that Pluton's production blueprints are hidden in the capital of 7 waters. Yet. Keep talking. You'd better keep stabbing me. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into a dead silence. You could hear a needle drop. Do you still remember the game I played with you before? I asked you to answer. If you are not satisfied, I will cut a piece. If you are satisfied, I will stick it on you. CP6, what the hell is it posted on? But he still struggled to nod. How many espionage forces does the world government have? Cough cough, cough cough. The world government has the supreme power of domination in the world, and there are other CP members under it, including CP1-9. CP9 has been destroyed, and now it is trying to recruit new members. Shen Yuan nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask. Besides, what other special forces are there? CP thought for a moment before continuing to explain. The God's Guards under the world government. In addition, there are also 12 Divine Guards, the Palace Guards, 12 Divine Guards. Most of them are powerful animal devil fruits, and their duty is to guard Marie Joya's safety at all times. Shen Yuan nodded, very satisfied. Tell me, where is the Golden Lion? I really don't know this. Because of the special ability of the Golden Lion, we have not yet been able to detect the location of the Golden Lion. Shen Yuan was satisfied, turned around and clapped his hands. Enel understood and took the knife from Shen Yuan's hand. Trembling and not daring to do it. Speed up and let him go peacefully. As soon as these words came out, CP6's frown instantly relaxed and seemed to relax. Shen Yuan turned his back to the CP6 members and waved his hand. Then he walked out of the room without saying a word. Let's do it. Enel held the fruit knife shivering and closed his eyes tightly. The knife suddenly stabbed his neck. Pfft! A large amount of blood burst out instantly, and the CP members who were already dying passed away safely at this moment. Ah! Enel threw the fruit knife in a panic and fell to the floor with a thud. Blood, it's blood. Enel's expression gradually turned to fear. How can you become stronger if your hands are not stained with the enemy's blood? Kyung didn't waste any time and kicked another spy member hard. Immediately afterwards, another wave of feet flew out quickly. Pfft. This Lan Jiao attacks boldly and cuts off the opponent directly in the waist. Wow! Blood flowed out in large tracks, staining the entire floor red. Chapter 33 Goodbye Zifa. In. Tom was very nervous, looking at Shen Yuan standing in front of him with fear in his heart. It's okay, they are all here to monitor me. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Shen Yuan in shock. There was silence in the room for a long time, and you could hear a pin drop. It took a moment for Tom to react. Well, please come with me. After taking a look at the people who were executing the spies, Shen Yuan turned around and left Russian territory. In a dark room, Tom and Shen Yuan were sitting on the floor. Tom was the first to ask, "Sir, can you explain the situation to me?" Hearing this, Shen Yuan pondered slightly. Then he began to tell Tom about his glorious achievements. Is that so? After hearing the whole story, Tom gave Shen Yuan a meaningful look. The former continued to speak. I know that you have been sentenced to death. I have a suggestion here that may save your life. Tom's eyes suddenly burst into light. But then he returned to normal, smiled and said, "A good man should face all the responsibilities of his crimes calmly." Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Are you just going to abandon Frankie and Bing Shan and die in the world government's conspiracy? Tom stopped talking. Blind student, you discovered Hua Dian. The former continued. Before that, you have to explain some things. Even if you want to protect some things for the rest of your life, the world government will not allow you to do so. Seeing Tom's astonished face, Shen Yuan was not in a hurry and continued to speak unhurriedly. I know you have something important in your hands. Once this kind of thing falls into the hands of the world government, it will be difficult to take it back. The former spoke eloquently. The words are like the whispers of the devil, constantly attacking Tom's heart. Now, I need an answer. After saying this, his eyes were fixed on Tom. Well. After thinking for a moment, Tom sighed heavily, and then slowly said, I do have the design drawings of ancient weapon Pluton in my hand. With all due respect, what is your identity? What identity? Shen Yuan smiled and said, just an ordinary adventurer. An adventurer? The old Roger seems to be very similar to you. When Tom said this, some memories were instantly brought back. I have a very mature plan. Tom was stunned for a moment and nodded, like an obedient child. I don't care how you die, but you must build my boat first. Tom. Don't worry, I will definitely build this ship. A man must be responsible for the ship he builds. Roger took the boat I built and sailed around the world, and I am proud of it. Shen Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. He was not very excited. Instead, he looked at Tom with a look of fool. This look made him feel a little embarrassed. Pluton, I have no idea at the moment, but we can't fall into the hands of the world government. So you have two tasks now. One is to protect this blueprint, and the most important thing is to build my ship. Tom nodded without retorting. After your death, I will ensure that the world government will not cause trouble to your two disciples. This is my sincerity. Cooperation achieved. Tom agreed very much. So, why don't you go build a ship quickly? At this time, Tom office. Dashki and the others were sitting on the sofa, quietly watching Bing Shan instruct the boatman to clean up the room. Bang! The door was opened. After entering, Shen Yuan sat down on the swivel chair, saying nothing, just waiting for someone quietly. Bing Shan was full of curses and closed the door without knowing it. He walked to the door and slowly closed the door. Subsequently, bang! Another sound of gate of opening came, and Tom arrived belatedly holding a drawing. Bing Shan was speechless for a while, his face darkened. It's better to close the door. Excuse me, please take a look, what do you think of this drawing? Tom smiled and handed the drawing to Shen Yuan. The latter took the drawing and carefully appreciated the contents on it while looking at it. Good. So good. What an ingenious design, ingenious workmanship, really ingenious workmanship. Tom had a smile on his face and seemed to be very impressed by Shen Yuan's appreciation. Okay, you can do it. Ah? It seems like I have become a subordinate. Tom thought this, but he nodded numbly and walked out of the room slowly. After finishing the ship matters, Shen Yuan had time to talk about household matters. Shen Yuan asked, "How long has Smoker been gone?" After hearing this, Dashki began to think, and after a while he opened his mouth and said, "I've been gone for nearly a week." "You haven't arrived at Marine headquarters in a week? Are you on a dead end?" At the same time, Smoker was driving a small boat and was floating on the sea with a dull expression. Ah, sneeze. Smoker sneezed, sniffed, and shook his head. Is it cold? Smoker couldn't help but put on the coat beside him, trembling, and looked at the sea. What the hell, I won't get lost and die here, right? While he was thinking, Smoker caught a glimpse of a ship sailing slowly on the sea in the distance between his brows. On the deck was an old man with grey hair wearing a marine cloak. Old man! Old man! Smoker stood up and hurriedly waved his hands towards the battleship. Hey! Old man! Old man! The ship seemed to have noticed Smoker. The old man raised his eyes and the ship turned around and quickly moved towards Smoker. Holy shit! Smoker! Is it Smoker? Smoker! It's Smoker! The moment the trainee sailors on the ship saw Smoker. There are surprises, but more importantly, the joy of meeting again after a long separation. These people rushed to say hello to Smoker. Teacher Zifa. Smoker opened his mouth in surprise. This was the first time he saw his teacher show vicissitudes of life. The current state is completely different from the state that I was taught before. At this moment, he seemed to be more than 10 years older and unshaven, making Smoker feel that this man was about to be buried. The 62-year-old Zifa stared at Smoker with his hands folded across his chest, and Smoker did the same. The two just stared at each other, speechless for a long time. Smoker, I heard you deserted your post. Zifa looked at Smoker seriously. Teacher Zifa, Smoker, your breath is different now. Zifa continued to speak. Teacher Zifa, I actually want to practice and train myself before following. With that said, Zifa casually took out a wanted notice, and the portrait on it was that of Shen Yuan. The new Shinigami Shen Yuan had a bounty of more than 500 million as soon as he went to sea. Unexpectedly, he kidnapped all our marine lieutenant generals. After saying this, no one spoke. Smoker, tell me how you feel. Smoker nodded and said, he is a man who knows right from wrong, hates evil as much as he hates it, and never shows mercy. But it's just a bit of nonsense, and doesn't seem to care at all about the forces of all parties. Upon hearing these words, Zifa's originally serious face instantly relaxed. Do you hate evil as much as you hate it? The former general of the Marine headquarters, known as No Kill, has never been so powerless as he is now. His family was killed by pirates and he began to hate pirates. Where is he now? Zifa said calmly. Perhaps we have reached the capital of Seven Waters by now. Zifa nodded, stretched out his hand and pulled Smoker onto the battleship. So, you're still a Marine, right? Smoker nodded silently, slowly took out a cigar and started smoking. Chapter 34 Daihatsu Kamui Smoker. Seven Rivers City Shipyard. At this time, Shen Yuan was holding a lunch box and eating the food in front of him. As he ate the food one bite at a time, Shen Yuan looked around from time to time. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Dang Dang, the construction of your ship has begun. Shen Yuan nodded and placed the lunchbox on the ground. After so many days, Shen Yuan discovered a major problem. Where's Rayleigh? Shen Yuan's head was filled with questions, and his face was full of doubts. Rayleigh? I didn't see it yesterday. Tom was also very confused. Forget it, it's okay if the old man doesn't look for it. After saying that, Shen Yuan stopped dwelling on the matter and smiled slightly. Just as the two were chatting, there was an explosion from the port in the distance. Boom! This sound should be the sound of an exploding artillery shell, right? The pirates are coming! The pirates are coming! Run! It's a pirate! The crowd suddenly fell into panic. All the residents of the Seven Waters City began to flee for their lives. But Shen Yuan was very emotional when he saw this scene. Scenes like this have happened often since he went to sea. Are you interested in taking a look? Shen Yuan said evilly towards Tom. Of course, I am not afraid of pirates like this. After saying that, the two of them rushed to the port together. At this time, Seven Waters City Port. Marine and his party are launching a fierce attack on this group of pirates. He is indeed Captain Ace who has returned from the New World. He is truly worthy of his name. Zifa punched hard while taunting his opponent. Humph, you old guy, go to hell. The pirate group led by Ace has just returned to the Grand Line from the New World. The ship's hull was damaged and I wanted to go to the capital of Seven Waters for repairs. It's so good that I met Zifa and his party here. At this time, the trainee sailors behind Zifa were gearing up and ready to show off their skills. My students, try to protect yourself. Don't die here. Everyone heard Zifa's roar, and everyone couldn't help but trembled. Is that armed color Haki? That is the same armed color Haki as Mr. Zifa. I don't know who in the crowd shouted like this. I was already extremely nervous and became even more nervous. Smoker's face turned dark. You saw it when you saw it, why did you say it? To increase the momentum of the pirates? Said. A figure holds a knife in his hand. The blade flashed with cold light, and it cut straight towards Marine's new shoots. The trainee sailor looked at the bloody battlefield in front of him and felt his hands and feet feel cold. My whole body was trembling, shaking like chaff in a sieve. Bang! The long knife in the figure's hand clashed with another weapon, and there was a sound of gold and iron clashing. Chiang! Tina doesn't like her companions being killed, she doesn't like it very much. Hina held a long knife in her hand, flicked the figure away, held the handle of the knife and gasped. Hey, hey! You're such a nice girl, I'll tie you back to the boat and let the brothers have a good time. The two figures were intertwined, making jingling sounds constantly. It's hot outside. But Shen Yuan was squatting on the beach, holding a handful of popcorn in his hand and eating non-stop. Lao Tang, what do you think of that girl doll? Tom frowned and kept looking. Didn't you see it? I think that young man is pretty good. Yes, Teacher Tang was pointing to Smoker. At this time Smoker showed off Kamui. 10 hands covered with armed domineering force, one by one, shuttle back and forth in the battlefield. Boom! A pirate was knocked into the sea by Smoker and returned to the mother's arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest. Tina! Smoker's body turned into smoke and swooped in quickly, and everything around him was covered in smoke. Tina was in the middle of a battle with that figure, and was slightly at a disadvantage. Just when Tina lost her strength, the long knife whizzed and slashed towards Tina. Bite! Another sound of gold and iron clashing came out. What? A hero saves a beauty. Shen Yuan was stunned and didn't notice that most of the popcorn in his hand had been taken away by Lao Tang. Where's my popcorn? Shen Yuan looked at Tom. The two of them were arguing and did not take this battle into consideration at all. Boy, why don't you run? Several pirates had already landed ashore, and their heads were burning as they watched the fight. Makabaka, we are fighting in front, are we here to perform a shadow puppet show for you? Thinking about it, this little guy is dead. Yes, just die. He was instantly killed by Shen Yuan's compressed finger gun. When he was dying, this little guy seemed to be grinning and wanted to say something. No, bro, spit out Lao Zi's popcorn, spit it out. Tom was grabbed by Shen Yuan's neck and shook for a while, feeling that his brain was almost shaken. At this time, Smoker resisted the figure's slash, and his right hand suddenly covered his weapon color. In an instant, the jet black armed color was domineering. The fist is fierce, attacking the opponent's abdomen fiercely. Bang! It was beaten more than 10 meters by Smoker, and one end was inserted into the brick ground on the far coast. Boom! Rubbles flew, the surrounding ground cracked, and there was no movement for an instant. Tina, are you okay? Thank you, Tina, thank you. Tina looked at Smoker in surprise. What surprised him was not Smoker's heroic rescue of the beauty, but his armed domineering attitude. You just sneaked away for more than a month and mastered the armed domineering power? I'd like to thank you for such a good thing. Tina? Tina. Smoker looked at the stunned Tina and shook his head, turned around and flew towards where Zifa was. Bang! Another loud noise. Zifa and Smoker worked together to blast Is in front of them dozens of meters away. Yis felt his head was dizzy for a while, and as his consciousness gradually blurred, he suddenly activated his fruit ability. Gigantic blast! Giant blast? What do you mean? Yisai grinned with a big mouth full of blood, and he didn't forget to show off before he died. This is my fruit ability, the explosive fruit. My breath was left on all of you just now, and this breath is enough to blow all of you up into the sky. Yis grinned and took out another pill, ready to take it. At this moment, everyone was panicked. As expected of a pirate from the New World. Can you actually control the breath explosion? Although, it is of some use to ordinary people, but to the strong, it is like beating an egg against a stone. Tina opened her mouth, and just as she recovered from her daze, she fell into a daze again. The aura exploded. If it really exploded, a whole ship of trainee sailors would be in danger. Smoker gritted his teeth, helpless. The teacher has never taught you this. This kind of scene. The teacher has never taught you this? Zifa was also covered in cold sweat and was quickly approaching Is on the moonwalk. Bang! A huge force penetrated his chest, and the breath that was about to explode instantly shrank and returned to calm. An extremely fierce bombardment suddenly appeared, and then it was drawn out suddenly. Beat Yisai to death. Bang! Yis fell into the sea and died instantly. Shen Yuan landed on the deck of the marine ship and greeted Tina with a smile. Hello. Tina. Stabilizing his body, Shen Yuan shouted loudly at Smoker. In this case, the caster should be killed, do you understand? Chapter 35 Shen Yuan vs Zifa. The battle is over. Zifa directed a group of marines to clean up the messy scene, and turned his head to look at Shen Yuan. You are the master who taught Smoker domineering, right? Shen Yuan nodded. This was the second strong man that Shen Yuan admired. The family of General Marine, a senior user of armed color haki known as No Kill, was killed by pirates. Ridiculous and sad. Hello, General Zifa, this is the first time I meet you, I am Shen Yuan. Zifa was slightly startled. Very polite kid. Hello, I am no longer a general. Zifa held Shen Yuan's hand tightly and kept looking at Shen Yuan. But why do you know me? I have heard the reputation of General Zifa many times from my grandfather. Zifa slapped his forehead, yes. This is Garp's grandson. That's it, kid Shen Yuan, you are a wanted criminal now, do you know that? Shen Yuan's face darkened, but he still nodded. Then you still dare to stand on the deck of the marine warship? Of course, I am sure that General Zifa can distinguish right from wrong. Zifa was very pleased with the compliment, and he opened his mouth and smiled happily. Looking at the old man with the vicissitudes of life, he was laughing relaxedly at this moment. Everyone's hearts seemed to be touched. "Kid, your bounty is very high. What exactly did you do?" Zifa frowned slightly and stared at Shen Yuan in front of him. "It's nothing, just killed a few people." Zifa's frown deepened. "Who is it?" It seems that Zifa will not give up until he gets an explanation today. "It doesn't matter, Shen Yuan doesn't care about taboos anymore, as the saying goes, there are too many lice but it doesn't itch." "Killed several spies." "Why?" Zifa was surprised at first, but he quickly suppressed the emotion and continued to ask. "Because they want to kill me, I kill them." "Is this considered a crime?" Not too loud, but full of confidence. "This is confidence. This is the confidence that comes from strength. If anyone dares to have evil thoughts about me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zifa's frown slowly relaxed. According to the urine properties of world government, it is not impossible. The first situation is that Shen Yuan's strength is too strong and has attracted the fear of the world government. The second possibility is that what Shen Yuan did touched the interests of the world government. "Anyway, thank you today. You saved a whole lot of Marine's future." Zifa scratched his head and said a little embarrassed. "General Zifa doesn't have to be like this. What I save is my own belief." Zifa took a deep breath. Hearing this sentence, he instantly brought back memories from a few years ago. He also acted righteously to save lives and injuries, and even pirates couldn't bear to kill him. "Why did you kill all the pirates?" Zifa was a little confused, and at the same time, this was also his not. "Pirates? Those who commit heinous crimes should be punished." Zifa just listened quietly, extremely seriously. "So why do you think they went to sea in the name of pirates?" "Of course, some pirate groups still make me admire them very much, like Roger, Whitebeard, etc." Finished speaking. When Zifa heard this, his eyes sparkled. "According to what you mean, there is another term for pirates, which is adventurers." "Correct." Shen Yuan smiled faintly. "I want to go to sea to explore the world, and I don't have to go to sea as a pirate." "Are you right, General Zifa?" Zifa nodded. "Maybe this is your dream. I will keep what you said in mind." After saying this, the sailors behind Zifa looked at Shen Yuan with admiration. Especially Tina, she can even stuff an apple into her small mouth. "Kid, are your weapons strong?" Zifa became interested and started chatting with Shen Yuan. "My energy is beyond your imagination, Zifa." Saying that, Shen Yuan raised a hand. The fist suddenly covered the extremely compressed armed domineering force, and it wasn't over yet. Circles of dim mist quickly climbed up. Then streaks of black and white lightning appeared. Conqueror's entanglement. Zifa stood up suddenly, with a look of shock on his face. No, I call it the dynamic fist of a tiger that descends from the mountain and shouts at tsunami in the dark sky, splitting the mountains and destroying everything." Zifa, Smoker, Tina, everyone. The whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned. After saying this, Shen Yuan stood up suddenly. An extremely fierce momentum burst out. Immediately afterwards, I saw Shen Yuan flying high into the sky, floating above the sea on moonwalk, and his black fist suddenly landed on the sea. The huge force collided with the endless sea surface. "Make a huge noise." Boom! A huge wave was blown up instantly, and water splashed down from the sky, falling on everyone one after another. The seawater within a radius of 10 kilometers is suppressed by pressure. The surrounding seawater can't even close the gap. A big crater was suddenly blasted out of the sea by this huge force. Seeing this scene, Zifa shuddered all over. Zifa was speechless for a moment, but he still spoke to Shen Yuan. "Kid, let's have a test." With that said, Zifa stepped out and suddenly landed on the railing of the battleship. Okay. Just what Shen Yuan wanted. Boom. The two fists collided with each other, causing ripples. Zifa nimbly dodged Shen Yuan's fist again. A big swing punch came out, but Shen Yuan lowered his body and dived to avoid the big swing punch. He hugged Zifa's body with both hands and suddenly threw him back. Both sides landed firmly on the coast, and at this time they both assumed fighting postures. Are you ready? General Zifa. Zifa smiled slightly and stepped forward quickly. A tentative straight punch with one hand stabbed quickly, like a sharp dagger. Shen Yuan ducked sideways, grabbed Zifa's arm, and put one hand around his waist. Turn your right foot away from Zifa's right foot. Mongolian wrestling. Zifa was thrown to the ground hard, and there were stars in his eyes. He didn't dare to be careless and adjusted his body shape instantly. The right hand suddenly covered the weapon color, and another straight punch struck. Shen Yuan smiled slightly and stepped on his arm with this power. A foot suddenly stepped on his chest. Another kick blasted towards his chin. Bang! Zifa was hit on the chin by this kick. Fortunately, it was no big deal if he covered his weapon color in advance. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! This kick is powerful enough. Zifa shook his head and made a sound of popping beans all over his body. His body speed suddenly increased. A jab. As fast as lightning. Like a madman. Even so, Shen Yuan still cleverly avoided it. He punched out violently and stabbed his chin again. Zifa also dodged and imitated Shen Yuan's movements in a decent manner. He hugged his waist and wanted to use a Mongolian wrestling. Succeeded. Zifa hugged his waist and pulled out suddenly. Didn't move. At this time, Shen Yuan seemed to be welded to the ground, standing still. Bang! His elbow landed hard on Zifa's lower back. He slapped him to the ground instantly. Boom! Feeling the severe pain in his waist and abdomen, Zifa could no longer support his old body. Zifa suddenly fell to the ground, shook his head, and smiled helplessly. Defeat the plot character Zifa and raise the level to level 82. Ouch, the system that has been silent for a long time is making noise again. Chapter 36. Is this how you welcome Lao Zi? Zifa smiled and forced himself to stand up. The strength is pretty good, I didn't even force you to use your full strength. Shen Yuan smiled bitterly. Tisk tisk. Don't you see that I'm not motivated yet? Full strength? You don't even need to show your domineering attitude. Even so, Shen Yuan still smiled and nodded. Following such a powerful person, I am sure your achievements will be high in the future. With that said, Zifa called Smoker and Tina over. These are the two disciples I am more optimistic about. I will ask you to teach them for a while. How about it? Shen Yuan closed his eyes and thought. I'm already very tired, okay, so you still need me to bring an oil bottle with me? He finally shook his head and refused. Next, I have to act on my own. If you force me to do it, I won't have time to care about them. Zifa was stunned. What are you going to do? This matter will be kept secret for the time being. General Zifa will know about it later. Seeing that Shen Yuan was unwilling to say anything, Zifa stopped asking. Smoker, this is your master. You decide whether to stay or go. I will explain it to you at Marine headquarters. Looking at Shen Yuan's stern gaze, Smoker couldn't help but tremble all over. He finally shook his head. I'm a Marine. Zifa nodded and moved his gaze to Tina. Tina also thought for a moment and made the same decision as Smoker. Let me ask, after hearing Shen Yuan's words, who can still lick his face and insist on becoming his disciple? Tina would like to ask, are you noble this year? At this time, Shen Yuan had been baptized by wars one after another, and had gone through hardships, and he never looked like he was 14 years old. 14 years old. Tina was stunned and didn't speak again. Zifa was also shocked and unwilling to accept this fact. That's it, if someone comes later, just tell them to practice well, I have something important to attend to. Smoker nodded and agreed happily. Tom, build your ship properly and don't do shabby work for lousy. Tom was eating the popcorn he finally grabbed. Hearing this, he immediately choked and coughed violently. Then Shen Yuan's voice gradually disappeared, and he disappeared on the moonwalk. Zifa glanced at the messy battlefield and sighed helplessly. Such terrifying combat power has not been added to Marine. If so, he is the Admiral, no, the son of the Fleet Admiral. Zifa continued to direct everyone to clean up the battlefield, looking into the distance with deep eyes. Only when Dashki and the others arrived at the port of the Seven Waters capital did they realize that Shen Yuan had already left. Where's the master? Dusky asked. Smoker was overjoyed when he saw that the visitor was Dashki. Dasi Chi. How are you doing? I'm living a good life, may I ask where our captain is? Smoker's face fell, and he stretched out his arms and pointed to the horizon. Master has left a long time ago. It's been a while. How did he leave? Dashki still looked curious. Flying away. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Smoker spoke again. Master asked me to tell you before he left, so that you can continue to practice in the capital of Seven Waters and don't fall into laziness. Everyone nodded. Zifa's mind became active. How do you usually train? After saying this, everyone looked at Zifa. I'm telling you. This and this, this and this, this and this. Kyung said gloomily, her expression looking very taboo on this kind of training. Zifa suddenly realized it. Isn't Janima the same as Garp's training method? But there are some differences. The second half of the Grand Line. This is New World, a paradise for pirates. Moby DK. Okay, got it. Marco hung up the phone, his expression showing uncontrollable excitement. Marco, what are you so happy about? With Kurozumi's skin color and wearing heavy armor, it was Josa who suddenly asked. Shen Yuan called me just now and said he would come to visit me today. Baista also came forward with a curious expression. I heard that he is a master of swordsmanship. Can you let him fight with me? Kiazi also echoed, I heard that his physical skills are also very powerful, why don't you also give me a try? Marco looks weird. He has never beaten Shen Yuan. Are you two just looking for a beating? Okay, wait until he comes over and tell him yourself. Say it. Marco flew high into the sky, searching the sea. At this time, Whitebeard also walked out of the captain's room, holding a handful of Kong Yunkai in his hand. Everyone was very confused and looked at their father walking out of the cabin with a strange look on his face. Gu la la la. Are you here? Whitebeard opened his attack stance, and Kong Yunkai's blade instantly covered the concussive force, and swung it towards the horizon. Whoosh! An unstoppable slash was swung out with concussive force. Old man, is this how you welcome me? Shen Yuan pulled out Swallowing Heaven to resist the collision. Boom! The force of the shock made Shen Yuan's wrist numb, but the slash was still broken by his sword. Whoosh! The slash was split into two and flew to the side. Tunshin attacks Whitebeard directly. Gu la la la! Whitebeard raised Kong Yunki in his hand and directly tested Shen Yuan's strength against each other. The burst of air waves spread out in circles like ripples. The sky above his head was opened by the power of the two. Kid, are you ready? Of course, the old man is indeed the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard laughs heartily, and the output power of the vibration force in his body continues to increase. Slowly increase his strength. Shen Yuan also smiled, swallowing the sky quietly spreading its ghostly aura, and the black mist slowly climbed up the blade, colliding with the power of the shock. Bang! A bang! The sky closed, and the vision of heaven and earth was restored. Whitebeard Kong Yunki stood on the deck and looked at Shen Yuan with a smile. Gula la la! Gula la la! What a good little devil! Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Baista. This kind of attack would be difficult for 10 of you to receive, right? Shen Yuan landed firmly on the deck. He put Tunshan back into the scabbard and looked at the crew members around him. Arrived at Moby DK. Obtain skill points *5. Old man, I'm here to talk to you about cooperation today. After saying that, Whitebeard laughed heartily again, turned around and entered the captain's cabin. Come in and talk. Shen Yuan didn't show any pretense and followed Whitebeard into the captain's cabin. A group of people outside looked blank. What's going on? What a dangerous brat! Whitebeard raised his wine glass, laughed and took a sip of wine. Then he slowly said, "Which island do you want to attack?" Shen Yuan took the wine glass handed by Whitebeard. However, this wine glass is like a bathtub, and it can probably accommodate myself and Dashki Khalifa taking a bath. I want to start a war. Shen Yuan spoke calmly. Whitebeard was stunned and looked over with doubtful eyes. Occupy Kaido's territory and search for the devil fruit I want. It would be best to also get a few contemporary famous knives. This is not a war, this is an invasion. It is an invasion. Having said that, Whitebeard's mind also became active. The big family he had always wanted to build was now complete, and he was dying. Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. At this moment, a different emotion arose in my heart. Boy, what are you going to do? I plan to select people from your group and start training them, and then attack the surrounding Kaido territory to steal the treasure. Whitebeard didn't hesitate at all and agreed immediately. You can make your choice with confidence, I will definitely support you. However, my sons attach great importance to strength. Don't worry about this, but before that, I have one more thing to do. Whitebeard was stunned, then slowly asked, what do you want to do? Destroy the Island of Justice. Destroy the Island of Justice. Chapter 37 Planning. Shen Yuan negotiated with Whitebeard for a while. In the end, with the help of Marco, Josie, and Yi Zhang sending troops, the matter was settled. Hello Crocodile. A lazy voice came from the other side of the phone. Hello? What instructions? Crocodile was holding a cup of black tea at the moment, and there was a tied-up man in front of him, whose face could not be seen clearly. I'm going to attack Judiciary Island tomorrow. Do you have the guts? Crocodile spat out a mouthful of black tea and looked shocked. Does this have to be done? Your blowing up the Judiciary Island is a provocation to the majesty of the world government. Majesty? Where is the majesty of the world government? It's like the solace of your shoes. There was silence on the other side of the phone. Silence was Cambridge on Judiciary Island. What do you want to do? Choose the few people you think are the strongest to help me clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. Don't worry about the rest, I'll handle it myself. When this is done, I will give you a small reward. Award. Crocodile took a deep breath. How many years have you not heard this word? Okay, when will it be tomorrow? About 3/4 to noon. Crocodile, what time is it at 3/4 to noon? About 11:30. Crocodile nodded and hung up the phone. He glanced at the spy members kneeling in front of him and couldn't help but frown. You domestic dogs are done, aren't you? You've come to my place more than 10 times in 3 days. Do you think of me as your backyard? The spy members were stunned when they heard this. What kind of back garden? What? Crocodile suddenly stood up and locked his neck tightly. The fruit's power is activated instantly, draining the water out of its body. Throwing the body aside, Crocodile picked up the communication phone bug. Ask MR1, MR2, MR3 and MR5 to bring their partners over. I have something to tell them. Crocodile hung up the phone and rubbed his hands, looking excited. I can't even think of attacking Judiciary Island. What a crazy move. A moment. All the members summoned by him stood in front of Lao Sha, waiting for his orders. Bonus, let me ask you, if you were given a chance to challenge the world government, would you do it? Das Bonus trembled after hearing this, and his expression became slightly surprised. It's true that we are a criminal group, but maybe there is no one else who can do this? President, if I can, of course I will be happy to do this kind of crazy behavior. Crocodile smiled, stretched out his hand and pointed his hook at everyone. What about you? The other people looked at each other, but they all nodded dully. Tomorrow we will follow Shen Yuan to invade Judiciary Island. Your task is to clean up the trash fish. Do you understand? Tomorrow? Got it. Only then did everyone understand. It turns out that the crazy act of attacking Judiciary Island was actually carried out by that devil's organization. Unexpectedly, the first big move was to attack Judiciary Island. It was really cruel. They all felt lucky to have survived in the hands of the plague god. Tomorrow we will hit the road immediately and meet up with Shen Yuan in the capital of Seven Rivers. After the battle begins, you are no longer members of Baroque Studio, you are the crew of Shen Yuan's ship, do you understand? Everyone agreed one after another. And their little faces turned red. Bonus closed his eyes and meditated, and began to think about tomorrow's course of action. MR5, your ability is explosion, right? Tomorrow I will leave the task of blowing up the gate of Judiciary Island to you. MR5 nodded, very nervous. He got this explosive fruit by chance. He just ate it a few days ago. Didn't expect this to come in handy. Everyone dismisses, don't be late tomorrow. Say it. Crocodile turned into yellow sand and flew out of the conference room. At this moment, Shen Yuan was fiddling with his system. It's been a long time since I took a look at my strength. I took a look at the balance of skill points, and saw 9 points left, and breathed a sigh of relief. To top it off, it's arrogant. All skill points are allocated, the strength enhancement is filled up, and the strength attribute column changes. Name, Shen Yuan. Age, 14 years old. Identity, Adventurer. Skill, Marine 6 Styles, LV1. Swordsmanship Grandmaster, full level, 3-color Haki, full level. Physical Enhancement, full level, Agility Enhancement, LV15, Strength Enhancement, full level, Speed Enhancement, LV12. Immortal King Kong 100/100. Body of 100 Battles, 100/100. Divine Body, 100/100. Power of Titan, 100/100. On the original basis, you can use the power of Shinigami to assist in combat, and the duration depends on the actual situation. Level, 82, randomly receive a phased reward at level 100. Shen Yuan was happy. An attack method that can harm the soul? Even if Tiga comes over today, he still has to leave his tights behind. Back to the capital of Seven Waters. Shen Yuan glanced at it. The group of people had already been waiting on the coast. Captain, what are you doing? Khalifa and Dashki stepped forward and hugged Shen Yuan's arms, just like two little wives. Went to visit the old man with white beard. After saying this, Shen Yuan said seriously. Everyone stand still. As soon as these words came out, everyone tensed up. Captain, are you serious? Something big is going to happen? I thought and took a step forward. Yes. A loud shout came, making the boatmen working behind them startled. What are they doing? What about military training? Are all pirates so formal now? Another boatman shook his head. It's easy to get rid of it, but it can be done in military training. Boatman. Dashki. Arrive. Tomorrow we will all attack Judiciary Island. I order you to be the commander-in-chief of the operation and observe the trends on the battlefield at all times. Yes. Dashki's hands were shaking with excitement. This was the first battle under Shen Yuan. Joan. Arrive. I order you to be the deputy captain of the war medical force. Someone will report to you tomorrow. Yes. Kayang's eyes glowed slightly, and there was a sparkle in his eyes. But, the vice-captain? Who is the captain? Enel. Arrive. You are the general on the left wing of the battle, clearing out the enemy troops on the left. Yes. Enel tightened his grip on the golden halberd in his hand. This is a weapon made for him by Shen Yuan using forging technology. It is a weapon that he loves very much. Khalifa is the right winger. Just like that, everyone is ready and will gather here tomorrow. Dismissal of all members. Everyone started preparing for the war. Shen Yuan looked at the sky, and a figure slowly fell down. It was Rayleigh. Boy! Why don't you come to me if you have big plans? Rayleigh smiled, and her naive smile instantly gave Shen Yuan a chill. Old man, why have you become so disgusting? Rayleigh took out the Devil Fruit illustrated book from her arms and handed it to Shen Yuan. I took the illustrated book before to identify my own inventory, I'm sorry. It's okay, just die. Rayleigh didn't speak, but Shen Yuan broke the silence after a moment. You don't have to participate in this battle. Rayleigh nodded and agreed happily. Chapter 38 The dispute begins. This is the first half of the Grand Line. It is the only way to enter the New World. And this is the Judiciary Island located in the first half of the Grand Line. There is a court directly under the world government on the island. Although it is a court, it actually acts only according to the will of the world government. Anyone who is taken to Judiciary Island must have been identified as a prisoner and will definitely die. The surrounding sea area is slightly restless, as if a prey has been discovered by a beast. Marine, who was guarding the Judiciary Island, and world government officials all looked around, their brows twitching. Hey, why do you think my right eye keeps jumping around? The same goes for world government officials. Me too, I always feel like I'm going to be useless today. While the two were talking, a Marine colonel stared at the sea with suspicion on his face. He frowned and looked at the sea in the distance, not daring to relax at all. Keep an eye on that sea area, there's something wrong with the waves there. All the Navy soldiers responded one after another and dispatched several patrol teams to increase the intensity of monitoring. Should we report it to Marine headquarters? Colonel Marine hesitated. We're not sure yet. We're just relying on our feelings to act arbitrarily. I don't feel right. However, at this moment, bang! There was an explosion. Judiciary Island was shelled? Do you want to report now? The colonel looked excited, even a little secretly happy. Let's compete. If someone attacks you, why don't you defend yourself? The intelligence officer's face turned dark. Are all Colonel Marines like this? The entire Judiciary Island immediately entered a state of war. The battlefield was filled with rubble and debris, and explosions were heard one after another. Boom! 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 Marco, wrapped in cyan flames, smashed the front door into pieces with one kick. Young boys, rush for Laozi. All the pirates are in high spirits and their fighting spirit is very high. Charge! Charge into Judiciary Island. Kill him without leaving any trace behind. A wave of mental thieves have landed on the island one after another, just like jackals coming ashore, biting everyone they see. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere on the battlefield. The groans and screams are endless. The defenders who saw this scene began to fight back. They picked up long guns and short cannons and fought with the Whitebeard pirates. Now, the colonel stood on the watchtower. Seeing this scene, my face turned pale. Report, report. The east gate of Judiciary Island has been captured, and the leader is suspected to be former CP9 member Khalifa. Khalifa? Yes, Colonel, there is a child holding a halberd next to him. Child? The Colonel looked panicked. So far, all we can do is organize manpower to ask for help from Marine Headquarters. Hello? Marine Headquarters? Judicial. The words haven't been finished yet. Just hearing a bang gunshot, the Colonel was suddenly shot in the abdomen. Vomit. He vomited out a mouthful of blood and fell directly to the ground. Hello? Hello? The caller didn't hang up, and the operator over there looked confused. Are you sick? If you continue to harass Laozi, Laozi will send you to Marine Court. Beep, beep, beep. Humph, don't think about asking for help. Yi Zhang held 2 guns and organized his troops in an orderly manner to rush to the second gate of Judiciary Island. Boom. Bang. Kill. Kill. The sound of angry curses and slashings spread everywhere. At this moment, above the sea to the west, Crocodile stood on the bow of the ship, with a wicked smile on his lips. Young men, rush into the west gate. MR5 leads the way. I saw him picking out the boogers from his nostrils and flicking them away. Booger bomb. A tiny booger. He was so excited that the west gate of Judiciary Island suddenly exploded. At this moment, all Baroque members rushed into Judiciary Island. All the sailors were dumbfounded. Report that the west gate has been lost. A large number of pirates have poured into Judiciary Island. Now Judiciary Island is surrounded from 3 sides and is in danger. The Colonel lying on the ground seemed to be petrified. I wipe it. Come again. The Colonel closed his eyes and just lay on the ground. Laozi doesn't care, just do whatever you like. At that moment, he really wanted to die. Just then, Lieutenant General Marine, who was patrolling in the distance, also discovered the anomalies on Judiciary Island. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Go to support. Many warships turned around, but a cold voice came from the distance. Give me some respect and stay here quietly. All the lieutenants were stunned and all looked at the source of the sound. Bang! A figure flashed in front of Lieutenant General Marine. In response, he was knocked back more than 10 meters and fell into the sea. There is no trace of sloppiness. Shen Yuan punches 1. These lieutenant generals fell into the sea like dumplings. It's Shen Yuan. It's Shinigami Shen Yuan. Requesting support from the headquarters. Marine Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's face turned green when he saw this scene. Damn it, nothing good happened the last time we met. I was scolded by that old guy from the Warring States period, and now it's you again. Before the Flying Squirrel could react, a fist covered with armed domineering energy is approaching. Nah. I haven't said anything yet. Bang. The silhouette of the Flying Squirrel flew out. Like a rocket that has been ignited, it turns into a meteor and flies high into the sky. Where is Hajime? All the lieutenant generals were knocked unconscious. The sailors were also stunned by its conquerors. Shen Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly, with a look of relief on his face. You can rest assured now. But after defeating so many people, why doesn't the system make any move? After thinking about it carefully, yes. It's already level 80, so it's obviously unrealistic to kill minions to level up. After solving the external hidden danger, Shen Yuan jumped into the air and headed straight for the main island of Judiciary Island. Whoosh! Shen Yuan's figure formed an arc and slowly disappeared above the sea. The marine soldier just watched a figure flying over his head, with a look of astonishment on his face. Report, Judiciary Island has been lost at high altitude, Colonel Nima's face turned dark. Damn it! I pretended to be dead and still reported it to Laozi? But what does it mean to lose ground at high altitude? I couldn't help but open my eyes in confusion and look into the distance. I'll wipe it. The colonel really almost couldn't breathe this time, and he vomited a mouthful of blood again on the spot. At this time, Shen Yuan stepped on the moonwalk and hung high in the sky, overlooking the people below him. The fighting continues, and the two sides are still fighting fiercely. He nodded and seemed very satisfied. Raising his head slightly, his body suddenly accelerated and flew towards the Judiciary Tower on Judiciary Island. There. But I have a great baby. Enel here can be said to be Daihatsu Kamui. Groups of spies dressed in black, armed with weapons, faced Enel. But their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Yahahaha! Yahahaha! Let me test your strength. Enel wields the Fang Tian painted halberd. Fang Tian's painted halberd made of gold was thrown away like a tiger. The halberd was swung out, cutting a frightening wound straight into the opponent's chest. Yahahaha! You all go to hell for me. Fang Tian's painted halberd suddenly covered his armed domineering aura, revealing a chilling aura. Chiang! A flying Lanjiao collided directly with Fang Tian's painted halberd, making a sound of gold and iron clashing. Enel raised his eyebrows and became interested. Have you finally found someone I can move around with? Lanjiao. Without any explanation, another slash shot out. Enel dodged sideways, narrowly dodging the attacks. Fang Tian's painted halberd whipped out in his hand. Call. The strong wind was so powerful that it staggered the intelligence officer on the opposite side. He hurriedly adjusted his body shape. He pulled off his black cloak, revealing a black suit. He tugged on his tie and was about to speak. Bang! Marco came out of nowhere and knocked him away with a kick. The commander was kicked away, the east gate was lost, and victory was official. You guy, don't interrupt other people's battles. Marco smiled sarcastically and left in the direction of the east gate in embarrassment. Enel was extremely angry. Holding back his breath, he rushed directly into the inner door. In the Justice Tower at this moment, Spondam stood in the room at the top of the tower, staring at the disputed judicial island for a long time. Reporting to the commander, the main entrance has been breached. Gather all troops to the Justice Tower and prepare for a desperate fight. Saying so. But Spondam's mind was already active. Just quietly retreat to the bottom of the Justice Tower, where there is a small boat that has been prepared. When the time comes, won't Laozi be able to escape directly? Can we still put the blame on Marine? This is killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Spondam showed a wicked smile. You fight first, Laozi leaves first as a courtesy. After a lot of trouble, Spondam finally reached the bottom of the Justice Tower. Just as he was about to get on the boat, a cold voice came from far away. You can't leave. Spondam stiffened. Even the long sword in his hand that had eaten the elephant fruit was broken out in cold sweat. I repeat, you are already a dead person, should you die by yourself or should I help you die? The cold sweat on Spondam's forehead fell to the ground. Extremely nervous. Similarly, the long sword also tensed its body, preparing to cooperate with its master to launch a life-threatening blow. Just then Spondam moved. A gorgeous turn and jump high. The long sword was held in his hand. Come straight to Shen Yuan. Chapter 39 Asking for help. Uncle, please spare me. Spondam knelt on the ground with a pop. Mangda presented the sword in one hand, and handed the long sword to Shen Yuan like a treasure. Shen Yuan took the sword with a smile and began to look at it. Did I let you go? Spangdam, who was about to escape, froze. This moment seems to reappear. He froze in place, too frightened by the threat to move. Shen Yuan threw down his sword. Bend your knees slightly, and then compress your strength to the extreme. Then his figure instantly jumped into the sky. Flip and get into a boxing stance. This punch was carried by the strong wind and crashed down with unparalleled power. Waves of sonic booms came. Spondam couldn't help but look up. When I saw this, I was shocked. My legs are shaking and I can't move. What kind of attack is this? This is the last question in Spondam's mind. Without waiting for his reaction, a devastating blow suddenly arrived. Justice! The iron fist landed on Spondam's head like a rapidly falling missile. Boom! Its head was instantly smashed by Shen Yuan, and its entire body was compressed into a two-dimensional creature. When Shen Yuan stood up again, Spondam had been smashed into a portrait. Shen Yuan clenched his fist and said casually, "Well, the force is a bit weak, but it's enough." Picking up the long sword on the ground, he slowly walked into the Justice Tower and began to search for the treasures in this tower. Besides, the inner door of Judiciary Island has been opened by many pirates at this moment. Everyone rushed into Judiciary Island and snatched his daughter from Laozi. Marco shouted, and behind him, Yizhang and Qiazi also entered the inner door and began to search for treasures. Marine Headquarters. Malinvondo. Blue BBBBLU, BBBBBLU. The phone on Zhenguo's desk rang, and he frowned slightly. Hello? No, 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 no. No, no, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Before he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. There were two blue veins on Zhenguo's forehead, and he was also filled with doubts in his heart. Bulu, Bulletin, 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 Bulletin. Another phone call. Hello. The Warring States period picks up again. This time there was a noise from the opposite side, and there were shouts of people from both sides fighting. Hello. Warring States asked tentatively. No, 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 it's not good, Warring States Fleet Admiral, Sima, Fa. Before the person could finish speaking, the phone bug was hung up again. Warring States frowned. Sima? Judicial? Something happened on Judiciary Island? Judiciary Island is a symbol of world government authority. If something happens, he, the Fleet Admiral, has an unshirkable responsibility. With this in mind, I hurriedly called the Lieutenant Generals stationed on Judiciary Island. Brr, boo, 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 boo. The phone calls of several warships merged into a symphony. But at this time, there was no one on board the warship, and they were all put into the sea. Seeing this scene, Garp, who was sitting next to Sengoku, couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? There was a report from the direction of Judiciary Island just now, but they hung up before finishing the sentence. Garp was stunned and frowned. Let me go. Garp stood up. A white marine uniform shrinks violently, always demonstrating the power of this marine hero. Then you go and have a look. You don't have to come back. I'll give you a day off. Garp was delighted. He rushed out of the office and started organizing people to set off. Warring States looked gloomy. The two sentences just mentioned kept popping up in my mind, and I fell into deep thought. Bulu, Bulletin, 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 Bulletin. The phone rang again, and Senguo answered the phone with a slumped face. An urgent voice came from the other side of the phone. Warring States Fleet Admiral, I am Flying Squirrel. Judiciary Island was attacked by Shen Yuan, and there are suspected to be other pirate groups in my party. There seemed to be two more wrinkles on Zhenguo's face, and he looked shocked. It was Shen Yuan who attacked Judiciary Island. Did that kid attack Marine after all? Thinking like this, he still said in a deep voice, Garp has passed, don't worry. After saying that, Warring States hung up the phone. The Flying Squirrel listened to the blind tone of the other party's phone and froze in place. The Judiciary Island is gone soon, why don't we worry? But after all, Lieutenant General Garp is on his way, so just delay it a little longer. No, something's wrong. The more Warring States thought about it, the more something was wrong. Attacking Judiciary Island is a provocation, a naked provocation. Provoke world government? Warring States again took out Shen Yuan's information. I saw the information printed with Shen Yuan's information, and the red circle was highlighted on the relatives column. Garp, and this Belmar, are all Marines. No matter whether he goes to sea or attacks Judiciary Island, it can't change the fact that Shen Yuan has a Marine grandfather. Warring States took a deep breath. Silently putting the information back into the drawer, holding his head with his hands clasped together, he began to ponder the hidden meaning of Shen Yuan's action. Attack Judiciary Island and then declare war on world government. The Warring States period burst into laughter. This crazy idea is like Pandora's box. Once opened, it cannot be taken back. Just thinking about it, Warring States already made a judgment in his heart. In the end, he shook his head and stopped dwelling on the matter. He picked up the phone and called Garp. Hello? What's wrong? Garp, the one who invaded Judiciary Island is Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan. Garp was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled in relief. Okay, I get it. After hanging up the phone, Garp ordered the ship to slow down and slowly sailed to Judiciary Island. Lieutenant General Garp, didn't you say that Judiciary Island is an emergency? Bogart asked doubtfully. It's okay, don't worry. Bogart's whole body seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, and he stayed in place without speaking for a long time. The intruder is Shen Yuan. Garp added unhurriedly and ate the donut in his hand. Bogart was pressed the start button again, and then he reacted. Boy, Shen Yuan attacked Judiciary Island? What does this mean? Garp ate the donuts slowly and began to reminisce. He told me his dream before he went to sea. He wanted to travel around the world. What do you mean by this? Bogart still didn't understand. I mean, his ambition is far from being buried in this small sea. What do you mean by this? Bogart remained puzzled. That's my grandson, you know it. Garp's face turned dark, and he turned his head and stopped looking at Bogart. The ship sailed slowly on the sea, and the sea breeze blew in. Lieutenant General Garp, your phone number. Garp's eyes lit up. Bogart reached for a phone bug and handed it to Garp. He reached out and took the phone, but the voice on the phone was very different from what he expected to hear. Lieutenant General Garp, I am Flying Squirrel. How long does it take for you to reach Judiciary Island? Now Judiciary Island. Right away, right away. Garp hung up the phone impatiently. Do-do-do-do. The Flying Squirrel listened to the blind tone in the phone bug and fell into silence. Silence is the island of justice tonight. Sudden. A figure carrying a big bag appeared suddenly and disappeared from the sight of the Flying Squirrel. He waved his sleeves and took away most of the treasure. The Flying Squirrel saw this scene. I was stupid at the time. The long knife in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang. Is this Kaito Kid? Chapter 40. Calm down. The battle is over. It ended with the destruction of Judiciary Island. Most of the troops here were wiped out by Shen Yuan and his party, and the battlefield was littered with corpses. Most of the buildings here have been destroyed, and even the gate of justice at the rear was smashed by Shen Yuan. The face of world government disappeared after the Judiciary Island was bombed. There are not a large number of defenders here, and there is no longer the strict security of the past. At this time, the culprit had already escaped on the boat. This is an animal devil fruit, possibly in giraffe form. Shen Yuan played with a devil fruit while looking through the devil fruit illustrated book in his hand. This may be an animal type, turtle fruit. Shen Yuan's face darkened and he threw it on the ground. The last one, can you get a good one? Opening the page that records all the characteristics of this devil fruit, its eyes are bright. Zoo cat fruit, lion form. Shen Yuan is ecstatic. Lion, that's a lion. Shen Yuan is happy. But our Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's face has turned blue. Bulu, bulletin, 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 bulletin. The phone rings. The Flying Squirrel trembled. He is now a little afraid of things like telephones. Hello? Lieutenant General Garp. The flying squirrel took a deep breath and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the voice of Lieutenant General Garp. I'm here, where are the intruders? The intruders have gone to the New World. All the property on Judiciary Island has been robbed. The flying squirrel became more and more excited as he talked, as if his wife had been stolen. I see. Do. The phone hung up again. Flying squirrel. Silence again. Shen Yuan and his party were on a small boat, and everyone was sitting in front of a pile of glittering treasures. There are 3 devil fruits here, they are of no use to me. Shen Yuan glanced at Crocodile, then at Marco, and continued. 3 of them are all animal-type devil fruits. Among them, the fruit in the form of an army has the strongest power. Of course, it depends on the level of development of the user. Marco's eyes are bright. The animal devil fruit is, after all, the devil fruit hidden on Judiciary Island. How to allocate it is up to Brother Shen. Marco smiled and rubbed his hands excitedly. Okay, it's rare for a pirate group to be so open-minded. With that said, Shen Yuan threw all 3 devil fruits to Marco. I'll give it all to you. This long sword with the elephant fruit belongs to me, and we'll take 50/50ths of the remaining treasure. Marco's eyes sparkled with golden light, and he nodded crazily like a chicken pecking at rice. He carefully placed the 3 devil fruits in a treasure box. Brother Shen, are you attacking Judiciary Island just to rob the treasure? Yes, that's not right either. This is a letter of challenge. After saying this, Shen Yuan stopped talking to Marco, who was standing aside, and turned to look at Crocodile. Do you want to become stronger? As soon as these words came out, Lao Sha's eyes burst out with unprecedented greed. I see that your bones are strange and your yintang is turning white. I will give you a training book as a gift from the captain. As he spoke, Shen Yuan took out a shabby booklet from his arms, and a simple and elegant atmosphere hit his face. This merit cannot be passed on to others. This is my life, summarizing experience. The pamphlet was thrown into Lao Sha's hand by Shen Yuan and he turned away from him. Lao Sha has a question mark on his head. What old man are you from Yintang Bones? But when I turned to the first page of the booklet, Lao Sha's eyes lit up. It contains detailed methods for guiding domineering energy, and is also thoughtfully marked. Conqueror's domineering spirit also has a way to guide it. First page of the booklet. Conqueror's domineering, this sea is owned by only a few people, but there are traces to follow. Lao Sha thought while reading, and continued to turn to the next page. Second page of the booklet. The possessor of Conqueror's domineering power must have lofty ambitions to become the overlord of this sea. Conqueror's domineering guidance method. When the leader encounters emotional fluctuations and his emotions are out of control, he may explode in an instant. After many bursts, you may become proficient in using Conqueror's haki. How emotions fluctuate. There are many kinds of emotional fluctuations, such as sadness, excitement, anger, excitement, etc., which can stimulate one's own potential. Finished watching. Lao Sha closed the booklet and silently thought about the cultivation methods in the booklet. At this time, the brother in charge of the investigation panicked instantly. Boss, there seems to be a marine chasing after you. Marine still dares to catch up. Marco instantly generated green flames, flew into the sky, and looked into the distance. After watching it for more than 10 seconds, Marco's face is getting paler and paler. Brother Shen, we may be in trouble. The other side seems to be Marine Hero Garp. Marco held his face. Afterwards, he looked determined. Brother Shen, you go first. I'll cover you. I won't die. Shen Yuan smiled, patted Marco's shoulder heavily, and nodded affirmatively. I'm going to wipe it. Aren't you polite? I believe you can do it. Marco looked at Shen Yuan with a determined look, and felt panicked for no reason. "Will you die? Will you die?" Thinking like this, Marco shook his head, turned around with dignity, and said to the younger brothers, "After I died, I told my father that I died to protect everyone. I am honorable." After saying this, the whole bird swooped towards the warship. Shen Yuan folded his arms and looked at this scene with a smile. 1 minute later. "Old horse, old horse." Marco had a peaceful look on his face and seemed to be walking very steadily. "Boss. Boss. Why are you so miserable? There is a 60 or 70-year-old father at home waiting for you to support him." Waves of crying resounded through the clouds, and Marco's originally peaceful face suddenly stretched 2 veins on his forehead. "Laozi is not dead yet." Everyone wiped away their tears and sighed at the loss and recovery. A powerful shout came from far away. "Ha ha! Little devil, I will beat you to death right now." Garp quickly attacks Shen Yuan with a punch. Boom! Shen Yuan also punched and collided with Garp's fist. The two collide with each other, and each move is used as if looking in a mirror. As expected of my grandson, he has truly inherited my mantle. With increased strength, the iron fist suddenly covered the black-armed color, and an unparalleled aura exploded. Boom! Another bang! The domineering energy of the two colliding with each other sparked a circle of thunder. And the wild power was instantly released and spread out, stunning the surrounding minions instantly. Click! Crack! Crack! One by one, the minions fell to the ground and lost consciousness. "It seems that your strength has improved a lot, kid. I am happy, very happy." With that said, Garp withdrew his strength, and so did Shen Yuan. Garp's big hand fell heavily on his shoulder. "Old man, how have you been lately?" Garp's face turned red and he said angrily, "You brat, why don't you listen to me and insist on becoming an adventurer? Now you're in trouble." Having said that, Garp was still very surprised by Shen Yuan's change. A head of thick black hair and facial features forming a resolute face. Wearing a black swordsman's robe, with a black long sword hanging on his waist. At this moment, he is standing in front of Garp with his arms folded. It seems to overlap with what Garp looked like when he was young. Garp looked at Shen Yuan and felt lost for a while. "You really inherited my mantle?" Garp nodded, looking very excited. "I hope you can defeat the opponent you think of as I defeated Roger. Say it." Garp no longer paid attention to everyone on the boat, and turned his back to everyone and slowly left. "If you encounter any trouble, just come to me." Chapter 41 The Second Zhang Yuan Meeting. Holy Place. Marie Joya. The 5 elders were all sitting upright, facing the intelligence sent by several spies. The old man in black looked at the information in front of him with a gloomy face. "What do you think of this incident?" The old man in white took a deep breath and fell into deep thought. There was silence in the place. After a while, he was the first to break the silence. "Marine Fleet Admiral also has an inescapable relationship with this matter." The old man in black understood clearly, "You mean to shirk all the responsibility on the Warring States period?" The old man in white nodded, his expression gloomy to the extreme. The old man in white is Saint Isan Balan Vinas Hulang, the financial god among the 5 elders. Saint Nashulang continued, "This matter must be handled perfectly, otherwise the face of world government will be lost." The old man in black said calmly, "How do you think this matter should be handled?" The old man in black is Saint Jagaluja Satan, the god of scientific defense among the 5 elders. Saint Nasjuro, who was wearing a white robe, continued to whisper, "Shift the blame to the Warring States period and send General Marine to annihilate Shen Yuan." Saint Satan agreed, then immediately inform the Warring States period and send General Akinu to destroy Shen Yuan. At this time, the old man in red who had been silent spoke. He is wearing a dark red suit, has blonde hair and a golden beard, and a scar on his chest. He is quite elegant. I think this matter needs to be communicated with Marine before implementation. This is detrimental to human rights. The old man in red is named Shepherd 10 Peter, the god of agriculture and martial arts and 5 elders. Peter Saint continued, besides, what Shen Yuan did undoubtedly challenged the authority of the world government, but don't forget it. Say it. Saint Peter took a sip of the tea in front of him and continued. Shen Yuan is the grandson of Marine hero Garp, and he has an affair with the revolutionary Long. The encirclement and suppression of Shen Yuan will be very involved. As soon as these words came out, the 5 old men fell silent. Without him. Everything Saint Peter said is true, but the matter of blowing up Judiciary Island cannot be dismissed like this. Satan Sheng said gloomily, but Shen Yuan blew up the Judiciary Island. For this incident alone, Shen Yuan has been sentenced to death. Peter didn't say anything, just sat quietly on the sofa, looking at the other 4 old men with interest. That's it, contact the warring states period and send General Akainu to encircle Shen Yuan and adjourn the meeting. Na Xiaolang Sheng stood up suddenly and walked out of the conference room in a breath. The second meeting against Shen Yuan once again ended with the opinion of annihilating Shen Yuan. Marine Headquarters. Malinvondo. At this time, Warring States was answering the call from 5 elders, his face becoming more and more gloomy. Warring States immediately issued an encirclement and suppression order and sent General Akainu from Marine Headquarters to encircle and suppress Shen Yuan. Remember, make this matter a bit louder. Let all those stinking rats in the sewers see it. Warring States did not speak and continued to listen to the other party's speech. You will be punished for this action. Warring States' face was so dark. The Judiciary Island where Lao Zi is guarding, how many people did your world government send out in total? Is there 100? Do you know how many of our marine vice-admirals have been drowned in the sea? Do you know how hard it is for me to be caught in the middle? Okay, Lord Wuchulai, I will take care of this matter as soon as I get started, but I need to wait for a few days. Akainu just went out on a mission and has not returned yet. There was silence on the other side of the phone, and neither party continued talking. After a while, Saint Wuchulai continued, okay, don't delay this matter for too long. After saying that, the phone hung up and Zhenguo breathed a sigh of relief. What a troublesome brat. After saying this, Warring States looked up at the ceiling and couldn't help but murmur to himself. Garp, your good grandson has done great things. Sengoku was lost in thought, and the phone number to contact Akainu was left there, but he didn't call it. Let's talk about Shen Yuan at this time. We have returned safely to the Moby DK. Looking at the mountains of gold and silver treasures in front of him, his excited little face turned red. What a fat sheep! Shen Yuan stretched out his palm and started picking at the pile of gold, without caring about the feelings of the captains around him. I said, kid. You did this, aren't you afraid that the higher UPS will send people to kill you? Shen Yuan snorted coldly, not caring at all. It doesn't matter. Joke. Now there are 3 major futures, and I am sure that I can destroy one and escape. Thinking so, Shen Yuan took out a key made of gold from a pile of treasures. This key seems unusual, doesn't it? All the captains came forward to watch, but no one knew what was going on. You don't know what this is? Marco shook his head and lowered his head silently. Gu la la la. Keep this key, little kid. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Whitebeard laughed heartily, raised his head and took another sip of wine. Just then, a man with dark skin stepped forward. A suit of black and red armor covers huge muscles, showing explosive power at all times. Shen Yuan, can you have a fight with me? Shen Yuan turned his head and looked. He saw Qiazi standing in front of him, with his hands folded on his chest, and his eyes were staring at Shen Yuan. Okay. Shen Yuan stood up and continued, I will give you 3 moves. After 3 moves, it doesn't matter whether you live or die. Qiazi's originally dark face turned as dark as briquettes after hearing what Shen Yuan said. Don't be too arrogant. Whitebeard also became interested. When he tested Shen Yuan's strength before, he could clearly feel that Shen Yuan's strength was far from what he saw. I will be the referee of this duel, Kid Qiazi, don't cry if you die. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. God Qiazi took a breath and suppressed the desire to complain in his heart. Shining diamond armor instantly appeared all over his body, covering himself, with fierce and decisive eyes. Dad, don't worry. Whitebeard nodded. Start. As soon as these words came out, Qiazi rushed away instantly. Boom. A loud crashing sound was heard on the Moby DK, startling the birds away. The attack has passed. Qiazi looked at the unharmed Shen Yuan in front of him in shock. Boy, be sure to catch the next move. After saying that, the diamonds on his skin sprouted sharp thorns. The spikes once again gave rise to armed domineering. The current state is like a hedgehog. Diamond shines. Impact. Boom. There was another violent collision. Looking at Shen Yuan, who was still as steady as an old dog, the people of Qiazi were dumbfounded. The opponent didn't even use his haki. Sanctification of the flesh. Jose shook his head, it seemed that he could only use that trick. Diamond impact. Explosion. It's not over, isn't it? Facing the oncoming attack, he lowered his body to avoid it. The palm of his hand was instantly covered with armed domineering force, and he grabbed the opponent's neck with one hand. Throw it hard. His figure also jumped up high to follow him. A rapidly flashing black shadow was aimed at Jose's armor. The punch blasted away like a violent storm. When his diamond armor shattered in an instant. Bang! The armor shattered, this punch broke the defense. Huge force pours on its back. Jose endured the severe pain and wanted to derive armor again on his back. But I never expected. That black shadow has appeared in front of his eyes. Qiazi said something bad in his heart, but his right fist missed. Boom! Shen Yuan landed an uppercut angrily. His face was distorted until it was deformed. Boom! Jose was heavily embedded on the deck and vomited out a mouthful of old blood. Also falling behind was Shen Yuan with his hands in his pockets. Defeat the plot character Jose and raise the level to level 83. Little brother, don't be too arrogant. Chapter 42 A Wheel Battle? Wonderful! Wonderful! Baista clapped her hands, pulled out her two swords, and said in a deep voice. I would like to learn your sword skills. Shen Yuan moved his neck a little and touched the handle of the knife with one hand, eager to try. Marco wanted to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by the Whitebeard beside him. Marco was confused and looked at Whitebeard, but in the end he didn't stop him. Shen Yuan, a wheel battle? This tactic is really despicable. Can I like? Thinking of this, the corner of Shen Yuan's mouth curled up. Baista, who stood facing each other, pinched his mustache and looked solemn. In the past few years, I have always wanted to become a great swordsman, but I just missed one move. I'm always a little bit behind. Today I want to take a good look at your swordsmanship. Shen Yuan nodded. He couldn't help complaining in his heart, in fact, the only difference between you and the great swordsman is one system. Thinking like this, Shen Yuan drew out his sword. Swallowing the sky and unsheathing it, a terrifying black mist instantly filled the air. Want to know the difference between you and the great swordsman? Attack me. I will give you the answer. Baista's expression was stagnant, but his face was flushed with excitement. This is a demon sword, this is a demon sword. Baista's mood was high again and he started to prepare for the attack. Whoosh whoosh. His figure flashed, and a slash mixed with petals came instantly. Facing such a gorgeous attack, Shen Yuan only felt dazed for a while. It feels like you are in a paradise. Even so. But he responded quickly. Yan Tian blocked horizontally, then received the slash. He tilted his body, aimed at Baista's chin, and suddenly launched an attack. Bistiatan felt a bad wind blowing against his face. Bang! A fist struck his chin. The former felt dizzy for a while. Whoosh! Tunshan raised his head and rubbed Baista's cheek. If Baista had not escaped, would he be embarrassed now? He touched the mustache on his face, and surprisingly half of it was left. The attack is far from over. Shen Yuan raised his sword again. The opponent suddenly felt a strong pressure on his face, shivered in excitement, and had goosebumps all over his body. Chiang! Baista still took the blow bravely, and the two collided with each other, sending out bursts of violent aura. Petals of roses. Roses dancing wildly. Waves of petals formed by sword energy fell one after another, crackling and attacking Shen Yuan. A jingling sound came out continuously, but it did not hurt his body at all. After the attack was over, Shen Yuan smiled faintly. Useless slashing, just a clown. When Baista heard this, he was instantly furious. The two swords suddenly cover the armed color and domineering. Two straight lines extended all the way to Shen Yuan. Buzz! Two rapid slashes roared in. But, at this moment, an unparalleled momentum burst out instantly. This is the combination of conquerors and knowledge. At this moment, it was as if time had stood still. Shen Yuan looked at Baista, who was slowly advancing in front of him, and shook his head. Crack! Shen Yuan gave Baista a big mouth at that time. Most of his teeth were blown away, and the blood in his mouth stagnated in the air, but did not fall. After that, it even has time to fight back. Both the strength and speed are unsatisfactory. The so-called swordsman's battle is to be able to use the weapons in his hands flexibly and freely. Should you use the knife, or should the knife use you? The last note falls. A hideous wound suddenly appeared on Baista's chest, and he flew more than 10 meters before falling into the sea. Plop! No one saw clearly what happened. Victory or defeat only happens in a moment. Defeat the plot character Baista and raise the level to level 84. After doing this, Shen Yuan still put his hands in his pockets, as if nothing had happened. Come on, next one. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air. Then, let me be the next one. Marco stepped forward with a determined expression, his body covered with green flames. Another day. No, 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 just today. Let's try another day. I'm not feeling well today. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. No, 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 just. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist surrounded by black and white lightning suddenly burst out. Slam it on Marco's chest. Bang! The huge force penetrated the body, and Marco's body flew out like a broken sack, and fell into the sea along with Baista. Fighting means life or death. Despicable? This is jealousy of the winner. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into dead silence again. These three elders were defeated one after another, and all the captain's thoughts about challenging were instantly wiped out, and they became silent. Gu la la la. Well said. Whitebeard thrust Kong Yunqi into the deck with a fierce look in his eyes. Boy, you injured my 3 sons, so I, the Laozi, can't just stand by and watch. The two looked at each other, jumped into the air, and headed towards a small island nearby. All the captains were stunned, and most of them followed. And Baista, who had just been carried onto the boat by many younger brothers, had not had time to react. But he suddenly discovered that Marco was lying on the deck like him. You also. Marco said nothing and nodded in humiliation. Baista looked at the wound on his chest and shivered again. In fact, Baista could clearly feel it just now. That knife can definitely kill you in one move. But Shen Yuan didn't do this, and the teasing during the battle was to impart combat experience. Is it necessary to see blood when taking action? Is this Shen Yuan's understanding of the way of the sword? Baista took a deep breath and looked at the scene of two figures, one tall and one short, standing on the island in the distance. Marco, how many moves have you endured in his hands? Marco smiled bitterly and held out a finger. A move. Marco nodded, with a bitter look on his face. He could still faintly feel that power still beating slightly in his chest. I can feel that Shen Yuan did not attack with all his strength, otherwise this time, hey. Marco thought about it, if this punch was used like the one that killed Spondam, he would have to stay in bed for half a month. Does Kendo mean to become one with one's own sword? Baista looked at the saber lying on the deck in the distance, thoughtfully. At this time, Marco also realized something. What Shen Yuan said just now broke his worldview. His previous battles were all about defeating the enemy, and that was the end of it. They all win with an upright challenge. Does the battlefield not matter life or death? Shi stood in front of the two of them, with a look of shock on his face. I wonder why you two were beaten so badly. Sachi snickered secretly, and even laughed so hard that his hands trembled. What the hell? Marco and Baista could not wait to push Sachi to the ground and beat him violently on the spot. But his body doesn't allow him to do this. Seiki, wait for Lao Zi. Two angry voices came, making Shi shiver. Good guy, I'd better go watch the fun first. Marco and Baista were stunned, and then they remembered that their father wanted to stand up for them. The two nodded, helped each other stand up, and staggered to the railing. How to swim there? Baista asked doubtfully. How to swim over? Do you want to swim over? Are you not afraid of dying in the sea? Marco's face darkened, and he waved to the two younger brothers. Get us a boat. Say it. The two younger brothers started getting ready. Hey! Don't touch my wound. UBD. Haha. Don't even touch my breasts. Damn it. Chapter 43 The Battle with the Strongest Man. In an unknown island. At this moment, Shen Yuan and Whitebeard were standing opposite each other. Gu la la la. Little devil, are you ready? Say it. Before Shen Yuan could reply, a shocking conqueror's aura suddenly erupted. And Shen Yuan also instantly exuded momentum to fight against him. One white and one dark conquerors collided with each other, making the surrounding trees roar. Gu la la la. Come on. Whitebeard picks up the clouds and leaps high. Suddenly he slashed towards Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan drew his knife. The two instantly fell into a power struggle. Bursts of red lightning flowed out from between the two weapons. What an incredible showdown! I don't know who said something, and this battle instantly became intense. Shen Yuan withdrew his attack. He raised his hand to grab Whitebeard's neck, but was slapped away by Whitebeard. Whitebeard's fist suddenly gathered concussive force, and a punch came roaring like a storm. Shen Yuan felt the attack coming towards him. His body suddenly dodged, barely escaping the shock attack, and hit him with an uppercut. At this time, Whitebeard also realized Shen Yuan's intention and tilted his head slightly. A punch grazed the Whitebeard's face. Come! Whitebeard roared violently, and the two fell into a fight with each other. The sounds of bodies being struck were heard continuously, and the sounds of angry shouts were endless. Boy! Work harder! Old man, you too! The power of shock suddenly exploded. In an instant, Kong Yunqi carried a surge of power and violent domineering force. Aiming at Shen Yuan's face, he swept away. Its secret cry is not good, and its attack speed is extremely fast. Shen Yuan's face was instantly covered with armor and he withstood the blow. Puff! He couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even so, he took the attack and also counterattacked. The punch hit Whitebeard's face like a rocket. Chiang! The fist and knife suddenly collided with each other. Red lightning bursts out again. You are really getting stronger with age. Old man! Shen Yuan smiled slightly, regardless of his own pain. The body of the immortal Vajra instantly healed the body. It takes back and swallows the sky. The whip leg was like a razor, kicking Whitebeard's cheek hard. Bang! Whitebeard was knocked back a few steps by this blow, and traces of blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Very good, Gula la la. Whitebeard inserted Kong Yunqi into the earth, spread his hands, and seemed to be pulling space. How about this trick? At this time, Shen Yuan only felt a slight vibration coming from the ground under his feet, but it made him extremely frightened. He is truly the strongest man in the world. Shen Yuan stepped on moonwalk again and flew into the sky. He kicked Whitebeard several times in succession, intending to interrupt Whitebeard. Whitebeard let go. The ground cracked in an instant. The entire island was shaken like an earthquake, and the entire land was shaken to pieces. With a wave of his hand, one punch shattered a pair of legs, and he jumped high again. Kong Yunqi also returned to his hands. Strike hard at Shen Yuan. Bite. Under the strong sense of the domineering power of seeing and hearing, scenes appeared in Shen Yuan's mind. Use sword skills to deal with it and compete with it again. Using the iron fist to deal with it. His body was unstable and he was blown away more than 10 meters. This is Shen Yuan's newly developed ability, which is a type of seeing and hearing. You can sense dangers in advance and take countermeasures in advance to predict the future. Shen Yuan calls it future trial and error. At this time Shen Yuan made up his mind. If you want to hurt Whitebeard, you must use a strange move. Then, that's it. Shen Yuan pulled out the swallowing sky, and the demonic energy on the swallowing sky suddenly spread out. Two figures slowly emerged from behind. A figure is death. Ghost energy 3-sword style. Surrounded on 3 sides. Skill shouts out slowly. The two figures behind him surrounded Whitebeard. They all raised their hands to swallow the sky and accumulate energy. Boom! A collision more ferocious than the previous 2 wrestling breaks out again. The huge gusts of wind completely shattered the trees and rocks around him this time. The power of white shock poured out and bombarded the black mist. Pfft! Whitebeard's body was cut into 2 hideous wounds by 2 figures of life and death, and blood flowed uncontrollably from the wounds. He grinned and clicked his tongue in surprise. It's not like he has never seen the ghost energy of a demon sword, but he has never seen the ghost energy of a demon sword that can separate into clones to assist in fighting. The knife in this kid's hand has most likely been trained into a black knife. A teenage kid. How long did it take to master a black sword? The more I think about it, the more frightened I become. Thinking of this, Whitebeard frowned, and the strength in his hand slightly increased again. Bang! There was another explosion. The 2 figures retreated back at the same time. They all stared at each other non-stop. Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood, and a hideous wound crawled up his abdomen, with blood flowing down like a gush. Ha 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 ha! Old man! Keep going! Shen Yuan was not feeling well at the moment. Not to mention the large wound opened by Kong Yunqi, which has been quickly repaired. Just talk about that damn concussion power. Now Shen Yuan feels like someone is eating Oreos soaked in milk. Ahem! Whitebeard coughed out a mouthful of blood, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained white fang, and stood up again. Looking at Shen Yuan, who was holding Tun Tian on his shoulders in the distance, he was looking at him contemptuously. You kid is really arrogant. Whitebeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued, let me see what level of strength you have reached. Seeing this scene, the captains and all the crew members of Shen Yuan's adventure group. Everyone was stunned. To be more precise, I was dumbfounded. What a wonderful fight! Enel clenched his fists in excitement, and his whole body turned red, as if he was the one dueling with Whitebeard. Incredible! Marco forgot the pain and watched the battle on the field seriously. At this moment, the 2 of them put away their knives one after another. Both parties understand that further use of weapons to attack may result in disability. Bang! Shen Yuan punched Baybeard in the face, causing the latter to take 2 steps back. Boy! Bang! Whitebeard also hit Shen Yuan in the face with a backhand punch. Ola 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 ola! Shen Yuan punched with both fists and started fighting mode with Whitebeard. Listening to the sound of ping ping pong pong hitting on the field, everyone was stunned again. Lao Deng! Take a punch from me! Whitebeard just stood there, refusing to dodge, and let the fists attack him. After punching down, Whitebeard shook his head and said, "It's my turn." He punched Shen Yuan and hit his head to the side. "Next, it's my turn." Shen Yuan stretched his arm back to accumulate strength, and then swung it out. Attack like a tiger hunting prey. Bang! Humph! Kid! It's my turn. Bang! Shen Yuan and Whitebeard started fighting each other one after another. Neither of them wanted to admit defeat, so they suddenly started a turn-based fight. What should I do in this situation? Baista looked at Marco with a questioning look. Do you dare to go up and stop me? Baista trembled all over and shook his head hastily. Then you ask Shiba. Baista stopped talking and was scolded for being honest. Take an uppercut from me. Whitebeard roared and punched out. Fly Shen Yuan high into the sky. Lao Deng, don't learn my moves. As he spoke, Shen Yuan's fist fell from the sky like a meteorite. Justice from heaven. Chapter 44. The social animals are already in place. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Edward Newgate, known as the world's strongest man. The battle with the newly promoted Uranus Shinigami Shen Yuan lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the island, the two of them still straightened their bodies and stood facing each other. It was like the scene where the war started 3 days ago. The scenery on the island has been turned into powder, and the island is also broken into pieces. Only a few seagulls are still flying in the sky. The two looked at each other speechless, not because they didn't want to say it, but because they couldn't. At this moment, the two of them were exhausted, but they still stood there facing each other with arms folded. Whitebeard's body is covered with scars, his nose is bruised and his face is swollen. It's very scary. But what surprised everyone was that Shen Yuan, who was fighting against him, had extremely smooth skin. If it weren't for the fact that the torn clothes all over his body indicated the fierce battle between him and his opponent, he would have acted as if he had never experienced anything before. Everyone spent 3 days and 3 nights on this unknown island. Defeat the plot character Edward Newgate and raise the level to level 89. Upgrade 5 levels in a row. Shen Yuan was extremely tired. At this moment, he felt like 2 huge mountains were pressing down on his eyelids, but he still suppressed his sleepiness and glanced at the system's rewards. Marco and all the team captains fell silent and began to think about the gap between themselves and Shen Yuan. And fighting madmen like Enel and Dashki haven't slept a wink since 3 days ago. To say that the people who were most shocked were the Baroque people. They live in the East Daxia Sea, sitting in a well and looking at the sky. It is rare to see this scene. Das Bonus's eyes shone slightly and he took a deep breath. Boss Shen Yuan is really powerful. After everyone's tinkering, the 2 god tiers finally fell asleep. Whitebeard and Shen Yuan slept for a whole day and night. Now, Whitebeard was covered in bandages and was looking at Shen Yuan speechlessly. What kind of physique do you have? You recover instantly when you are injured? Damn! Who can fight you like this? Shen Yuan smiled, took a sip of wine, and glanced at Whitebeard with slight contempt. Whitebeard, angry. Kid. Do you want another fight? Lao Zi must kill you this time. Marco and the others stopped him one after another, and then Whitebeard's anger gradually subsided. To be honest, what are your thoughts on future cooperation? Whitebeard did not tease him this time, but sat upright, as if he was a good boy listening to the teacher's lecture. As the saying goes, before we fight against the outside world, we must first make peace with the inside. As soon as these words came out, Teach, who was sitting in the corner, trembled all over. Two eyes were staring at Shen Yuan, and an unprecedented murderous intention broke out. Shen Yuan tilted his head and glanced at Teach intentionally or unintentionally, but did not lift his fig leaf. He understood that at this moment, he was not suitable to break up with the Whitebeards. A false accusation based on nothing? You are afraid that you will become the enemy of the entire Whitebeard pirates. I propose to improve the strength of the crew first, and then attack Kaido's island aggressively. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent at first, and then shocked. Attacking Kaido? Do you mean to declare war on Kaido? Yes, yes. Kaido's territory is also heavily guarded. We still don't want to. Kaido? Is that the strongest creature on land, sea, and air? It's really scary. Many pirates began to chatter and discuss non-stop. Shen Yuan didn't care either. Just looking at the silent old man with a white beard. I also have a different opinion. Marco stood up and said calmly. It's not impossible to attack Kaido, if we can get Brother Shen's guidance. Having said this, all the team captains couldn't help but look at Shen Yuan with fiery eyes. Baista looked excited. With a pop sound, he knelt down in front of Shen Yuan and kowtowed heavily. Please, Brother Shen. Please teach me swordsmanship. Plop. 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 At this moment, the captains knelt down one after another. They all kowtowed to Shen Yuan and offered their most sincere petitions. Shen Yuan is sweating profusely on his forehead. If you teach so many people, you will be exhausted, lousy. Gu la la la. Whitebeard suddenly laughed heartily and said ferociously. Kid, I can agree to your petition, but you must agree to what you promised me before. Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and signaled Whitebeard to continue. You will become my Whitebeard's deputy and teach my sons to grow up. So, when I die, my sons don't have to wander around, they can earn a living by relying on their own strength wherever they go. Shen Yuan looked at the tall figure in front of him. He was not his biological father, but he was better than his biological father. At this moment, Whitebeard's figure is so majestic and tall. Moved, moved, moved. Let Laozi work overtime? No way. I refuse. Whitebeard's laughter stopped suddenly. The strange thing is that Whitebeard is not angry, but has a calm face. Kid, can you tell me why? The latter continued, too tired. Shen Yuan. Damn it. Labor and capital were originally social animals when they were alive, and now they make me a social animal? 9 to 5? Do you still have to go to bed early every day? Isn't this just one age group that brings together the sadness of all ages? Glala lala. You bet, you can choose whatever you like on the ship and the devil fruits you get later. Spend the money as you wish. If something happens, I will take care of you. Faced with such conditions, even Shen Yuan couldn't help but be tempted. What makes him tempted is the devil fruit. As we all know, the famous dark fruit was obtained by the white crew. Maybe you can get other precious devil fruits? Take another look at the Whitebeard in front of you, as if you are looking at your own father. Okay. Since Senior Whitebeard is so sincere, then I will be disrespectful. I deserve it. I deserve it. The white-bearded old man's face darkened, but he was still very happy inside. Get a tool man and top combat power and fighting madman. Who can refuse this? Even if you want my life, I will give it to you. After all, Baybeard still admires Shen Yuan very much. He has different views on war and governance, and dares to openly oppose the world government. Okay. Kids, we are having a banquet today, let the kid think about those things by himself. This time it was Shen Yuan's turn to look dark. Just because you threw away a lot of money in anger, you want to lure me over to be a tool, right? Having said that, But everyone is very happy. On the one hand, Dad's second-in-command is equivalent to the first-in-command. On the other hand, Shen Yuan's strength is unmatched. Whether it is leadership or lethality, they have all been recognized. Tonight's banquet. There will definitely be a fierce battle. After a night of fighting, everyone was drunk on the deck. Only Shen Yuan was leaning on the mast, lowering his head in thought. Still holding a glass of rum in his hand. "Captain, you seem to have something else on your mind." A burst of quicksand slowly appeared in front of Shen Yuan, holding a cigar in his hand. "Lao Sha, don't you want to assassinate Whitebeard? This is the best opportunity." Lao Sha said blankly, "You know all this." But then he smiled with relief. "I have clearly seen my own strength. At least now I have no chance to challenge Whitebeard. What's more, I have already done things for you." Shen Yuan nodded secretly, admiring this hero very much. Many people think that Lao Sha is very evil and used criminal groups to obtain Pluton's production drawings. As everyone knows, Lao Sha's dream is to become One Piece. Why is it that Luffy's dream is just a dream, while his Lusha's dream is a heinous crime? Also a pirate. Lao Sha is obviously more like a real hero. "Lao Sha, I will support your dream, but don't do it by any means necessary." Lao Sha was stunned yet understanding, and couldn't help but laugh. "Goo ha ha ha. Goo ha ha ha. It's such an honor to have the support of such a big shot like you." Shen Yuan also smiled lightly. "Lao Sha, there is one more thing I need your help with." "What?" Lao Sha leaned slightly close to Shen Yuan and listened. "I want you to help me search for the whereabouts of the Golden Lion and then notify me." Lao Sha smiled and agreed immediately. "Goo ha ha ha, but you still have an unfinished promise." "What?" "Help me become stronger." "Of course it's easy to talk about. I'll report it tomorrow." Shen Yuan frowned and looked around. It seemed that someone was missing again. That old man really disappeared again. Chapter 45. Have you had breakfast? Early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shines on the deck of Moby Dick, it means everyone is ready. Is the vice captain still awake? Yes. Haven't you woken up yet? Marco said nothing and stood quietly in front of Shen Yuan's cabin door. Marco cursed in his heart, "If you keep making noise like this, you will wake up the dead." "Hayat." Shen Yuan stretched hard, pulled Khalifa aside, and picked up the cigar on the table. "Hey! Ha! Here we are still puffing away, while a group of people waiting outside have blue veins on their foreheads. Dong dong dong! Brother Shen? Are you there? Are you there?" Shen Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then his face slowly turned dark. "Hello? Brother Shen? Aren't you here? I'm coming in." After saying that, Marco opened the door. "It's better not to open it. This opens." He suddenly saw a beautiful picture. At this moment, beside Shen Yuan, Khalifa and Dashki were half naked and covering their bodies with quilts, staring at Shen Yuan with resentful eyes. "Don't smoke in the morning, hey?" Marco seemed to have thought of something and silently closed the door. "Marco, is the vice captain still sleeping?" Marco smiled bitterly. "The vice captain has just finished breakfast, let him take his time." Everyone was stunned. "What do you mean you just finished breakfast?" A moment. Everyone settled on an island one after another, chatting listlessly at the moment. Suddenly, 3 figures slowly fell from a distance. After taking a closer look, it was Shen Yuan and the others. Dashki Khalifa returns to the team, everyone stands in line. As soon as these words came out, everyone stood up one after another and hurriedly organized to stand in line. Looking at the formation in front of him, Shen Yuan's forehead instantly stretched with 2 blue veins. Disband. Everyone was confused, but also dispersed. Everyone, gather together. Those who are taller stand in front, and those who are taller stand in the back. Everyone was stunned again, but they also lined up and stood up. This one took more than 5 minutes to stand up according to size. Disband. Shen Yuan spoke gloomily. Everyone has only doubts left in their hearts now, and doubts are still doubts. Marco reacted first and shouted loudly at everyone. No one is allowed to talk. Arrange them quickly according to their size. As expected, everyone stopped talking and quickly stood in formation. I haven't said anything about gathering yet. Marco, you have to stand still first. Stand aside and watch. Marco's face darkened. But he also stood aside obediently. This first training is military discipline training. Shen Yuan took out a cigar again and started smoking it in front of everyone. Everyone must obey orders and fully obey the orders of superiors. Do you understand? Everyone answered in unison. Clear. Didn't you eat? Clear. Louder. Let me hear the sound from behind. Clear. Even so, the puzzled little faces still showed confusion. I know you don't know why I did this. Haven't you noticed that every war ends with more pirate casualties? Because a pirate is a pirate. He is a wild kid. Of course there is nothing wrong with 1, 2, or even a dozen. What if there are dozens of people? What if there are hundreds of people? At this point, everyone understood and began to think deeply. Okay. Now you must obey my orders completely. I said you are not allowed to go east and you are not allowed to go west, and I said you are not allowed to chase the dog away. Do you understand? Everyone continued to respond loudly, understood. Good. Shen Yuan smiled and continued his hard teaching career. You all have different talents. Just like Marco and Josie are more suitable for my iron fist fighting style, while Enel, Kyung, and Lisha are more agile. It is more suitable to eat devil fruits and fight together. Marco's little face suddenly felt proud, and he looked mockingly at Baista, who was standing in the queue. Although Baista was angry, he remembered the instructions and suppressed the anger in his heart. Speaking of this, everyone's eyes flashed with light. First of all, the first step is to train concentration. Shen Yuan continued unhurriedly, the so-called concentration is equivalent to perseverance, constantly breaking oneself and then surpassing oneself. He looked at Enel and Kyung and smiled slightly. Enel stepped forward to demonstrate how to train concentration. Enel nodded and walked out of the queue. Hang your forearms around your waist and stand in a half squat with your legs spread apart. This is the basic skill, the horse step. Don't underestimate the horse step. Everyone listens to my orders. All. Everyone learned from Enel in a decent manner. But he didn't hear the command and started walking. I haven't even started yet. Everyone is marching until dusk. If I see anyone being lazy, Lao Zi will definitely beat you like he beats your father. Having said this, the white-bearded man sitting beside him suddenly had 2 blue veins on his forehead. Kid! What the hell do you mean? Ignoring Whitebeard's incompetent rage, he continued to give instructions. Marco, Jaws, Enel, Lisha, and Joan, please stand aside. You don't need this kind of training anymore. Say it. The 4 people walked out of the queue and stood aside. Dashki, Baista, Khalifa, stand behind me. As soon as the words finished, the 3 of them walked out excitedly and stood behind Shen Yuan. Okay, stand still. Old man, keep an eye on me, I'll beat anyone who dares to move to death. Don't give me face. The old man with a white beard turned dark. The CO author is not your son, right? After giving instructions to Whitebeard, Shen Yuan turned around and looked at the members behind him. You are my elites and the elites of the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, the training tasks for elites may be more arduous. After saying this, he continued to say. My request to you is that in the days to come, you must train yourself with all your might with the determination to kill me. Are you clear? Clear. Everyone is determined and resolute, and they all exude a temperament that refuses to admit defeat. Very good, training begins. What to start? Bang! The huge force was reached, and Marco was instantly knocked away with one punch. What? The fight starts now. Petal Rose. Arc Dance. One Sword Flow. Black Light Shower. Fang Tian. Fen Tian. Countless attacks came towards Shen Yuan one after another. Bang! 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 His figure flashed, and all the attacks gathered in one place were resolved one after another. Enel felt a chill in his heart. A quick whip kick to Enel's face. The speed is astonishing. Bang! Enel flew out upside down and suddenly adjusted his body shape in the air. He straightened the Fang Tian painted halberd in his hand again. Rushing in. A clanking sound of fighting reached Whitebeard's ears, making him couldn't help but look back. Don't peek, old man. Watch your sons carefully. The white-bearded old man's face turned red, then darkened, and then turned away again. TCH. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. Marco felt the gap, and his strength increased. As he said, it is impossible to hurt Shen Yuan without the mentality of killing Shen Yuan. Thinking so. Everyone is constantly being knocked down and getting up. Knock down, get up. Slowly. No one could get up anymore. Only Kyung stood up tremblingly, took out a bottle of green potion from his pocket, raised his head and drank it. Master, can we do it again? Shen Yuan smiled and looked at the potion bottle in his hand with interest. Yes, your medical talent is also very good. You will also have to take time to study medical skills in the future. After saying that, before Kyung could react. Like a tiger. Like a hungry wolf. Like a cheetah's punch. Attacked Joan suddenly. Thunder. Thunder. Boom. Chapter 46 Total War begins. Aboard Moby DK. Whitebeard crossed his arms and sat seriously in front of Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan was also extremely serious and had a stern face. Marco's expression was extremely strange and very curious. Verses 3. What the hell? I only have one left. Just let me go. When Marco saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. 5. Let's go. With a dark face, Shen Yuan grabbed a handful of Baileys from the money bag on the side and gave it to Marco. Vice Captain. You must have lost Bailey today. And Dad. Whitebeard's face is not dark at all, it just alternates between red and white. Like, after a leak in the house, the switch keeps jumping back and forth. No more playing. It has been more than 3 months since training. During these 3 months, the world government learned that Shen Yuan and his party were already on the Whitebeard pirates' ship, and there was no movement for a moment. Shen Yuan also stopped for more than 3 months. As everyone knows, this is just the beginning of his nightmare. Dad. Big things. Big things. After 3 months of baptism, all divisions and captains have undergone qualitative changes. The first is temperament and appearance. From wearing colorful clothes in 8 gates to wearing uniform clothes. The second is one's own strength. Some captains have even mastered intermediate 2-color haki. N.A. Muir looked at Shen Yuan and bowed respectfully. Vice Captain. Shen Yuan nodded, folded his arms, and listened quietly to Muir's report. Dad, this is today's newspaper. That's right. This is exactly what the world government decided 3 months ago. Finally distributed it today. Whitebeard opened the newspaper and looked at the content above. Newspaper title. The Sea Emperor is finally established. Newspaper content. From today, the world government will announce. The Emperor of the Sea was officially established. Currently, the initial candidates for Sea Emperor are the Beast Pirates, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Beast Kaido. Red Hair Pirates, Red Hair, Shanks. Big Mom Pirates, Big Mom, Charlotte. Lin Lin. Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. After reading a report, Whitebeard was thoughtful. Immediately following the above, there is another message below. Newspaper content. Recently, we discovered that Shin Yuan, who goes by the nickname Shinigami, was having an affair with the revolutionary Long. We will classify this person as an extremely evil person, and the reward will be increased to 2.53 billion belly. As soon as this news came out, Whitebeard had no reaction. After all, strength lies somewhere, and 2.5 billion is indeed not much. Even a little aggrieved. There is also a report under it. The report is as follows. 7 Warlords of the Sea is in preparation. If you are interested, please visit the Holy Land of Marie Joya. Shishibukai? What is this? Maybe 7 of them covered their faces and jumped into the sea. Whitebeard heard this. The originally naive smile faltered. 7 gods covered their faces and jumped into the sea. Old man, today is the day to go to war. Shen Yuan slowly walked out of the captain's cabin. Wearing a cloak. The same logo as Whitebeard's cloak is clearly printed on the back. You don't mind that I took advantage of your position as deputy, do you? The Whitebeard in the captain's cabin was about to speak. I know you don't care. After all, Lao Zi has taught you those cows and horses for so long. You have to be grateful. When Whitebeard heard this, he was about to speak. All right. He stretched out his arms and spread his fingers and continued. Let's go, don't miss me too much. Whitebeard. 1st Division, 5th Division, all members gather. Say it. Marco and Baista stepped forward with serious expressions on their faces. 2nd Division, 3rd Division, all members gather. Enel and Josa came forward and stood up. This battle must be won, do you understand? Everyone yelled. Clear. Although we are the initiators of the war, Kaido's rule is too cruel. We have a reputation as teachers and practice the way for heaven. Do justice for heaven. Satisfied, Shen Yuan stepped forward and patted Kiazi on the shoulder. You have fully inherited my iron fist fighting skills, continue to hone yourself in the war. Josa nodded heavily. Guaranteed to complete the mission. I don't know when a few drops of crystal appeared in my eyes. I declare that total war has begun. Profound. Now. Everyone on the boat was filled with enthusiasm. Even the Whitebeard trembled slightly. Shen Yuan seemed to notice the blushing Whitebeard with a thick neck, and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, old man, there will be a chance for you to appear. After saying that, Shen Yuan continued to describe the tasks he had assigned to them. First. The Moby DK will follow our attack route all the way. Next. I will assign tasks to each team. Everyone must obey orders perfectly. I believe your respective captains have told you this. Everyone nodded and listened quietly. Marco and Josie are responsible for the assault and fight their opponents head-on. The purpose of your battle is to confront head-on and hold back most of your opponent's combat power. The two looked at each other and nodded. Enel is responsible for searching for treasures and will kill any man, woman, or child who stands in his way. Enel didn't hesitate at all and nodded heavily. Baista is responsible for the assassination, keeping an eye on the opponent's logistics and beating Lao Zi hard. Baista nodded and slightly tightened the knife in his hand. The others are temporarily guarding the main ship. After the orders were issued in an orderly manner, several small teams set up boats to go ahead, while the main ship remained stationary for the time being. In this war, Shen Yuan was the commander-in-chief of the operation, and the rest of the staff worked step by step according to their responsibilities. As this newspaper spread, a rising star has turned into a notorious evil criminal. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. What a dangerous kid. Kaido held a wine gourd in his hand and drank heavily. Now I am sitting in the cave, kneeling before me and worshipping the Kurozumi snake. Lord Kaido, please give me a helping hand. Kaido frowned and couldn't help but feel angry. Are you using Laozi as a tool? The mace was wrapped in a strong wind and suddenly hit the Kurozumi snake. But he suddenly stopped just a few centimeters before his face. Okay, I'll accept it for now. Kurozumi the big snake breathed a sigh of relief, and then his eyes flashed fiercely. Humph! The 9 red scabbard heroes, right? Just wait for Laozi. Kaido waved his hand and swatted away the big snake like a fly. On the other hand, all nations. Well. After becoming 4 emperors, Charlotte Linland's ambitions became even greater. Well. This kid is really an interesting guy. If I could marry him, what kind of children would I have? What he didn't know was that in these 3 months, Shen Yuan, when chatting with Whitebeard, he called him an old sow more than 3,700 times. Mom, will Shishibukai system affect us? Katakuri, one of the 3 desert generals, held a newspaper in his hand, which had obviously just been printed. Shishibukai. Auntie didn't care. And also a little disdainful. What is Shishibukai? How does Shishibukai compare to 4 emperors? On the other hand, Baroque Studio. Shishibukai. At this time, Lao Sha was holding a newspaper in his hand and smiled slightly. He reached out and pulled out a phone bug. When the call was connected, Lao Sha felt happy. Hello. Shen Yuan was lying on a small boat and picked up the phone casually. Captain, congratulations on the bounty exceeding 2 billion. If you fart quickly, let it go. What do you think of 7 warlords of the sea? When Shen Yuan heard this name, he was very familiar with it. Who seems to have said this? However, he still considered the pros and cons of Shishibukai and finally gave his opinion. Becoming 7 warlords of the sea will better ensure that you are fully committed to gathering intelligence. You are my eyes above the sea, do you understand? Lao Sha smiled slightly and immediately made a decision. Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Let me see what this so-called 7 warlords of the sea is. At this time, Lao Sha moved his headquarters to the relatively wealthy Alabasta. Everything seems to be back on track. But there are many factors that have changed. Chapter 47 Opening. Report to Battle Command, discover enemy island, launch attack. At this moment, an island is looming in the distance, like a giant beast entrenched on the sea. The island is heavily trooped, with several patrol boats patrolling the sea like alert hounds. Shen Yuan looked far into the distance and caught a glimpse of the flag flying on the island, which was the symbol of the beast's pirates. This island has a lot of oil and water. Shen Yuan waved his hand, and everyone took action immediately. Marco said hello, and the team members in uniforms behind him were like ghosts, quietly hiding themselves and launching a secret operation towards the island. Josie also glanced at the island in the distance, then jumped into the air, and his diamond-covered fist suddenly hit the coast of the island like a meteor. Bang! There was an earth-shattering explosion, like thunder. This sound instantly alerted the pirates stationed on the island. Enemy attack detected. Enemy attack detected. The pirates on the island panicked and started to be on guard as if facing a formidable enemy. However, how can they withstand the regular army who have been training hard for half a year? Boom! Josie's body shone with dazzling diamond light, and like a god of war, he launched a crazy attack like a violent storm towards the beast minions in front of him. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions are heard one after another, and they are endless. Marco in the distance flew high into the sky like a goshawk, with blue flames covering his sharp claws. Come and have a taste of the justice that this uncle has delivered from the sky. On the island, the beasts and minions looked up at the sky in panic. I saw a big bird covered in green flames poised in the sky, as if it would launch a thunderous attack in just a moment. Everyone in the beast pirates couldn't help but shudder. Why don't you go and report it to Lord Hold'em? Yes. Yes. A guy in charge of communications hurriedly walked into the camp without realizing that there was a person sitting in the room. He has a mustache and holds two double swords in his hands. Are you Baista of the Whitebeard Pirates? Good. Before he finished speaking, this little guy's head fell to the ground with a snap sound. Humph, you can report it if you want, but do you need to wait a little longer? After finishing speaking, Baista directly picked up the phone bug and crushed it to pieces. At this time, the situation outside was very good. In front of Josie, the corpses of the beast pirates were lying scattered. His hands are stained with the blood of countless opponents. Brothers, work together to capture the island. As everyone knows, the moment everyone in the white group just stepped into the island, a communications soldier already reported it. At this time, Hold'em had already received a request for help. He is extremely anxious at this moment. Hello? Who did you say invaded? The little guy said tremblingly. Maybe it's the Whitebeard Pirates, Lord Hold'em. Our other communications team is dead, and now I'm secretly, The phone worm hung up and there was no sound over there. Hold'em gasped. The strongest man in the legend said. Hold'em made a quick decision and called Jack. Buru buru buru, buru buru buru. Jack was lying in a hot spring at this time. He answered the phone in a daze, with an impatient look on his face. Hello? Hold'em? What's up? Lord Jack, the island close to Whitebeard's forces seems to have been lost. Jack was instantly exhausted and suddenly stood up from the hot spring with fierce eyes. What? Why don't you go to the rescue quickly? Hold'em trembled and said. I heard that the opponent is the Whitebeard Pirates. I think I need to report this to Lord Kaido. Although Jack is angry, he is not a fool. On second thought, this time the Whitebeard Pirates launched a large-scale attack on their territory, and they may have already made countermeasures. If I rush to the rescue now, I will probably die there. Okay, I will now organize all the real fighters to go to the rescue. I will tell Kaido about this. Say it. The phone hangs up. Hold'em breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Hey. It doesn't seem like it's okay to lose an island, but this is not just an island problem, it may trigger turmoil in the new world. The lion's head on his belt couldn't help but complain. Ouch. You idiot, you are so desperate for how much money I give you a day, and you still care about national affairs. This lion head looks very unbeatable, with a face full of arrogance and domineering. What the hell? UBD. Laozi will kill you. Lord Hold'em, now we must defend the island, you can no longer fight among yourself. Hold'em stopped instantly and began to direct everyone to build a defense line. Let's talk about the people in the white group at this time. All the beast pirates on the island have been wiped out. Dozens of pirate prisoners were tied up in the camp on the island. In front of them at this moment, it was Shen Yuan who was wearing the great cloak of the Whitebeard Pirates. Who is your superior? After a word was spoken, all the prisoners remained silent. You won't say it, right? Shen Yuan glanced at Enel. It's instant understanding. A golden flash of light suddenly slashed out. A prisoner was stabbed by Lucky, and his body and head were separated and he died in front of everyone. All the prisoners shivered. Isn't this a human being? In previous battles, I was stabbed to death with a knife. This is no problem, at least there will be a whole body after death. But among this group of people, as long as they have weapons in their hands, they are all tyrants. I said. After all, a prisoner couldn't bear the pressure and opened his mouth to confess. I say. Our superior is Hold'em, Jack's real fighter. Shen Yuan touched his chin and nodded. Where is Jack? Do you know? The prisoner continued. I don't know. Master Jack is one of the 3 big signboards, but we don't know where he is. Enel looked at Shen Yuan with questioning eyes. He nodded in acquiescence. Like cutting wheat, he will save everyone in front of him on the spot. Marco, report the casualties. Shen Yuan was holding a cigar in his hand and looking through the devil fruit illustrated book in his hand. Okay. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, there are no casualties and 2 people were slightly injured. Shen Yuan nodded, very satisfied. Looking at the gold, silver and colorful devil fruits all over the place, I looked thoughtful. How did Kaido get devil fruits before he cooperated with Doflamingo? At this time, Shen Yuan was deep in thought. Could it be that they had all been found? Just thinking about it. Shen Yuan directed everyone to move a bunch of devil fruits and a variety of items onto the ship. Keep sailing. Everyone goes to sea again. Now. Hold'em and his party set up a cordon near the outpost Heavy Island. At this moment, all the pirates seemed very nervous. Bru buru buru. The phone rang, startling Hold'em. He took a fixed look. Isn't this Speed's phone bug? What's the matter? Don't you know that I'm on guard? I'm Makabaka. Hey. Hold'em, you don't want to live anymore. Hold'em's expression froze. It was actually Jack. Boss Jack, no. I'm sorry, I thought just now. Let's not talk about this for now, boss. We are already defending the coastline, what do you think? I haven't finished a sentence yet. Hold'em watched as a huge pillar of blue fire fell from the sky. Let's take a look at my newly developed ability, Qing Yan. Emperor Yan. Chapter 48 Lost. Boom. The cyan fire pillar instantly tore a hole in the defense line deployed by Hold'em and others. Thousands of enemy troops were burned one after another, but this power remained unabated, setting all the remaining pirates on fire instantly. Immortal Qing Yan. 0 degree. As Marco spoke. The color of all the cyan flames is a little darker again. The person attached to the flame begins to freeze slowly, and even becomes unable to move in place. Ha 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 ha. This is my power. Kiazi rushed up at some point. Rushed directly towards Hold'em. I saw that blue diamond armor began to grow all over his body, and then the armor color was attached again. Now Josie. Like a moving meteorite. No matter where you go, you bump into anything, and you don't even get out of breath. Hold'em dropped the phone bug in his hand. Totally stunned on the spot. There are also traps in the carefully arranged defense line, and the opponent attacks it without using a few moves. Hold'em was about to pick up the phone bug, but was crushed by Enel's foot. Weak people, go to hell. Looking at Enel's childish face, Hold'em smiled contemptuously. Kid. Don't be too pushy. Said. Hold'em began to move the lion head on his waist, wanting to use the fire of hell to kill the arrogant kid in front of him on the spot. Snort. Enel strikes first. A cold light flashed across his chest. Pfft. Hold'em's hand that was rubbing the lion's head suddenly stopped. Looking at the kid in front of me in disbelief. You don't have martial ethics, you are despicable. Enel's face was gloomy, and the Fangtian painted halberd in his hand gradually became armed, preparing to give him the final blow. Despicableness is just jealousy of the winner, Fangtian. The euphorbia burst out, and the wild power came with strong whines. Wow! Time seems to stand still at this moment. Hold'em hadn't felt the pain yet, but he suddenly felt dizzy. He could only see the slowly darkening world, and he couldn't even see the face of his opponent clearly. I was beheaded. Hold'em was still in disbelief before he died. He didn't believe that a kid could easily kill him with one knife. What a madman! What a madman! A monkey-like figure in the distance slowly approached. The knife suddenly struck Enel. Chiang! Baista blocked the blow firmly. Enel, go and carry out your mission, leave this to me. Enel nodded and walked away without saying much. Baista looked at the ability user in front of him with great interest and was slightly surprised. After listening to Shen Yuan's story about the origin of mankind. Aren't human ancestors themselves apes? Eat the ape fruit. Is it equal to degradation? The face of the giver in front of him darkened. At this moment, Baista's eyes were like staring at an exhibition vase. Why is this guy looking at me like he's looking at a young lady? A hole. Don't underestimate me. The ape-powered person becomes furious instantly. The limbs gradually lengthened, as if they had eaten a rubber fruit. Arm spear. The long arms quickly attacked Baista. The latter easily dodged the attack with a slight tilt of his head. But I'm still thinking about this question in my mind. Baista, Mom, I think I found a bug. Say so. If you eat an ancient animal-type devil fruit in the form of an upright ape, does that mean you haven't eaten it? Baista's expression became strange and his thoughts drifted away. The more Baista looks like this, the more humiliated the monkey in front of him feels. Are you treating me like a mascot? Long legs. Heavy artillery. Baista turned his head again and flashed. The long legs suddenly hit the body of a Hyundai beast pirate. I'll wipe it. Who's playing dirty? The pirate flew out in response. The ape's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he felt that the mustache in front of him was playing tricks on him. Stop playing, Baista, there are reinforcements in the distance. Marco's high-pitched voice came over, instantly bringing Baista, who was in deep thought, back to reality. Baista reacted and took a stance with both swords. Then an extremely magnificent slash instantly cut off the limbs of the ape in front of him. Ah! The ape wailed and hit the ground, staring at Baista with a look of resentment. I'll study you carefully when I go back. Say it. Baista instantly shot towards the beast pirates who were shooting arrows from behind. Rose petals. Rain of swords. Say it. Petals are flying all over the sky. It blew towards the pirates like a violent storm. At this time, Jack was on his way. Jack was extremely anxious. Speed was also very anxious. Sip's head is also extremely anxious. 3 extremely anxious people directly combined into 2 stars. Boss Jack, there is news from Border Island that Hold'em is dead and Border Island has fallen. Jack waved his hand with a gloomy look, but didn't respond. What can I do? Shall I fly there? Swim over? Thinking of this, Jack suddenly thought that this matter had not been reported to Lord Kaido. With that said, Jack took out the phone bug. I made a phone call to Kaido. Hello. Listening to the other party's drunken tone, Jack sighed. Lord Kaido, it seems that the old man with white beard has conquered Border Island, and his intentions are not limited to the Border Island. Kaido is drinking. Hearing this news, I spit out a mouthful of wine. Puff. Kaido suddenly became furious. The originally indifferent mood suddenly changed. Pick up the mace next to you and beat the minions around you into pulp. What? That old immortal Whitebeard actually started a war. Doesn't he know that a war between the 2 four emperors will trigger turmoil in the New World? Thinking of this, Kaido lost control of his emotions again. He swung out another stick and made a big hole in the cave he was in. I'm so angry. Kaido just looked at the cave and smashed it. It took more than 10 minutes of fighting before it gradually subsided. Jack, where are you now? Kaido said gloomily. Lord Kaido, I am on my way to Frontier Island. Although Kaido was angry, he did not lose his mind. I couldn't help but start thinking about countermeasures in my heart. Jack, I will tell Yin to go with you for support. If you can't fight, run away, you know. Jack nodded heavily, feeling warm in his heart. Call. Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. The speed of the invasion is not too fast. As long as the loss is stopped in time, the loss can be recovered. Someone is coming. Kaido roared violently. Afterwards, several minions came running over tremblingly. Inform all the members of the 6th Flying Cell to rush to Bianshao Island for rescue. Wait, Maria doesn't have to go. Kaido regained his composure again, sat down, and started drinking again. At this time, his artificial devil fruit business has just started. Now I must take charge of the headquarters. This is the reason why Kaido is most afraid of war. Just thinking about it, Kaido took out a phone bug that looked like an ant. What the hell? What the hell? Kaido, you damn ghost, what are you doing? Arorororo. Linlin, I have a big deal here, do you want to do it? The ant was eating cake at this time and said vaguely. What kind of deal? Kaido, if you dare to lie to me, I will definitely kill you. The immortal Whitebeard is attacking my island. If someone can attack Whitebeard's main ship. They are under attack from both sides, how about we annex his territory together? Ant. Silence fell. Kaido felt happy in his heart, is this a joke? Linlin, how are you? There was still no sound over there. Linlin. Well. A piece of cake fell just now. What did you say just now? Kaido Long's face turned dark and he repeated what he had said before. Well. I need to think about this matter carefully. Kaido still had a dark face and continued. Linlin, hurry up, or Wano will fall when you send troops. Well. I will answer you as soon as possible. Old ghost. It's better not to die in the hands of that old man. Chapter 49 Smile, 10 years later. What? The Whitebeard pirates invaded Border Island. The man with long horns on his head, combing his hair to one side and wearing a mask, hangs up the phone bug. Then he looked at his sister Davy with a solemn expression. This person is none other than Peggy Wan, one of the 6 flying compatriots. Sister, Bian Shao Island has been lost, and now Boss Kaido has asked us to go to support. Yo-ho! There's someone else to pound with. Let's set off now. Runty is also wearing a mask, with his head open and his horns open, looking stupid, his whole body exudes a funny temperament. She is also one of the 6 flying cells. Runty clenched the mace in his hand, as if he was already on the battlefield. You haven't set off yet? I'll leave first. Fuzzfo's body flashed suddenly and flew to the port to prepare for departure. Fuzzford was originally affiliated with CP9, but something happened. He was hunted by the world government and had no choice but to join Kaido's command. Humph. Let's not fall behind, let's hurry up and set off. Peggy rubbed her brows helplessly and followed suit. I know. Fuzzfo looked at the information in his hand and felt a little happy in his heart. Because after Shen Yuan invaded Judiciary Island and snatched the devil fruit in the form of a saber-toothed tiger, he never had a suitable devil fruit to take. But this opportunity comes today. If Marco's blood can be extracted, it is not impossible to become a phantom beast type user. Speaking of this, another figure appeared in Fuzzfo's mind. Redhead. Shanks. Damn it, Shanks. If it weren't for you, would Laozi be like this? A few years ago, it was Shanks who robbed the rubber fruit that Fuzzford was escorting, which led to the tragedy. So, Fuzzford has always hated Shanks and wished he could kill him with 1,000 knives. Fuzzford made up his mind to repel the threat from the border, and then complained later, causing a conflict between Kaido and the red-haired man. With this thought in mind, he slowly flew to Bian Shao Island on Moonwalk. Sasaki sat cross-legged on a pirate ship. There was a look of contempt between his brows. That old guy with white beard, you are so old and still want to go to war? Laozi has personally shattered his grand ambition. Sasaki is holding a phone bug in his hand, which can contact his backup staff on the border island. Hello? Everyone starts taking action to find out the opponent's identity information. Do you understand? The other party agreed, and Sasaki hung up the phone. Hey! Senbon Matsu, don't take the credit from me when you get here. He has silver hair, is wearing a white robe, and has a samurai sword hanging from his waist. This person is none other than Senbon Matsu, one of the Flying Six Cells. Then it depends on who can grab it. Qian Bensong smiled slightly and said nothing. At this time, Jack was still on his way to support. Jack slumped on the deck. Although I am anxious, the boat is so fast. Can I go into the sea and push? Obviously not. Speed was so anxious that all his partners died at the hands of the other party. He wants revenge. Now, the battle on Border Island is coming to an end. A full 6 or 7 givers, some injured or disabled, were tied up. Baista held her chin and still looked at the ape, lost in thought. Brother Shen, do you think the problem I mentioned is possible? It's possible. Shen Yuan also squatted beside Baista, also looking at the pile of strange shapes in front of him. One of the rattlesnakes looked at Shen Yuan with a sinister look and couldn't help but sneer. Shen Yuan caught a glimpse of this scene and squeezed out 3 words. You're dead. As soon as Shen Yuan said these words, before the rattlesnake could react, its head was chopped off by the golden spurge. The look in his eyes made me very unhappy. Now everyone smiles. The so-called smile, 10 years is not long. Then all the givers showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Okay, kill them all and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Shen Yuan left with his hands behind his back, and Enel and Baista's eyes glowed red. Hey hey! Giver, don't come over here. Isn't it enough to smile for 10 years? Who taught you Hyuxia? 10 years is less, 3 tones is less? This Nima is a polyphonic word. I understand. Shen Yuan stood with his hands folded and looked at the devil fruit in front of him. He still didn't find the one he expected. Continue the attack. The order was given, and everyone cheered up again. It's as if the injury you just suffered doesn't exist. Have you seen that inconspicuous island? There must be good things on that island. Shen Yuan caressed his chin and began to think about how to provide food for everyone. Let's do this. Everyone will go to the forest on the island to hunt some wild beasts for lunch. An order was issued again. After Shen Yuan said this, everyone felt really hungry. Jack was still on his way here at this time. Jack stood up and sat down again. He stood up and sat down again. Jack couldn't help but became nervous, and almost dropped the Chantel knife in his hand to the ground. Why is it so slow? Because Nima Jack is sinking. How much does an elephant lycanthrope weigh? About 30 minutes later, Shen Yuan's army had finished eating. At this moment, Jack is still on his way. He sat listlessly on the boat. Jack, who is usually lawless, became unusually calm at this time. His eyes were staring blankly at the sea, floating in the water. Boss Jack! We have reached the border of Border Island. Jack's hand that was throwing stones suddenly hung in the air, and his eyes lit up. Hand the boat over to Laozi. Jack's eyes were fierce and he had already picked up the Chantel knife on the deck. At this moment, Shen Yuan and his men had just had lunch, and the entire army was already ready for battle. Are you coming? Shen Yuan slowly stood up from his seat. After moving his muscles a little, the sound of popping beans came from his neck. Who? Is it Jack? Marco's eyes gradually became a little hesitant. Jack. Drought Jack, one of the 3 major poster boards of the Beast Pirates. As Kaido's most trusted confidant. If you die here, there is no guarantee that Kaido will come over from Onigashima to kill you. Commander-in-Chief. What do you think of the next action? Shen Yuan covered his hands and stood in front of everyone. Everyone is hiding on the island, Jack and I are fighting alone. Why? Marco was a little confused, and his eyes looking at Shen Yuan were full of longing. Since you know the 3 major signboards, don't you know Fei Liu Bao? As soon as these words came out, Marco was speechless. You mean, Fei Liu Bao will come to support? Shen Yuan nodded and looked at the ship slowly approaching the shore in front of him. Marco did not dare to neglect and began to arrange sneak attack positions. Because this is the first large-scale war between the two strongest cadres of the Four Emperors group. A lot of people should die in the next battle, kids. Shen Yuan roared violently, instantly arousing everyone's emotions. War brings death. We start the war not for killing, but for our happy life in the future. As soon as these words came out, all the members of the white group became excited instantly. They all roared. Kill! 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 Shen Yuan was a little moved when he saw this scene. Question: does Shen Yuan have selfish motives? Answer: indeed there is. And it's not too small. First of all, it is the dark fruit that he has coveted for a long time. The second step is to occupy Kaido's territory to expand his power and slowly step onto the top of the world. Become the top of the world and uncover the mystery of this world. Of course, it is inevitable to kill Marie Joya. The dictatorship of this world is incompatible with the concept of 9-year compulsory education accepted by Shen Yuan. Because of this, for strength and ambition, for the humanity that a normal person should have. But all revolutions are not achieved overnight. It is often accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice, life and death. There is no easy road to take, so clench your fists and fight your way out. Chapter 50. Just a mob. The midday sun was very fierce, shining on the people on both sides. Intruder! Go to hell! Jack and Shen Yuan stood opposite each other, sizing each other up. Jack, are you Kaido's dog? Jack, damn! You scold me when you come up? If we stop fighting and vote, labor and management no longer want to play. Even so, Jack's eyes were on fire and he was extremely angry. It transformed into a tall mammoth on the spot and rushed towards Shen Yuan. The latter smiled faintly. Just watch Jack rushing towards me. Speed was extremely excited behind him, stretched out his hand to take out his bow and arrow, and wanted to shoot an arrow at Shen Yuan. But just as his palm touched the bowstring, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming. The golden halberd's blade roared like a tiger and pounced on Speed's horse head. Ah! Speed took a breath. A whole sheep angry horns. Sip's head transformed his hands into horns and rushed forward. One sword flow. Black light shower. The arc-shaped slash swept past, and Sipshed's horns instantly separated from its body. Blood is scattered all around. At the same time, Enel's euphorbia was already placed across Speed's neck, his eyes were cold, revealing a trace of murderous intent. Laozi will chop you if you move again. When Speed heard this, he immediately dropped his bow and arrow and did not dare to move. And Sipshed was lying on the ground screaming in pain. Dashki adjusted his glasses and pointed the blade at his neck. The minions of the beast pirates behind him were intimidated by this scene. Let's talk about Jack at this time. One of his ivory tusks has already been held in Shen Yuan's hand. He played with the ivory in one hand, looked at Jack, and showed an intriguing smile. UBD. Jack covered his broken tooth and stared at Shen Yuan with his eyes. Laozi will kill you. As he spoke, Jack raised his weapon high. Attack Shen Yuan desperately. Pfft. Shen Yuan covered the armor with ivory and penetrated Jack's chest fiercely. It wasn't over yet, the ivory was pulled out, and a large amount of blood came out. Your tusks work quite well. Say it. The opponent in front of Jack suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already above Jack's head. Your death has come. At the most critical moment, a black figure swooped in from far and near with a heavy kick. Fire Emperor. The two figures intertwined and collided with each other again. How do you compare with that old man with white beard? Jin was confused for a moment and didn't understand what his opponent meant at all. Shen Yuan, if you kill Jack, Lord Kaido will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Shen Yuan snorted coldly, and the strength on his feet became a little stronger. After the collision, the two pulled apart, and Yin slowly fell to the ground, looking very calm. The whole body is covered in pitch-black clothes, with a long knife hanging on his waist, and Yin surrounded by flames on the back of his head. He is one of the 3 signboards. Are you a Lunarian? Yin's face darkened, and he seemed to be very taboo about this topic. A hole, Lao Zi is going to kill you. Although Jack was stabbed by his own tusks, he still managed to stand up. In the blink of an eye, Jack and Yin had formed a 2-sided encirclement. 2 versus 1? Why don't you invite Kaido to play with Lao Zi? Yin and Jack looked at each other. And they both saw a chilling expression in the other person. Mammoth strike. Jack transformed into a mammoth again, while Yin drew his katana. The two went straight to Shen Yuan. Forget it, let Lao Zi accompany you to have fun today. Saying that, Shen Yuan casually took off his cloak and threw it behind him. Wearing a white uniform, it looks the same as a marine uniform. But there is a white group logo pattern on his chest. Damn you little devil! Katana covered in flames. Suddenly approached Shen Yuan. The former pulled out the sky-swallowing block to block the slashing attack. He turned around and kicked Jack with a bang. Bang! A powerful and heavy whip hit Jack's body instantly. He was kicked 3 or 4 meters away by this blow and hit the ground heavily. Seeing this scene, Jin drew his knife and turned back violently. You are so powerful, Shen Yuan, why do you white group want to attack our beasts? Before he finished speaking, black mist filled the surroundings. Jin secretly thought something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn into a pterosaur and run away, he looked back and saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him. Why don't you call Kaido? Pfft! A flash of sword light flashed through, and Yin's abdomen was now pierced. Puff! Jin spit out a large mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance. Puff! Another large mouthful of blood was spurted out. Kneeling on the spot, his eyes were blank and his pupils began to dilate. Damn it! Damn it! I haven't seen Boss Kaido become one piece yet. Jin clutched his abdomen, his consciousness gradually blurred. He didn't expect. He was stabbed to death after just 2 moves in his opponent's hands. Brother Jin. Jack's eyes were red. Covered with armed domineering energy, he suddenly rushed towards Shen Yuan. You BD brat! Lao Zi wants you to die here. Shen Yuan didn't waste much time and pulled out the weapon inserted into Jin's body. The scene just now happened again. Black mist spreads all around. But Jack rushed forward regardless. Crack! Jack's other ivory was also broken off by Shen Yuan. I don't know when there was a wound on his back, which was constantly exuding wisps of black ghost energy. Vomit! Jack also vomited a mouthful of blood. Can no longer maintain the huge elephant body. Suddenly shrunk and lay on the ground, squirming continuously. A rabble! Shen Yuan put the knife into its scabbard, looked at the 2 people on the ground and said with a teasing expression. What a waste! Defeat Yin and Jack in the plot missions, and the level is raised to level 94. Shen Yuan was satisfied, this reward was really good. Pump your fist and look at the sky again, what should come will eventually come. When Kaido saw Shen Yuan looking this way, he suddenly sweated on his forehead. As soon as he saw Yin and Jack's life cards burning, he already realized the seriousness of the matter. Kid! Lao Zi wants you to die here. As he spoke, the dragon body suddenly accelerated. Rush towards the intruder. Shen Yuan was already sitting in front of the 2 big signboards, eating an apple unhurriedly. At the same time, I was also checking the system. Prepare for the next battle. Roughly allocate the skill points, and open the panel with a thought. Name, Shen Yuan. Age, 14 years old. Identity, Adventurer. Skills. Marine 6 Styles, LV1, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Full Level, Physical Strengthening, Full Level, agility strengthening, full level, strength strengthening, full level, speed strengthening, LV15, 3-color domination, full level. Physique, Immortal King Kong. Agility, Scarlet Devil, increased ability on the original basis, greatly improves own perception ability, becomes stronger and stronger when injured when fighting enemies, and strength and various attack methods are strengthened. Speed, Divine Movement Body. Power, Power of the Titan. Level, 94, randomly receive a phased reward at level 100. Looking at his own attributes, he still sighed helplessly. I haven't gotten my favorite devil fruit yet. What a crime. I heard that Admiral Kizaru is at Marine Headquarters. One day I can go to the Marine Headquarters and get a shiny fruit to play with? Kid, Lord Kaido will not let you go. When Lord Kaido comes to save us, you will die. Jin endured the pain and spoke, but he was already tied to a big tree. This scene is just like the CP9 some time ago. Dashki and Kyung were in a trance, as if they had returned to half a year ago. Oh? You still hope that your boss Kaido doesn't come, otherwise he will die here. Saying that, Shen Yuan pinched Jin's neck, his eyes full of contempt. Believe me, I have the ability.